Yum. Hello, chat. Time to make mobile games. You're so right. Because who needs all those bees anyway? Who needs all those billions anyways? Yeah, who needs billions of dollars to live their life? I get by being homeless on the streets. Welcome to the programming segment. We're gonna make a VR chat world because, as we've seen, making a game engine gets you, or well, I mean, just making games makes you billions of dollars if you're the founder of NetEase. Who, as the founder, has made $38.6 million, so they can apparently buy anything under the sun. We are going to be doing some interesting things today. One, we're going to program a VR chat world. So this is not a game itself, but it's like the flexibility that it seems to have is like, it seems to be possible for you to do anything that you want within it. So it feels almost like making a game. Sorry, give me a second. But two, it also seems like the technology that's there for you to work, like in terms of like the ability for you to do things, is very limited. Like it's sort of weird in the way that it works, where it's like the engine and the way that it works and like what you're able to do within the world seems to be very locked down for safety reasons, obviously. But because of that, you have to get very creative with it. So I'm going to present to you a series of things, is a sequence of like things to like talk about here. Okay, you bet they don't even play their own games. Wait, okay, before I do that is very true. How often, like, how much do you think that like CEOs of gaming companies play their own games? Because he's busy buying land within the UK and Zimbabwe, right? This is not like a joke. It says on Wikipedia he flew to Zimbabwe to buy land. Okay. Clearly, he's got other priorities here. But maybe that's why they make mobile games. Maybe that's why they're making all these mobile games so the CEO can play while he's on his yacht. Oh, of course. Of course. No, but if he's on his yacht to travel to Zimbabwe, he probably has a gaming PC and a private army. Of course. Of course. Anyways, let's make $38 billion, everyone. So for context, we're making a VR chat world because I thought it'd be fun to have... Okay, so how do I even start this, okay? This all started with Snowjob. At first, it was kind of a meme, but then it started to get way more serious, and then we actually tried to, but then I realized, like, I didn't know what I wanted to make, but now I know what I want to make in a basic sense, okay? But it all started because of one simple question. Have you ever seen a Christmas game in your entire life that's good and that you want to play over and over and over? I've never seen that. I've never seen a good Christmas game, ever. It seems like every game is just sort of... gone. And it's weird to think of a Christmas game, but I think like a holiday themed game is interesting. Like, I think it's a fun, if you make a fun social game for a holiday, I think it's an interesting space to be in, because then you give everybody like a single virtual central place to hang out. Like, you know how Halloween, it's the Ghost Town Pumpkin Festival game, where it's this game. Ghost Town Pumpkin Festival. You can't see it yet. Sorry, give me a second. Trying to find it. Ghost Town Pumpkin. Sorry, I'm so gassy. I guess just chatting is probably the best thing for us. This game is so good because every Halloween you go on, there's a new thing to do. Everyone hangs out in this world, and you're just ghost carving pumpkins, and you get to see people's pumpkins being carved, and they're really, really nice. And every single year, you can sort of like, you can almost look forward to it because you know it's going to come. That's the thing that's missing from other holidays out there, right? I don't know a single one for Lunar New Year. I don't know a single one. I know about real life celebrations of Lunar New Year that I go to every single year, but I don't know anything involving like a virtual world, which is sort of like, because honestly, when you go to like one Lunar New Year celebration, they're all sort of the same, and at some point it gets kind of boring, and then you just kind of want to like, and you don't really want to leave your home to celebrate it, right? So you kind of want to go somewhere virtually. So at least you can do it within a game, but there's no game for it. There's also no game for Christmas. There's no game for No Nut November. There's no Gooner MMO for the entirety of No Nut November, with jump scares involving sex. That's what we're here to make, not that. But we're here to make that for Christmas without sex. We're here to make a holiday game for Christmas. That's why we're here. And we're going to be making it in VR chat. Because before I was like, why don't we make our own standalone game? But then I realized after playing VR chat, VR chat has everything that we need to make it with. Because VR chat, if you don't know, is this funny little game where you get into a ball pit with with everyone else, and then you talk about how you don't want to come inside the ball pit, and then everybody says that that's weird. It's like, I'm just saying, like, the word "come" to arrive at inside of a ball pit. They made it weird, and it wasn't me. But that's what open positions. Wait, what? Jobs. Senior engineer experience. We're hiring an engineer. It's how much do you pay? Remote company, health benefits for the U.S. Group RSP for Canadian employees. That's pretty good. Wait a minute. I usually never find this. They're already on a leg up. But what's the salary like? Is there like a levels FYI for VR chat? Oh shit, there is. Uh, uh, view all salaries. Fuck. Well, turns out they have no salaries, so no one's ever put their thing there. They've raised a bunch of money from their investors. Okay. Anyways, this is a cool platform where you get to actually be in a space out there in the world with other people in a virtual world. You get to like touch their hands, you get to like touch their faces, and you get to and you get to like breathe on them, but they don't feel it, right? Like you get to be there with people, but you never need to leave your home. And on top of that, it's the best time to do it because the Steam machine, which if you didn't know, well, I mean, sorry, the Steam Frame, if you didn't know, is the new Valve VR headset, which was just announced, which means we might get even more players in the ecosystem who can play the PC version and don't have all the Quest restrictions with the worlds and the game, which is perfect. Which means this is my time to shine and get famous, everyone. What the hell is a Pico? Oh, wait, the Pico XR, the Pico XR. I remember seeing the Pico. Is this like a Pico headset VR? Sorry, like this is how the programming segment's gonna go. It's fairly unstructured, like how it's fairly unstructured in the way that most programming segments tend to be, because a lot of programming is like exploration and figuring things out versus like you just like hammering away at things, because it's like it feels like a lot of the process of programming is figuring out what to do, and then the execution of doing that is fairly straightforward. So there's not really much time spent on that. So it is a headset, the Pico 4, huh? Anyways, that's why we're gonna make a VR chat world, because it just seems to fit. And also, I've been getting deeper and deeper into the idea of like what VR chat is, and it's actually really cool because they even have things like I don't know, like different events. Like they have things like here, like this, the events of the world. They have events like holy shit, that's a lot of events. How about we go for like a day thing? They have events like an acting theater day. They have an open deck night for 18 plus. They have like a charity event. Charity event? VR charity event unites 40 plus VR chat streamers for a weekend of live shows, DJ sets. Like, again, it's already available for you as like a social space. They fucked up the URL. I think they did that on purpose, but it makes it hard to be able to like go to the website. Thanks. You really fucked up you really fucked up the URL there. That's cool, man. That's really cool. HTTPS. Yeah, you really fucked up the what's that? Seems like it's this. And you just have this, and there's like tons of these out there, and people can just go and show up and hang out, and they can do all kinds of really cool things with it. But the key is that you can do this with your friends or even with strangers, right? And that's the thing that I wanted to capture within. I love the juxtaposition of all the VR streamers. You have all these fantasy characters, all the furries, all the really cool looking designs. And I'm not saying that there's anything against any of these groups. I'm saying that they all look really cool. There's a swarm of them here, and then you have sounds like, who is this person? Sounds like who? And then you have sounds like Ronan, who's just a dude with his face in the middle of the screen. He's the only flesh-like creature in this entire lineup. Why'd they invite like a flesh tuber in? Why is there a flesh tuber here? Like, that's just holy shit. The juxtaposition of his face is so good. They should have put him like at the bottom somewhere, even further down. But I get the point of the comedy of like you know, you go, oh wow, so nice. What the? And he just keep on going. Like, why is there a human here? But yeah. That's why we're doing it for others, okay? So lots of good reasons as to why I think it works on VR chat. Also because it's fun. Because there's another VR chat world that I want to make that's a little bit more complicated. And so I figured this would be a good step of making that world. So the other world that I wanted to make is a Final Fantasy X world, and I don't know how to explain this, so I'll just show you the scene. Cut the music. This scene is by far the funniest scene I've ever seen within a game because it's so fucking awkward. The idea behind the VR chat world is that in this world, you have to reenact this entire scene with the voice acting. You have to voice act. So somebody has to voice act every single character. So you have to have like a group, and like you like maybe the minimum is like 2 people voice acting just Titus, and then Yuna. Is it Titus or is it Titus? You have to someone has to voice act Titty. Someone has to voice act Yuna. Okay. And you have to do the smiling scene. You have to do the laughing scene too. So you have to do the fake laughing scene here. And it's gonna have the exact same camera angles inside as the scene. So it's like you place your camera there, but all these are real players with their avatars. So you don't switch into the avatars of the characters. You play as your avatar inside the game, and you have to act out the way that your chosen character does. So if you're a walker, you have to stare in disbelief as he's laughing. And then if you're Titty, you have to do the laugh with all the motions. I think this is gonna be a banger world idea, but I don't know how this works. Wasn't there actors for this anyways for motion capture? Is that actually why it looks so smooth? Wait, FF10 motion capture. I didn't know that, but I did think that like, yeah, because the thing about this game that was so revolutionary is that it was very nice. Like, look at these details on our eyes. This is the thing that I always thought about in this game, is that the cutscenes are really good because these minor details for a PS2 game was so good when it released. It was like revolutionary. But look at her eyes. Look at her eyes and listen to what she's like talking about. And then look at her and then listen and then look at her eyebrows. See that eyebrow move? See that? She's like looking hopeful. She's looking up. And mind you, this is it being localized over. So it's like the voice actor is trying their best to match the tone of what the lines are, while in Japanese it probably sounds very different. Wait a minute, FF10 laughing scene in Japanese. I've never seen it. I've never seen this scene in Japanese. Wait. I've never seen it in... What the fuck? Whoa. You are the unit that I know. You are not the unit that I know. Who the fuck are you? You're a clone! You're a clone! You're a skinwalker! You're not the unit that I know. Mite! Why you sound like that? Wow, Titty sounds very similar. And it's like, oh. Wow, the Titty sounds very similar to the English. So the English voice actor did a great job. But Yuna sounds completely different. It's actually freaking me out. So same scene as before. Look at her eyes, okay? See that? Not that I know that it's based on FMV, which seems to be the case based on this this other YouTube, this other link over here, which is which I mean, like, it's really just a game facts forum. Here we go. Yeah. Wikipedia, motion capture. That's sick. So they did use motion capture for the scenes. That's cool. That's terrifying. What in God's name is that? It's like he's been skinned. It's like he's been like de-skinned, and his skin and his bones were ripped apart to become the skeleton, to become the flesh with all the nerves. Like, why does it have his why does it have his veins? Why does it have his like circulatory flow? It has the entire circulation system within his body instead of one space. Why is this here? That's terrifying. What the fuck? That's a horrifying model. Jesus Christ. Why would they use this motion capture with chat? He's no longer alive. Okay. But it makes sense why the scene is so good, and the Japanese voice acting is really good. But it also makes sense now that I know more about localization, it makes sense why the English voice acting tends to feel very staggered. Like if you go back here and you listen to the way that she says the things, right? The way that she talks about it, she like pauses at very awkward spots, right? It's because you have to match the lips. Same face, actually same face as the Ruh-Roh emote. Exact same face. But yeah, imagine VR chat world where you have to do this. And I'm hoping to do some way where it analyzes the waveform of your voice so that it sees how closely you match at least the style of the show. But I want to see how closely you match even the voice acting, right? So motion. So this is the idea for the Final Fantasy X world, not for the Christmas world. We're not going to make the Final Fantasy X world because it's a lot more complicated. I want to match the waveform, so you have to sound the same. I also want to match the movement, so you have to have roughly the same movement, and then you score it on like a basis of like how well you matched it, and you have to try to get as good of a score as you can. And the thing is, you have to do all of this, okay, in real time. So for it's a 4-minute scene in real time, and even at this beginning spot, whoever is acting as Tidus has to look like this and then do these motions. Same with Yuna. I think it's gonna be funny. I think it's genuinely going to be funny because then the best part is when it pans out and you just see, because again, the main characters are Tiddy and Yuna. The other characters don't talk except for Waka. But these actors also have to act appropriately too. So imagine you are the actor for Waka and you're watching your friend do this and you're listening to your friend do the laugh. I would crack. The whole point of this world, the Final Fantasy X world, is pure comedy, right? Trying to like replay the scene, and I think it'd be so funny, especially when they walk back and then they like go back and they see everyone. Look, and you push the shoulder, and he goes like, here, and he goes like, shoulder slap. All right, what's everyone staring at? It's gonna be cinema. Because again, look at this scene, okay? It's all the Guardians. All of Yuna's Guardians are there, right? So whoever is acting as Kamari is basically off camera the entire time. Orin doesn't say a word, okay? What's her name again? Lulu doesn't say a word. Kamari doesn't say a word. Only Waka gets one line at the end of the scene. Oh, I see it in my head of how funny it'll be to force players to try to like reenact the scene, and I see how funny it's going to be and how entertaining that it's going to be, and I can't wait to make it. But as you can tell, there's a complication. How do you make something based on this idea of you have to match the voice, you have to match the wavelength of the voice, you have to match like the pitch, you also have to match the motion. Well, let's see what this means. Is there like a better category for programming? I guess it's not, eh? Whatever. Let's stay in just the chatting. You can probably program this, and it's not like you can't program this. There's already been things before that have programmed this. In fact, getting a waveform working is a fairly basic task. The problem, and this is something that I was checking out, is that it's not easy to make a world, as far as I can tell. So this is the documentation. For VR chat, they have different... Was this the right documentation? I can't tell. Maybe not that. Sorry. Using VR chat in a virtual machine. What? This is the one that I know of. Although this is a different documentation. I'm curious what this is. So you can't just program things. So let me just open up the project to show you what it is first, so you have an idea of what to see. This is going to be a little finicky because I didn't make that OBS plugin that switches things over because I got too lost in the sauce doing other things. But it'll be up to me manually switching over the sources. But and also you have to wait for the project to start. You have to wait. It's currently initializing the system. I'm gonna go pee while this happens. This actually takes a while. I made the best iced coffee known to humanity. Also, sorry everyone, my PC is crashing. I guess we can't do programming. Kidding. We can do it. Sorry, let me set the sources now. So, you'll notice some things very immediately. I have to go to the studio mode first because I think it'll just grab whatever window is currently open, which is stupid. But we'll do Unity. You probably heard what I said, so you probably know exactly what to expect. We know how to must match. You can see and you can notice that this is just Unity. There's actually... what is this image? Unity is the project that is the engine behind VRChat. And the way that you make a world is it's just a Unity scene that you apparently import and that you script things in. And now if you are aware of what Unity is, you know that you can script things in C#. And so you can probably code anything, really. I mean, because C# is just like any programming language. It's a general programming language that can be used for anything. The problem is that you don't get access to C#. So apparently custom scripts are not allowed because of safety reasons. So instead what you get is this, which you can't see because I need to minimize this. There we go. What you get is this language called Udon. It's a DSL. It's a DSL. And there's two ways to use it. The main primary way is the node graph, so visual programming, which I've seen people's node graphs get very large. I think I can find an example of Udon graph, how organized to large Reddit. I think this is probably like the search term that I saw. This one. So, you know, like all visual programming things, all visual programming tools eventually end up like this, and at some point it's harder for you to do anything at all. You can visualize where things are going, and like I think there's a way that visual programming could be done well, but I don't think it's really possible to do visual programming in such a way that, like, I don't think this method is the way to doing visual programming in a readable way. I think this method in particular, just having just the web of connections in and out, probably doesn't really feel like it's good. Although one thing I will say is that this realistically could have been moved over to this side, even though this is an output to an output for some reason, or maybe it's an output to an input. But like this could have been moved over here, and you could follow it from left to right. Like realistically, the sections are like this, and it would continue from here. And they could organize it in terms of like the branches a lot better. But even then, like you see the pain point of having to organize the branches. So, you know, you can do that. Web, scared. It's a web. There's another way you can do it though. It's an Udon sharp, which is a C#, which is apparently it's compiled down in some way to whatever the Udon language is internally. So I don't really know how it works. I just know that it compiles it down, and you also don't get the full scope of every single feature. So supports most of C#'s basic syntax. So let alone just features of the game engine, because the Unity game engine, Unidocs, let's call them like mesh. The Unidocs are massive, and there's a lot of functionality in Unity for all kinds of things, right? This whole list for the version of the engine that it's on, 2022.3 F something. There's a lot of different things that you have available to you. Let alone these things. There's just also just basic C# features. It doesn't even support all of them, because it's not meant to. It's meant to be the DSL of Udon is meant to be a constrained language that runs within its own runtime or VM or something. I can't remember what it is. I think it talks about it here. That needs that level of constraint because they're aiming for something in particular, which is runtime safety for the player. Sorry, I need to fix my chair. So, because of these... Sorry, just give me a second. Because of these goals, some things are easier than others to do. So for instance, it's not very easy to program generic logic that can, say, decode something. You might not even have access to some of the constructs that you need that could make a decoder for some file format very easy. But people have gotten very creative with it. There's some things that you can do within shaders that where you can even create like entire, you know, you can write entire OS emulators within shaders. So this person over here, Pi, I think that's their name. I think just the name is just Pi, but they made a Risk V. I don't know if is it Risk V or is it Risk 5? I don't know. Is it a Roman numeral or is it V? But this person was able to make a Linux emulator within a shader because the language can be done, and they actually linked to other projects where they were able to make an emulator within the Udon language. But those run super slow because it's apparently so slow that it could run even 100 times as slow as normal code. So that's awful. But you can actually do, but you have full access to shaders. And with shaders, you can do all kinds of interesting things. Even without a compute shader, you can do a lot. They use a trick where you write basically bits onto a texture, and using that, you can have a storage system. And with that, with the idea of some form of memory that you can use directly within GPU, you can theoretically do anything because all the operators for you within the language of the shader, within the shading language, which is HLSL, It's basically just a almost like a generic programming language, right? Like it's pretty. Is there like a way from to see the full list? It's pretty. It's pretty like it's pretty much just its own programming language. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I've seen other experiments with it outside of VR chat where people have been able to do some very interesting logic within shaders. I mean, even in general, like a compute shader, which is a shader that you use that just runs any arbitrary computation on a GPU. It's the fundamentals of a lot of the new technology that we're seeing, right? So you can do a lot with shaders, but that requires a level of expertise that I don't have. So what do? Well, first we have to define our goals. So we know what we have to do, which is that making a world is complicated, and that if you want custom functionality, you have to go through this interesting programming language that they've made. I hate other programming languages. I hate DSLs and learning DSLs because it always bothers me. But this DSL is interesting in that you can. Now I need to pull up my Emacs. Risk 5. Okay, thank you. So what happened to like risk 1, 2, and 3? Risk 2. Risk 3. Risk 4? If there was Quora, if there was a risk 5, was there a risk 1 to 4 before it, and what became of them? This list comes from David Patterson himself, essentially. He calls Soar and Spur risk 3 and 4 here. Okay, so there was a risk 1 and 2. Oh, and 3 and 4. Oh. Because the language is just C#, you can actually get away with a lot of things. You just have to be aware of like the slight platform differences, like the fact that like you can't do everything, right? Just some features are missing from the language, which makes sense. But also some features are just missing from from Unity itself. So you can't use everything from the game engine. So basically, at least for day one, we're gonna have to figure out how to actually do stuff. But for the most part, if you have something that can edit C#, you can just work with the language and work with the engine, and then work with the environment to make whatever it is that you want. I made a little experiment where I was trying to maybe enhance, where I was trying to get the code. I was exploring different ways of how like the loading mechanism works, because I'm gonna I'll talk about the features soon, but I was trying to figure out how to actually do some of this stuff and what you do. So I just copied an example somewhere, and it seems to work fairly well. And then I'll get into sort of different features here, but first, maybe I didn't instruct this very well. Maybe how do I do this? Okay, we know that it's a full programming language. What are we going to program with it? Even if we know that, because even if it's not capable, if we don't even know what we're making, it doesn't really matter, right? So what are we going to do? I've actually scoped out what we're going to do in this file, which I need to hide this for now. I guess maybe. So I need to fix my thingamabob. It doesn't really hide certain files. I had a custom filter on it. There was a custom filtering logic on it, but I didn't fix it to do it properly. But let's see. Don't worry about these other games. I'm calling this world, by the way, Snowjob-Lite, because I think it's funny. I think it's funny to call it Snowjob-Lite, because it's like, wait a minute. If you know, then you know. If you don't know, then it's better that you don't know, because you won't be disappointed. People have been waiting for Snowjob for 4 years now. Think about it. Almost 4 years you've been waiting for Snowjob. Maybe that's the point of Christmas. The point of Christmas is realizing that no, dreams don't come true. That there is no tomorrow. That there isn't such a thing as like a happy ending in life. And that there isn't such a thing as like being able to have what you want in life. And we'll get GTA 6 before Snowjob. When does GTA 6 release again? What's funny is that you're not necessarily wrong, because I think it comes out next year, right? Yeah. No, November 19, 2026. Sorry, I had to drink my iced coffee. I've made the best iced coffee I've ever made. That's so good. But you're right. We'll probably get GTA 6 before Snowjob. That's why we have Snowjob-Lite. So what are we making? Not sure. You just know it got delayed again. Yes, there's second delay. So historically, if we look at past trends and we extrapolate to the future, aka if we do divination with the same level of accuracy as fortune telling, we see that all their games are being delayed at least once or twice, but never more than twice. So this should be the final delay. However, they're also dealing with protests from all the laid off employees, because apparently some of the employees leaked stuff, so they've been laying people off. But also, it's not always because they leak stuff. They're also laying people off because they're trying to save money, probably. So There's a lot of different things going on. It's a bit of a mess at the moment, but that's usually how the game dev industry is. It's always some kind of a mess. What is Snowjob-Lite? Snowjob-Lite is a VR chat world for you to celebrate Christmas with your friends. What's so bad about leaking? It has a profound effect because people are susceptible to this thing called hype. And people are very easy to desensitize to things. If you want to know what this means, I'm going to desensitize you right now. Open your ears. I'm going to desensitize you right now. Pathetic hero. Thank you. Here we go. So we're going to desensitize you to ASMR. There we go. So when you hear something for too long, at some point you start to become desensitized. Okay, I'm sorry. It's gone. Come back. It's gone. Come back. It's gone. That's what a great joke, by the way. It's actually a great joke that you can just do this and then have the icon of, oh wait, watching without audio. There's just something funny about the watching without audio notice where you can just go, I'm sitting this one out. That's good comedy. But effectively, like, the more that you leak, the less mystique there is, and thus the less hype there is. Because in many ways, the thing that makes GTA 6 so tantalizing is also the fact that nobody really knows what to expect, right? Pog, you have purple VIP outline. I don't know. I wish I could turn that off because it's so annoying to me. I wish there was a way to like turn it off because it takes up too much space. Is there a way to actually wait? Just give me a second. You don't get anything. Celebrations. What? Celebrations. What? Chat highlights? Highlights. Here we go. Okay, keep the suspicious user. Turn off the raiders because I don't really give a shit about raiders. Actually, yeah, I'll do minimize. Oh, you can do a minimized version of it, so it's like a smaller version of it. Wait, that's huge. Okay. Can you please type again? So I can see what the minimized version looks like? Because I don't know what it means. Please try typing it again. Okay, good. Now you're small. Now you're the right size. Now you're the size that I know that you are. Small. The point of the world, the point about the whole keeping the hype up is that once it leaks, right? A lot of the mystique of a game is sort of why you want to play a game. It's because you don't know anything. Because when you know everything there is about a game, you sort of lose the desire to play it. Because it's a bit like getting spoiled on a major plot point of a movie or a book. It's why I execute spoilers within this chat heavily. It's why I above all else, okay, even above hate, I execute spoilers. Because anytime a spoiler comes in, I'm like, you've ruined my fun. Time to die. Like, if I could line up all the hateful people against the wall, plus all the spoiler people against the wall, I would take 2 SMGs and just go, you know what I mean? Just across all of them. But yeah, it's that mystique is the reason why I think people enjoy playing games too. But so what happens is that once that's gone, you sort of lose out on sort of what is happening. It's also why like announcing early can sort of make people sort of forget about something. But at the same time, it's not always true because Silksong came out to great fanfare, right? So I think leaks can be effective, but I think the way that leaks have to be done is it has to be within like a week, let's say. And I think naturally leaks will happen within a week regardless because most people are clout demons. Like, the thing about the leaker mindset is that it's the same mindset behind somebody who spoils things like games, okay? The person who spoils things like stories and games and just like different things about different material, and the mindset of somebody who leaks things is that they care more about the clout and the prestige that it brings them, and they care more about the attention that it brings them than necessarily the enjoyment of the people who are actually taking part in the practice of enjoying the thing. It's a very selfish mindset. It's why I don't mind executing them within my chat, because it's better to get rid of them than to let them stay. Because it's the same mindset for somebody who's like hateful. They only really care about their own experience, and they don't necessarily care about the impact on somebody else, right? It's the exact same thing behind, like, let's say racism. It's just like something about that mindset of like not being able to like see the other person as a person, but seeing them as almost like an other. That's the thing that I want to get rid of within this chat. But that's also why whenever you see a leaker do this stuff, you know, the impact of it one of the impacts of it, at least in terms of sales, is that at some point people just sort of say, okay, well, now I know a bunch and now it's no longer the game for me. At least you have some idea of like, okay, maybe you could try it and maybe you would come to like it. But let's say the whole game leaks, right? People would just download it. Like, there's nothing stopping people from just downloading the entire game. Nobody is truly altruistic. People go for the thing that is most financially viable for them. You can only be altruistic with resources, and if you can choose not to have to save for a $100 game and you just download it for free because it leaked, why wouldn't you? Not to say that like it's sort of the same thing of like pirating, where like if you can get rid of most of the pirates within the first 2 weeks, which is like most of your game sales anyways, then you're good. Like you've made basically all the sales that your game ever will, if it doesn't have some online or like just like some long-term microtransaction sort of like style of like of monetization. So there's a lot of interplay there, but like the whole gist of it is to maximize the amount of people who show up for that initial bit, buy it, and then want to play it and then try it. Because if you leak too much, then it's over. If you leak too little, then it can sort of be quiet and it can feel almost like you lose your sense within society. But that's sort of why it's like, you know, if you can leak just a little bit intentionally before, but this is the thing, right? If you leak intentionally, it's just marketing. So it's like, you know, even the idea of having control over what you see, they would never just give you the game wholesale. Nor would they spoil major portions of the game. They want you to experience that for yourself, because there is something about experiencing those highs and lows, those like twists and the turns for yourself, right? But if they can do it through marketing, they can give you a taste of what it is to entice you without necessarily spoiling it. Unlike a movie trailer. Movie trailers seem to spoil everything. But yeah, I think it's just a very complicated matter that boils down to, if you do it too much, I think it does actually result in less sales and in general just less desire to want to play something, because then you know too much. Like, again, like, there's a weird thing where it's like some games you watch someone play and you want to play it yourself. Other games you watch someone play and you never want to play it yourself. Not because you don't like the games in either case, but because in one, so some games you feel like you played the game. In the other, in some games, it feels like you haven't played the game. If you look at someone play Vampire Survivor, it's very different from playing it. If you look at somebody play, I don't know, what's like a story game that we all know of? The Walking Dead, then you've seen them play it. It's sort of why The Walking Dead was so interesting, is that the choices and the way that the story could evolve made it so that you could still have a unique playthrough instead of watching someone play. Obviously, for something like GTA 6 and just GTA games in a general, kind of hard to do. But at the same time, the game does have the experience that you can bank on that people will want to enjoy. So I don't know exactly what the answer is specifically for GTA 6, but in general, I see leaks as like a bad thing. Also for a consumer perspective, where it's like, you might be bombarded by leaks, but it's like you may actually want to experience it for yourself. But again, the mindset of the leaker is the mindset of any such person who is only ever thinking about themselves. They only care about themselves. They never care about the feelings of the other person, because they don't see the other person as a person. They see them as another. Like my philosophy take? Anyways, back to the game that we're going to make here. The VR chat world. The VR chat world is a very simple world where it's going to be a giant Christmas world with a giant Christmas tree in the middle. So, again, the idea and the point of the game is to foster a level of socialization with other people, but that's sort of a natural thing that happens. If you put like 100 people into a room, they're going to naturally socialize. Some people will have sex. Some people will kill someone. Some people will fight. Most people will just have a conversation, sit there, and do nothing. That's just usually how it goes. So what we have to do is we have to add something for players to do. And the core thing that I thought about for Christmas, and some of the things I asked from you before, was sort of what you thought of for Christmas. But the big thing about Christmas is the idea of like giving gifts and like sharing and like laughter and fun. You can share and laughter and fun socially. That's very easy. You just make a world. But a world that looks like this, can't see it. A world that looks like this is kind of boring. You know what I mean? Like a world that just looks like this, like, yeah, you can spend time here, share laughter and fun, but you can't do anything with it because it's really boring. Oops, sorry. Actually, yeah, maybe full screen to it. So it's like, yeah, you can do that, but it's really, really boring. So what's the point of it, right? Better instead to have you know, more things for you to do, right? So you have to still think about what your players are going to be able to do in this space. And what I thought of for players to be able to do in this space is this. Sorry, not this. This. The gift tree, okay? giant Christmas tree in the middle, just like a normal Christmas celebration thing. You have a giant Christmas tree. You can, I forgot to write this down. You can decorate it with things, and it comes with some pre-decorations like ornaments, like the star at the top. But you can also decorate it with things yourself. But just decorating alone is sort of a boring thing because it's like pin the tail on the donkey. Once you're done, then you're done. So what's the hook of this world? The hook is that the decorations are gifts that players can send to other gifts. So gifts are things that one player can send to another. There's going to be healthy limits on it, but the goal is to have the gift be something that you can hold and actually look at and actually like see. It can either be just a plain old image because that's already built into the game. So I was like, might as well just like use it because it's already there within the functionality of VR chat worlds. The other is the load in a 3D model. And this is the one that I really want to see if it's possible to use, because imagine you can send someone like a little 3D model gift of like I don't know, like a little trinket or something, like a little keychain. I don't know. It's going to be like, I don't know how effective this is going to be because it really depends on like people's ability to make art. But my assumption is that everyone who plays VR chat is a cracked out furry who knows what to do technically and artistically. And so theoretically, they should have the skills to be able to make the most use of this. Right? That's my assumption. And it seems to have held true so far, because everybody that I see that seems to play VR chat, that I seem to know, is able to make their own stuff, modify it, model it, and even like, you know, develop it to some degree to make it work. So this shouldn't be too much of an ask to get them to export a model file, which they can then upload to a third-party service, which I'll get into why it has to be like that. That will load into the world that you can hold with your hands and see inside the game. And hopefully people realize that you can do things like send someone a gift card, like an actual gift card or something. And then I'll have to have like privacy options. Sorry, to do privacy options. So as to not leak certain things to other non-privy parties. So for instance, if you send someone you can send someone an image of a Steam gift card, and you can have the code, and because it's inside the game, you can go you can bring your friend to the tree with you and be like, hey, I have something for you, open that box. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to do with this world. And then you can hang out, talk about the gift, and you can talk about in the moment what you get with it, right? And it's not just gift cards, right? Obviously, with like models, like obviously, I can't send you something real, okay? I can't send you something. There's limits, okay? There's limits. I can't do everything for you. I'm not God over here. But at least I can do something. At least I can do something for you, and I think this something is enough to at least get people started on the idea of how to send people something. Because even the idea of sending someone a model, I mean, maybe it'd be interesting to send you a model, and maybe you can 3D print it later. Obviously, I don't think that's going to be possible because I'll go over the limitations of the platform even more here soon. But it'd be interesting to sort of see how people take this and sort of go with it. But just in general, just like sending people like fun gifts seems like a fairly basic thing to start with, because, and I'll get into this deeper, because this is simpler to make than what I have in mind for the Final Fantasy X world. It's a lot simpler in scope for the Final Fantasy X world, and if I'm gonna make the comedy Final Fantasy X world where you have to reenact the scene from Final Fantasy, the laughing scene, and you get scored on it, I'm gonna have to get really good at understanding how to break the system open. So let me talk about the things that we're going to do. So you can send gifts from one player to another. So you can send a gift to somebody of an image or a model file, which will then be displayed within the game. So if it's an image, it'll just be loaded as it is, and it'll just show up on the side. That's a really good term to refer to a bot with. I really hope there's no strange effects going on. It should be no effects. If I sound warbly or something, I'm sorry, because my PC crashed because of that one power outage. Welcome everyone. I swear that power outage was a real power outage, and then it was like, oh, you know, that's it. The other chatter was lying. Okay, they may live within my city, but my city is also it spans multiple. The city has like millions of people, so it's not possible for them to know where I am. Sure, sure. Though I did it. Listen, perfect timing was that you like you can't make that up. You can't make that up. You can't write that into the script. That is perfect timing. The way that it goes, the only way that it could have been better, and I was thinking about doing this, although I was afraid. I was thinking about having like a weather cam that has, you know, like, let's say like a hello chat. Imagine like a weather cam where you see the weather around my space, and then you can see what's going on. The problem is that people found Shire LaBeouf's like a thing that he hid inside the field by just timing the planes. So I'm scared to do that because people will find me. You thought it was a joke. I know. That's why it was perfect. It was like the perfect timing for it, and then boom, instantly. Maybe I can do a weather cam if I do like an outdoor diorama. If I do an outdoor diorama and then I feed and I bring the feed inside, and then I do the feed from outside in, and I do it as like a small slice of the yard in such a way that like no one would see it. I think I could do an outdoor cam, and then you could see exactly what the weather's like. Because I think it'd be funny if there's an outdoor cam and you just see like heavy torrential rain, and there's like a bunch of stuff flying around because of like insane, hurricane level winds, and everything's going like crazy, and then all of a sudden, like power cuts. I think that'd be funny. But hello everyone, and welcome. I swear it wasn't a joke, and so in return, I give you almost full programming day. I'm gone in about 5-6 hours. My wife says she's busy until nighttime, so we won't know exactly when we get to hang out. But I won't be back until probably Wednesday, because when we go on our dates, we usually go for like a day or two. Actually, probably Thursday. Yeah, because today's Monday. Yeah, so probably Thursday, because we usually go for like our 2-day-a-week dates. So, plus, I also like to hang out with her and the dog. I like to hang out with my favorite part of life is just hanging out with my wife and our dog, and it's just kind of like, to be honest with you, I don't think there's anything else that I enjoy more. And I was thinking about this, right? I was thinking about the way that I've changed. So this is sort of like, I guess it's good that there's so sad music at the moment, but I was going through this. Wow, why do I sound so bassy today? And why do I stutter so much? I was thinking about the ways that I've changed, because when I was younger, I've had, I talk with my friends a lot in real life, and so they usually come to me to ask me things. And then I was having some introspection last night because I was like, oh wow, it's interesting that like I'm the person that people come to. It's like it's not even like a single person. It's like multiple people where I'm like, oh, I'm like the person that they look to for like some answers, right? And what's interesting is that back then I would not have considered myself to be that person, because my stance back then was I'm probably never gonna get married, and I'm probably just gonna like fuck around and just do nothing for the rest of my life. And then just something flipped. Like as soon as I met my like wife, like something flipped, and I was like, I want to take care of her. And so it's like, man, it's compared to anything else in life, that's the only thing that I would do. And this is not a joke about doing with my wife. This is this is like, I would just spend time with her and our dog if I could. But the problem is that we're both so busy that we can't. So it's like, so I have to be here. This is actually like the consolation prize, because she's usually watching. So it's like, this is the only time that we get to like connect almost. Sure. But yeah, today got some interesting things to go over. One, we're going to be programming the entire day, so there's not going to be many crazy topics. Two, I have some funny videos to show you every now and then. So like, for instance, I have this thing. So I've just been downloading random videos here and there. I've actually been doing a bunch of research, actually. And also today's programming will not involve Rust. I'll get into the programming bit, but like I've also found watching. Yes, you get to watch the video watching. Where's the funny video? I downloaded the video last night, which I thought was really, really funny. And I wanted to show you today. Just give me a second. I was doing research because I'm also going to be ranting about mice, because the mice have come back. So now we have mice again. No, Rust, no. I'll get into that. And let me tell you, there's a bunch of mice. I can't find it where. Just give me a second. I know the video's here. In the meantime, enjoy the David Lynch one. Actually, no, the David Lynch one is a little dark. It's too much to start with it now. The eating the hair video? No. That one's just like scary. The Alpha Male Boot Camp? No. The Frog of Pain? No. Where is it? Where's the video? Wait, I actually can't find it. But yeah, there's actually like a couple of interesting topics to talk about today, involving my rants on technology and mice. So I was So the mice have come back, and they come back in full force. So I kind of forgot that they probably come back the during the cold season. So if you never had to deal with mice, they usually come back during the cold season to try and avoid all the all the bad parts of being cold, right? I'm pretty sure you and I both feel like why being cold is speech. What else is speech? I'm scared to open that. What is a speech? Okay, just don't. Where's the video? Wait. And so we have this like, you know what? I'll just rant about it now. Fuck it. I can't find the video. I'll show you it later if I can find it. And all the mice have shown up. And I forgot that they will show up when it gets colder. Don't you dare do rat jam. Okay, look. I have a distinction between rats and mice. I think rats are cute. I think mice, yes, gold, I hate it. Yes, gold, I hate the cold. Haha. Yes, I am totally a biological creature. Yes, I am a biological creature who hates the cold. Haha. Yeah. How come no one ever has like a paranoia of like rats and mice not being real? Because you know, like people have this paranoia of like birds not being real. You can't see anything yet. Sorry. How come no one has a paranoia about like rats not being real? Because realistically, aren't they the ones that know all of your secrets? In my mind, right? Rats and mice know everything about you. They see all parts of you. They see what you're doing at all times. They know. They know what you've been up to, right? They go deep into your home. Like, and they eat. You know what's crazy? You break bread with your mouse. This is the thing that's fucked up, okay, about mice and rats. This is sorry to swear. Sorry to swear so early, but it's important to say this, okay? It's messed up that the mice and the rats break bread with you, and still they antagonize you. They say, "Oh, not enough. May I have more?" It's like, no, stop it. I actually think in my mind, if the mice and the rats simply lined up for food, I would be like, sure, all right, have some. Do you know why? A single nut could feed a rat and their family for like, I don't know, multiple days. It's actually like, it's pretty impressive how little food that they need to keep on going. But that's like, but they don't. They just keep like coming to steal your food, and it's like, okay, well, what's the point? Why are you doing this to me? Anyway, so you can probably tell they're really mad at the moment at the mice. So they come in because it's cold, and there's a whole bunch of them. So I need to figure out how to do this. And I thought we sealed the outside, but I guess we didn't. I didn't get to go and do the sealing of the outside, so it was someone else, and I don't think they checked as much as I would have. So I'm gonna check all the spots to seal the outside of that home when I go over there. And I know it's crazy to say that home, but it's because before, it may surprise you, but before my wife and I were together, we were two separate people. I actually think about this, right? It's funny that when you're with somebody, all of theirs also becomes yours in a way, and so it's like all of a sudden now you have double, even though it's like all you've really done is like consumed what they had. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yeah, we used to be two separate people before, and our family used to have their own place, right? Because it's like, you know, it's not like they were homeless it's not like they were homeless up until I met them for like the last 20 years, right? Let's say. But then it's like saying, oh, the other place, it makes me sound rich, but it's like, well, I am technically rich, but it's also like not like I have multiple properties. It's just like, that's just their family home, and then we have our family home, and that's why there's like two different homes that we have to take care of. Anyways, all I'm saying is, eat the rich, but not me, please. Don't eat me, please. I'm not tasty. Okay. Forget the rats for a moment. Let's talk about the VR project, okay? Now, I've gone through some changes in the project, which you can probably tell by looking just at the code editor, and now I need to pull up the documentation. How do I pull up a documentation window? I need like a good placeholder image so I can find whatever this is. I'll search a Hagel face. Real. Oh my god. There's a Wikipedia. That's good. Oh, that's so good. Wow. I'm not gonna edit any of this, by the way. All of this is just gonna, all of this will just be a part of the VOD. So every single one. Wow. This is the official page for the Ahega face. There's a page on Belle Delphine. Okay, I'm actually terrified to see what this is. What is Belle Delphine? Isn't this the person who like sold bathwater? Born British personality, coyly. Well, why did they use the word coyly? Delphine with Finster. Wait, the Finster has a Wikipedia page? What? YouTube videography. I've never seen this. I've never seen this in my entire life where somebody has a YouTube videography list. Look, it's like a movie list. To note the videos that are publicly available. I don't think people do this, right? Do they actually do this for other YouTubers? I'm doing porn. I'm disgusting. Fucktoy. Obsessive online girlfriend won't leave you alone. I bake a cake. Ooh, colon 3. Ooh, ooh, oh, whoa. Pretending I'm going on an adventure. Oh, whoa. Ooh, ooh. How about like a Markiplier? Yum. There's a oh shit. Let me show you. There's a okay. Let me go to sorry, I got too many links. I got way too many links. I have way too many links. Okay, this one I can't really show you. This one's very, very sexual. Not that that's bad, but like the VOD would just be gone. First, I was gonna augment the yum command by making an API call to this thing to pull a random meal. The problem is that the API keys, as far as I can tell, you have to get an API production key upgrade, and you have to I have to email them. Like I have to send money to them through PayPal. But it's 10 GBP, and I don't know what it means. But apparently it's like a lifetime key. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to like pull a link of the meal. So like get like a single random meal plus get the name of the meal, and then it would be like, oh, your order is here. Oh no, or even like some waiter icon, right? So like your order is here, and then it's like, oh, and then it's like the food. It's like the link to the food surrounded by like yum. You know what I mean? Anyways, this is a cool database because it gets you like a bunch of meals. I was gonna use it for the command, but like I was too lazy to like send the money, so I'll figure it out. Free range egg beaten. What? What? Free range egg beaten. What is this? What? Farmed French lentils. What? Who made this? And why they make it? Why is it so detailed? Oh my god, there's actually like real meals. Parsley is only used in hash? No. You know what the site needs? How do you add recipes? Is there a way for me to add Vietnamese recipes? I don't know if there's like, I don't know, I don't know if I don't have the accents. Maybe it won't find it. Chad, they don't have any Vietnamese meals. We need to add some more meals. How do I contribute to this page? I will cook the meals and then send photos of it. How do I contribute to this? Because I'm assuming the photos have to be copyright free. Ooh, look at that. Sorry, we're getting distracted. Does this also have a videography thing? Videography. It has a filmography. What programming language is this? It's called I'm hoping that you forgot that this is a programming stream. Okay, sorry. So I just needed this page so I could open something. So I could open the browser to something else, and I messed up because I closed it. But I just needed this so OBS could like track it. Okay. Let me go over the project so you know what is going on. So as I said before, we're making a VRChat world that's for Christmas. Okay, I didn't get to fully explain this. Okay. It's specifically a world that's designed to try to get everyone to socialize during Christmas and to add some more fun activities for you to do during the Christmas time. And initially, I was thinking that there could be a gift tree, so that there could be a giant tree in the middle with gifts hanging on it and other little ornaments. Christmas? Yeah, no way. No. It's actually not that hard to make. It's actually surprisingly not that hard to make. And I was thinking to myself, maybe we do a third-party website that people have to go to upload like a model file. But then I was thinking that kind of sucks because one, you have to get out of the game, which is usually painful in VR. Let alone that most people's PCs probably can't handle the ability for you to like alt tab, right? So what I was thinking of is, okay, how about we don't do that? But then what do you do within the like game itself? But also I was thinking of this too. I don't know if you know this, but if you ever think of making a game, and one of the things that, or if you ever think of making a service, and one of the things that you have on your service is you allow people to upload things, you have to be very careful and you need to look up your local laws. This is from somebody who has done this professionally for a couple years now. The amount of legal trouble that you can get into is like very bad, because I don't know how to say this very nicely, but like people will upload all manner of illegal content to your service. It's actually like a major problem where it's like, I'm pretty sure your safety and like moderation spend is going to rival your payroll spend to some degree, and even just be a part of your payroll spend in the sense of like you're going to have far more support staff dealing with the problem of content moderation than you would anything else, right? I actually wonder how VRChat handles it. Though I guess the VR space is a bit more like you need more effort to be able to do something like that. So, based on that, there's a lot of complications there. So I was trying to avoid that as well, because I didn't want people to upload things that would get me in trouble, and also because I really don't want to incorporate for a VRChat world. I don't want to incorporate and make an entire separate legal entity just for a VRChat world. Especially one that's going to cost me money and not really make me money. So I was like, okay, that has to be a better solution, right? And then it hit me. What do you do the most with snow? What's a feature that I've talked about before? What's a thing that we do? And the only reason that this hit me is because I was talking to my niece. And I was like, oh yeah, what'd you do when it snowed? And she's like, I made snow angels and I built a small snowman. And I'm like, oh yeah. And I swear to God, it's like I had like a war flashback. I just paused as I was washing dishes. And she's like, Uncle, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, honey, sorry. But do you know why? I had like a Jimmy Neutron style epiphany, where the idea entered my mind. And I was like, oh, wait, I know exactly what to do. Just allow for sculpting. Okay, so the original idea was people would upload images and 3D model files to the website to send as a gift to someone, right? That's bad because of the legal issues that I mentioned before, and also just in general, moderation costs, as well as like ensuring that the content actually fits within a certain scope. It's easier, no joke, it's easier, and I know it doesn't sound easier, but it's easier to just make it so that people can draw the images inside the game, as well as make it easier such that people can just sculpt 3D models out of snow, and then we can just send that as a gift directly. This also solves the problem of it lowers the skill floor of being able to use use the world, because that's sort of a major deal with the world, where it's like, if the skill floor is too high, no one will go into it. It's not really a fun social experience. You're spending most of your time within Blender, tweaking your model, trying to get it to like fit under a certain like vertex count, trying to make it like look good, and then you're starting to bemoan the fact that this exists, and then you think to yourself, maybe you can find out where I live to give me like a piece of your opinion. So to avoid all of that, what I realized is that it's better to allow people to sculpt the thing that they want inside the game itself, which is actually not that complicated. So sculpting is just another fancy way of saying mesh deformation, okay? Which is just another fancy way of saying you take something and you just move it around, okay? You can do that with any way that you want. It's like moving things around is a very fundamental part of just anything, and this is true within Unity. So not only does it have the ability for you to modify the meshes directly with a Unity specific way based on their internal representation of what the mesh is, theoretically you could do it just on the graphics card as well. So I'll get into sort of what it is. And if you look on the other side with the image uploading, so like making an image of some kind and then like drawing it inside the game, it's still also very nice, because again, images are also very fundamental to sort of how the game works. There's images everywhere. I mean, like a game is just a bunch of images showing on your screen that like sometimes do something when you press something, right? Which is nice. So it's not that bad. And making an image is actually not that hard. And I don't need to make a full-on image editor. I just need to make an image editor and a sculpting mechanism that's fun to do in a social sense, without being so complicated, such that you sort of ignore the fact that it's missing things like you need in Photoshop, which makes it feel more almost like a homemade gift, right? So that's why I think it's simple to make. But that's the gist of the major change, is that, and it's a thing that I wanted to figure out last time we were streaming this, so I wanted to give you the rundown of the project, and then we could figure out how to make this work last time. But obviously, God said no. God said no and said, you specifically, your power is gone. I was like, all right, thanks, God, thanks. So yeah, That's what we're going to go with. It's very simple to do. The only hard part is the sculpting, but I'll get into the details of this once I talk about the rest of the features. So last time we talked about the idea of like a giant Christmas tree in the middle of the map. It's like a giant snowy map. And then there were some other ideas that we had throughout, other streams that people mentioned that they suggested, like Krampus. I actually really enjoyed the idea of Krampus, and one of the original ideas of Snowjob, that mythical game. You know what it is? You know those games that pretend to be like a real game, but it's like a fake mythical game that doesn't exist, like Apparatus Exanimus, right? Snowjob is like that. Like, we could talk about Snowjob all day long. People can. What happens if you Google it? Snowjob. Huh? The Clean Driveway app. Snowjob. This is a snow clearing app available across Ontario. Snowjob, snow removal. Snowjob, an American colloquialism for a cover-up. Snowjob, Sault Ste. Marie. What? Snowjob, Raw, Joepedia. What? G.I. Joe fandom. What? Why Snowjob? Snowjob. Cambridge.org. Snowjob Wikipedia. Okay, wait, chat. We have so many different things. Wait. What the fuck? I didn't know Snowjob was a real term. You can't see it yet. Sorry. Look, it's an actual term. So Snowjob TV, Canadian sitcom. wait. Is it only a term in Canada? Is that why it sounds so normal to me, but it just sounds weird to everyone else? Because it's like 16, Alvin and the Chipmunks, Cheers, Entourage, even Stevens. Film? He's a thief on skis with Sub-Zero something, hunting 40,000 and cold hard. What? 40,000. Starring Jean-Claude Killy, Danielle Gobert. A skiing instructor in the Italian Alps robs the winter resort. Sorry, what? So when you Google Snowjob, you don't really get anything meaningful, right? But it's going to be this mythical type of a game. Snowjob TV series. It had 50 episodes. What? Set in the ski lodge in the Laurentian Mountains. Okay, that's funny. in Quebec. The show's cast includes... guest stars include Jack Duffy, Richard Simmons, Wayne Snowden will clear you out. Getting your driveway cleared has never been easier. Snowjob is a snow clearing app available across Ontario. How does it work? Customer service requesting tutorial? What? Mojob. Wait, this is sick. Wait, this is actually sick. Wait a minute, chat. When was this made? Do you think this was made because I said Snowjob? Like, do you think I accidentally made someone money? How I keep talking about Snowjob, and then someone's like, wait, that's a really good name for something, and then they make this app to clear snow? Because like this is too coincidental. Like this is way too coincidental. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like multi-billion-dollar company. Yeah, exactly. Like, have I accidentally lost out on money? Also, this seems to be like Uber, but for snow. Oh God. Check when the domain was registered. Snow true. Google DNS tools. There we go. DNS lookup. We go snowjob.app. Snowjob. You can't see this. Sorry. Serial. Sysadmin for good hosting. Wait, I do need a host. Canadian web hosting by For Good Hosting. Maybe that'll be good. Okay, how about we just look up? Okay, domain lookup. Who is? Snowjob.app. No, okay. We did not lose out on money. This was back in 2019. It's by Namecheap is really good, by the way. Namecheap is extremely good. Also, so I was doing this thing recently. So, sorry, side note. While I was going down that route of having a third-party website that you could go to upload things, I was looking up Canadian server hosts because I was like, okay, well, I want to get in on that buy Canadian thing, and also it's easier for me to debug it by like going there. There's also the one with the pig as a mascot. Oh yeah, pig bun or something, or pork bun. And I was like, okay, well, let me try to get like a Canadian host. There's no good Canadian host out there. It's like a very tough market, and they're all very expensive. Where it's like you see this Linux VPS from 1899, and then look at this website. Look at this website. A VPS for 18.99 a month is insane to me. When Hetzner is like $5, and like 18.99 is cheap compared to what I saw from others. On top of the fact that like the specs are so annoying too, where it's like for some reason, okay, every other host that I've ever seen, they've gone towards unmetered because bandwidth is cheap and they don't really care about that. But what they do is they limit you on CPU, so it's a trade-off. In the Canadian ones, they limit you in bandwidth and CPU, so you're useless. On top of that, this one uses AI art, which is kind of funny. Yeah, see, so not only do you have a shitty computer, you also have very, very terrible, you have very terrible bandwidth for any online service. I mean, it's not that it's like a crazy, like if you host a static website, it's like one thing, but still. Anyway, so this is Snowjob. Reykjavik. What? Oh, privacy. Right. I was like, right? I was like, what? Reykjavik. Wait, chat. What if I do, okay, for this world, what if I do a riff of this video for the trailer? And then it's like, haha, it's like a joke. It's like Snowjob joke. Snowjob joke. What? Look at that app running. They're running this on the emulator, where it's got really shitty performance. Put snow on left side of driveway. Is this accurate? This is literally Uber, but for clearing snow. This is Uber, but for clearing snow. Completely how to bid on a job as a provider. Wait, you actually? Yeah, this is just Uber. Wow. So you have to take a photo, and then when you lock it, is that an AI voiceover? Is this an AI voiceover? Wait, just like listen. This channel has 3 subscribers. I think it is an AI voice. Wow. I did not expect that. And then Mojob, I'm assuming, is the exact same thing. Does Mojob link somewhere else? The company. To be the best choice for grass cutting services available to anyone, anywhere, at all times. Wow. Why Mojob? This is a whole new era, right? I had no clue that this existed, but yeah, this is just a Canadian thing. And they started insulting. I've actually noticed that a lot of places now, a lot of places seem to be made. A lot of new startups seem to be popping up outside of Ontario and Vancouver. Snowjob term. Okay, well, anyways, sorry, we got distracted by the Snowjob thing. What was I talking about? Right, sorry. So, what was the thing I was talking about? Oh yeah, the other features of the world. Sorry. So based on the mythical Snowjob that we've been talking about, this idea of Snowjob being a real game, right? That it totally exists. I took a couple of notes from other features that I thought would be cool. So we still have the same features that I mentioned last time, which is like giant tree in the middle, cool snowy village. There's like each gift, write lines of code, level impossible. So you think lines of code is the only measure to a project, right? But do you even know what what you're writing code for? No? Then there you go. That's why code is a useless. That's why nobody measures a project in lines of code, because lines of code is ultimately the worst measure, because if you don't even know what you're making, then it doesn't matter. And there will be at least one line of code. So yeah. By continuing for me to tell you about the project, about the thing that we're making, so we have a goal, so that we know what we want to achieve, I took some notes from other things. So what I realized is that with the feature of being able to sculpt within the game, tell that to your GitHub rectangles. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? How useful are your projects? Oh yeah? Oh, my browser has horizontal tabs. Buddy, this is a default feature of Firefox. sorry. Look at this. It's a default feature of Firefox. What are you coding? Man, just man. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Look, your code is cool. I'm just saying that like when you think of a programming stream, I don't want you to think of it as the thing that's let's say like Jonathan, or let's say like other. I've definitely noticed that there's this dichotomy in programming streams where they go at it in a very sort of like curated way. I don't know how to explain this, but like usually when you see a programming stream, they've done all the thinking beforehand, and then they just sort of do the coding live, but they also know what solution to go for live. So it's almost like they're going through a script. But in my mind, it's like realistically, programming is also just a matter of actually thinking about the project and how you want to solve it versus necessarily just coding and just playing out a script, right? And that thinking process is interesting to see because I think you never really get to see that thinking process. Usually every single programming video that I see, it just seems like they have the thoughts and then all of a sudden it's like there for you to have as a goal, and they don't really talk about how they got to that conclusion. They don't really talk about the intuitions or sort of like the way that they think about the stuff and like the way that they sort of break these things down into, and then how they do a spike on like whether or not it's even technically feasible, because this is going to be an interesting intersection of the kind of thing that you would do on, say, a normal business project where you have a limited budget as well as like technical constraints. This one is like we have no budget, but we have a technical constraint, and one that's even more constrained than, say, like an embedded device in a way where at least there we have full freedom in programming to do whatever we want. We just have to be careful about our usage. Here we don't really have full freedom. We are literally limited to a subset of a real language. So that's sort of like an interesting thing there. You know, most program streams are React streams these days. Okay, that seems awful. like they just turn on a video to watch and then they watch a video. Not to say that I don't do that too to some degree, but like if that's the entirety of the stream, I just like think to myself, what's the point? But also it really tells you, okay? Think about this. Programmers are getting paid six figures, and guess what? You think it's just the streams? No, man. No, man. Let me tell you, chat. As a professional programmer, even at the workplace, that's how a lot of people work. A lot of people work and they do like maybe 2 or 3 hours of work, and then they just watch videos. They do something the entire day. Listen, kudos to them if they can make money and they still get the job done, right? If they hit the goals, it doesn't really matter. But for somebody like me, I don't know if I could stand doing that. I think once I hit the goals, I would just still do something else besides watching a video or just hanging out. Like I feel like it's so mind numbing to hang out at work. Like I would even ask, like, hey, like, can I just go home early or something? Like it's like there's a waste of fucking time, right? But I've definitely seen people like pad out, you know, the project. To be fair, it's at various incentives to finish it early, but still, you know, it's at least like do something, try something, learn something. They watch programming videos. That's awful. That's you know what's crazy? I think people who make programming videos, most of them feel like React slop or like guru type like style things. And I'm like, why? Like, there's a couple that I think are really interesting, where it's like I don't know, like read a comp sci paper. I guess I don't know. Let's read a comp sci paper. Here we go. Vivek Halder. This guy, like, no one watches him, but he just reads a bunch of different research papers. I don't know if he talks about them because I've never actually like watched one fully. I don't know if I've never gotten to the point where he breaks it down because like I start to, not to say that he's a bad reader. It's just the fact that like, you know, reading papers is very boring. But like stuff like this, I'm just sort of like, what are they talking about? Where they read programming articles on stream. What are those things even talking about half the time? Like, I feel like most... Okay, I'll get into it, but I actually have a perfect example of, like, why I look at that with a certain level of like, caution, because, like, let me tell you, it's very hard to find good information now, and I don't know what happened. But please let me finish talking about the project, so you know what's going on, okay? Look. The project is the same old features as before. Things to supplement the ability for you to make an image as well as make a 3D model. Elves that hold stuff that you can rob. So taking the idea of the elves around the map. So there's going to be elves around the map. You have to throw snowballs at them or roll a snowball into them to like kill them to steal their gifts. And inside and inside their gift boxes is things that you can attach to your sculpture, or things that you can use to like draw on your image. And a rolling snowball. So this one might be post MVP though, because it's a little frustrating. But just because I don't want to have to deal with trying to sync the physics up in a way that feels good. Syncing the physics up, especially within this game, might be a little bit annoying versus like anything else, just because of the way that I see it works. So we'll see how it goes. But at least these bits are going to be in. Now let me talk about the relationship between the programmer article thing as well as like what we're programming. So again, when you anytime you make a project, ideally you should be scoping out what you're going to be doing beforehand, because it's coding is like coding is the act of translation, right? There's some things about coding that are interesting where it's like the optimization bit, but here we don't really have much room for optimization because we're working within a limited environment, which is Udon. Maybe it's like maybe just search like this, Udon VR chat. And this thing is really, really bad. So this thing is interesting in that they even tell you that the performance of it is extremely poor. I wish I could find the page. What is it? Udon 1,000 times slower. I don't know. There we go. They tell you straight up that like Udon as a language and just as a target for how you do things is significantly slower than C#. Can take about 200 to 1,000 times longer to run. On top of that, there's limitations as to what you can do because it's meant to be a constrained subset of the language that doesn't allow you to break out of a safe sandbox, which is a admirable goal, but I still small rant. I don't know why they didn't do what Sandbox does, because Sandbox has the exact same thing. Sandbox, that like weird online platform thing based on Source 2, they have the exact same thing actually. If you go to their docs, documentation, or maybe code, is there like a advanced topics, code generation? No. API wordless. They have the exact same thing where it's like they tell you what you can't use. Like you literally can't access file systems, but you can use the file system API to like do it. So somehow they're able to do it here without losing performance, and I don't really know why VRChat can't. But I digress. Because of this, right? I think when you make a project, you should be able to scope out what you're doing beforehand, because these limitations, even when you're coding it, you will come in, like you don't even have to like write code to know exactly how it's going to affect the way that your code is going to be like, because the way that your code is going to be like, you can just read about it and then immediately sort of understand, okay, and then sort of not imagine, but like conceptualize how you're going to translate this into something usable. Because again, a lot of coding is the act of translation. I would even argue, in my mind, when I look at optimization, I look at optimization as a way of translating the logic from one form into another, and hopefully this form is more performance based on various characteristics. Like let's say I'm writing something that's like very low level, deals with a lot of like low level concepts, like actually like spinning up threads and like filling in, pulling data, performing actions on that like data. I might be then thinking about CPU caches. I might be thinking about how many cores the system has. I might be thinking about querying this and like optimizing it and like working on like a scheduler or like a way to like allocate these resources without starving a system, right? But still, I'm looking at the core logic and I'm saying I need to translate this logic from what it was before, the form before, into its new form. So when you look at like any project, it's worth it to look at the project and say it's not just a matter of coding, because coding is like maybe like 10% of the whole thing. It's a matter of like actually having an idea of what you want to do and having the concept in mind, and also actually understanding what the problem space is and what the solution is going to be like. At least in my mind, that's how I sort of approach these projects. So I've actually scoped out a fair amount of these, but not all of it. And we're actually going to get to the implementation of these today to see if this works. So even with all I've said, there's still some sort of, there's still no way for you to know every single variable until you actually go and make it, because, and this is sort of an interesting problem within the space, documentation is a skill that we don't really train on anymore, nor do people really hire anymore, because it's not feasible. The best example of this actually is Apple documentation, iOS. I think it's probably, this is like the best one to look at. Though I can't find the old documentation. Apple Doc, iOS, old documentation archive. Here we go. Here we go. Um, yeah, this is some really old shit. Preventing sleep, QuickTime. Okay, documentation as a skill is sort of gone. So there used to be a dedicated role called a technical writer. It still is there, but no one really uses it anymore. And so documentation is usually written ad hoc by developers when they go to write the code. Usually this is fine, but the problem is that one, programmers are not necessarily good writers, nor are they good at explaining concepts. It's not always possible for them to actually like write something that makes sense. Two, because they're saving costs in one end, they're saving costs on the entire pipeline. There's nobody to go in and then double check that this makes sense. So even within Apple Docs, I wish I could find the example that I saw last time, but like there was one example that I looked at and I was like, wait, this doesn't make any sense because when you actually go and you do it, it's missing like bits and pieces that you have to go elsewhere to find. But you see this everywhere. You see this in the Android docs. You see it in like the iOS docs. You see it for any documentation. And these are major companies with like a lot of weight behind them, a lot of like people working on their products. So it's they should have the resources to do it, but it's not always simple. And this is in contrast to back then when they used to hire people like technical writers. There's a flow. There's a certain flow to the documentation that you get into that helps sort of ease you into various concepts. So, for instance, you can read this like top down. This is documentation here, and it tells you a lot about what the features are, what exactly the standard is, how it works, why we want to do this, what the differences are from other things, and then how you can even use it within your code and what to expect when you use it from a UI level. This is a very comprehensive documentation, and it tells you a lot about what you want to do, but the standard of documentation isn't there anymore. So even though you have documentation, even though you can sort of look at something and then go through it, especially if it's a greenfield project, you probably won't be able to get every single unknown out of the way. So even while you're doing it, you still have to, you're going to be doing it to like try and verify that your idea even works in the first place. So it's a very fascinating problem to have, IMO. It's also very painful because, again, the language is strange, and also just the way that you go through the cycle of testing things is sort of annoying. And the thing that we're doing in particular as a solution is going to be very annoying. I'll go over specifically the images first. So images are very simple. Images, you just need to write to a texture. That's it. You write to a texture, you then encode it as something, and then you're good. And actually, what's interesting is that VRChat recently, at some point, added the ability for you to actually use the graphics API directly in order to write directly onto an image. We're probably going to use something like this because it's the easiest way to like do it and also very performant. But before they didn't have this, so you need to do a bunch of tricks. Like you would have to do all of your drawing within a shader, which is insane. Whereas this one, you can do it in a much more imperative way, which is nice. And once you have a texture, let's say you want to have the image stored somewhere, you can then probably encode it, but I forget exactly how you encode it. But there is like a way for you to like change the format and then basically output like a PNG somewhere. I just forget exactly what. I think it's like a separate thing, but so that's fairly simple, right? In terms of the image, we know exactly what we want to do. Images are just pixels. You just split them to like a texture, and then you're good to go. And then you save that texture in whatever form that you want. In this case, we're not saving it on disk because you don't have file system access on VRChat. What we're going to be doing is, and this is where the Rust part may come in, but I don't really want to do the API live on stream, just because the API is going to be a little frustrating to test. And I don't want it to be hammered too early. Like the problem is that if it gets hammered early, it's going to be impossible for me to sort of like actually get like a good baseline performance. Because again, any API you can just access. Like if you know what a network call is like, and you know how it's being done on any application, then you know how to make the API call yourself. Just you'd even do it in your terminal, right? Like it's very simple using something like curl. So I'll probably do that off stream and just show you the stuff that's there, and that's the bit that involves Rust, where I'll be using Rust to like make it, just because I just want to see as an experiment if it's going to be like good, especially on that very constrained environment that I'm going to run it on. But the idea of it is that when we make an image, we draw to it. We have these like things that you draw to it. The logic of translating the things over into what will be drawn, that's going to be on like a per case basis. That's sort of like the gameplay design. We'll think about that as we go. But technically, it's just going to involve something like this, and then it's just going to involve, basically just taking all the bytes of that texture and then just sending it over the wire to the server where it'll store there, and then whoever it's going to be sent to, when they load it, they'll pull down the texture and we'll load it onto a texture, and then they'll see it inside the game. My idea is when we load it down, we put it inside of a photo frame that we put inside the GIF box, so you can pull out the photo frame and you see it inside the photo frame, the image that someone drew for you. And we'll see sort of how this goes. I don't really know if this is going to work, but well, whatever it is, drawing images is the simple part. The hard part is the 3D sculpting. I scoped this out a little bit, and this is fairly experimental because I don't really know if this is going to work. The goal of it is that you are going to be able to sculpt with snow. I wanted it to be that you can pick up snow and you have to put it on to the specific sculpting table, like, you know, the ones that like spin, right? But I think just to keep it simple, you can only sculpt within certain areas to keep it very, I guess, like localized, and also just fun as a hangout spot almost. As well, I'm probably gonna not go with the idea of picking up snow in the first place, because I'll get into this deeper. But mesh transformation is a little bit complicated, but mesh deformation is not that complicated as far as I can tell. But the gist of it is that you get this like specific sized cube of, you know, just material to work with, and you can deform the mesh any way that you want. You can poke holes in it, though the holes might be a little bit more complicated. I'm gonna try to see if I can actually support that. It should be okay, but we'll see. It's just a little complicated because of the way that you have to do the logic of like cutting out the polygons and then like and then choosing the right vertices to like create a polygon with. I'll get into it. There's like a method for it. And you then have this sculpting material, which is going to be the snow inside the game, and you can just use your hands there to actually manipulate it and then sculpt it into whatever you want. And same idea as the images. We then take all the data that comprises that mesh. So in this case, just the vertices themselves. We don't really need to care about anything else, really. And we just send that over the wire into our server. And then when somebody pulls it down, they'll pull down the information of the vertices. We'll just draw them, and we'll just make triangles based on the order that they came in. This should be okay, but I'll see how that exactly... I don't really know how exactly to like get the vertices in any particular order, but we'll see how it goes. And I've got some ideas of how to do this in a faster way. And so the hard part of this one is that we're going to be doing this mostly within a shader and using this trick with a shader that I read about from the Linux in VR chat in a shader article, which linked to a different repo, which has a whole different bunch of list of things that you can do within shaders that would typically not be done elsewhere because you have better mechanisms in the programming languages that we don't have here. What's a mesh? A mesh is a representation of whatever a 3D model is. And it's sort of weird to say this, but specifically within Unity, it's like the mesh is the internal representation of whatever a 3D model is. And whatever a 3D model is, it sort of depends on whatever you use. But a 3D model is effectively just a bunch of vertices, and then maybe some optional materials, maybe some optional even like shaders if you really want to, like to that degree. But usually it's just a bunch of vertices, and then you draw the polygons based on the order that they come in. There's actually a handful of different formats. So you have object formats, you have FBX format, but that's like the gist of it. Here, you actually get to see an example of it. So usually these files, that comes with all the vertices themselves, comes with their coordinates. So you know, and it comes with their normals, and then you can actually you can reconstruct them. Baseline, you get even like which vertices are going to create what polygon, like actually what how far back do I have to go? Do you know what polygons are? Basically, a vertices is a point on the model that you would see within Blender. I don't know, like the Blender cube wireframe. Is there a way for me to show this? Ah, perfect. Actually, this is kind of perfect. Okay, well, actually, this one you can't really see it. Maybe just... Oh, wait, no, perfect. That's good. See this? Vertices is every single intersection. Basically, you can just think of it as that. It's not really that, but it could be. Here in this case, it's just all of these intersections. It's these points. The lines between them are edges, and the polygons is the thing in between them. It's like the face of it itself. So usually that's what a model. That's what a model file has, and it lets you work with it. And oh god, Firefox is dying. And then the mesh is just usually just some internal representation based on whatever you're working with. But don't they get converted into triangles? Yes, that's what a polygon is. So, but the thing about the polygon is that it could be triangles or it could be anything else. Like it's that's why we keep it as just like polygons, because there's also experimental ways where you could do things like quads, you could do things like other things. Triangles are just the most efficient form that we have because the hardware is built for triangles. Like, don't get it twisted. In any other circumstance, if the world went a different way, it could have been rectangles. It could have been it could have been squares that would have been the most efficient shape for it. It just happened to be that the way that the hardware went made the triangles the most efficient thing. Not to say that mathematically they aren't also the most efficient thing to work with, but like just in general, like if we'd started developing the hardware for quads but not for the for triangles, it would not have even got like the quads would have been the thing that they get converted into. Don't think of it in the low level. The low level thing is more of a low level detail. You kind of have to care about it in terms of the performance of the model. In general, just think about it as a polygon. And then, if you care about optimizing it, then yeah, you have to think about it in terms of a triangle. That's all graphics hardware now. But because it gets converted under the hood, you don't really have to care about it too much. Unless your shit is like really, really weird of a shape where the way it breaks down is sort of annoying. Like if you have, even actually that image was a perfect example. Say here, you see how like these quads are formed up of four vertices, right? Very easy to break down into a triangle because you just take it and you cut it in half, and then both sides are now a single triangle. And it doesn't really matter which way you slice it. That's how you do it, right? Internally, that's very easy. Even these shapes, where like this is technically still just a cube because it has, this is technically still just a single quad because it has 4 points. You can still like split this into two different triangles. If you have a polygon that has five vertices, it gets a little bit more complicated, and so on, right? Like it's like, for the most part, you don't have to care as long as you use either, quads or triangles. But if you go any further, then you kind of have to care. I don't know. Look, it's complicated. Just think of it as baseline. That's what a mesh is, and that's what a model is, and then that's what all these things are under the hood. It's just vertices, edges, a polygon of some type that gets converted into a triangle. But you usually don't have. You really don't really have to care about that. It's sort of done for you transparently. If it's easier for you to model with the idea of a quad, then you should do it based on a quad, right? Again, sort of the goal is to get from the visuals. Like the technical doesn't really concern the visual. It only matters when you're optimizing. But when you're thinking about the visual aspect of like what a mesh of the model is, just think of it in terms of like the way that you need to. But yes, it does get converted into triangles. That's like the very like quick gist of it. Okay, that's like the very quick gist of it. But yeah, and then there's multiple formats that these things can be stored in. Obj is one file. You have FBX, which is another file from. I keep thinking that the name is Facebook because it's FBX, but it's Autodesk. And that's basically it. There's like a bunch more files. There's Collider. There's like a whole shit ton of them. Actually, there's a fuck ton of that. There's actually a project that I posted a while ago called the Asset Importer, which this helps you deal with all of them, and you don't have to deal with them yourself because let me actually show you. Is there a way for me to show exactly how many? Here we go. These are all the file formats that you have, and this is what I mean by like at its core, it's just a bunch of vertices because the format of the file itself doesn't matter because again, basically we happened to use certain file formats as a standard, but realistically, even back then, and even to some degree today, there are quite a few tools that have their own format. Like Quake 1, Quake 2, and Quake 3 have their own format for what a model is. Unity has its own internal representation of a model, which is, in Unity, the mesh. So it takes whatever these files are and converts it to its own internal representation, which it then uses this to do everything else. So it's a little complicated, but just think of it as like there's like common formats that we encode this data into that helps us move models around, but the format is not really, the format doesn't make the model. The thing that makes a model is like the core of the vertices, the polygons, the normal, stuff like that. It's just the format is just how you want to decide to like transport it around to various different things. But yeah, so we're gonna do that. So we have this mesh now. So we have this giant cube of snow that we get to work with, right? This giant cube of snow that we want to work with, and you want to be able to deform it with your hands because it's a VR game. VR chat allows you to get hand tracking data at a very high level of fidelity. It seems like too. Like you, not only do you get hand tracking data. If I could find the page, if I saved it somewhere. Also, sorry, I need to do this really quick. I should probably add. How do I add all these to a playlist? I'll do this for now. Wait, it's the same one that I just played. Wait. There we go. Not only do you get the hand tracking data, as in, straight from the headset where their hands are, so I'm trying to find exactly what the link is. You also get information about the bone. So it's kind of hard to explain bones, but I don't have the link here. Okay, well, I'll have to Google it really quick. Just give me 1 second. Yes. Where's the bone? Sorry. I have 3 browsers open. 3 browser windows. Video chat, hand tracking data, but the Udon. Oh, here we go. Was it player API? Yeah, it is. You can get the tracking data of the hands. So you actually get so you tell VRChat what you want to get. Do you want the head? Do you want the hands? I don't know if this also supports other things too. Like, I know that VRChat supports other trackers, so presumably you can get it from this as well. But I don't know if they expose it to Udon scripts, because I don't know if they care about it in terms of a gameplay thing, because the only constant thing that every VR headset has is hands and head. Things like the feet and stuff, while it supports it via, I forget what it's called now. It's something the open. It's like a format that you translate all of the tracking data into, that you can then send over into any application, and if it supports that format, it'll then consume that data to like do whatever you want with it. But I don't know if you can get that data. Not that it matters for us, but you can get data of like the hands and the heads, and you can get data of exactly what comes from the headset itself, or you can also get the bones itself. So the data of the. It seems like, at least the way that they describe it, seems like of the mesh itself. Because a bone is a part of a skeleton, which is just a way for you to. It's just a thing that you can then attach. It's just a thing that you can just attach vertices to, that when you move the bone will also affect those vertices based on the way that you've attached it. That's basically the simplest way to explain it. It's a lot more complicated in terms of like what is rigging, what is a skeleton, what is like painting on bone weights. How exactly do you do these different types of transformations? Like, how do you do it in such a way that it doesn't deform, but actually just like, moves everything over? How do you handle scale and stuff? But let's just, for simplicity, a bone is just a thing that you can paint, that you can attach vertices to. I'm really bad at explaining this stuff because it's like very complicated. And I'm trying to find like the simplest way to just think of that as a bone, as a way for you to attach vertices to it, that when you move the bone also moves those things. Or like when you transform a bone also transforms those attached vertices on it. And the way that this documentation seems to talk about the bones, it seems like I can get specifically the way that the mesh is laid out in terms of like the way that the bone is in relation to the tracking data itself. So hopefully that is the case. If not, I have to figure out a way to get the avatar data, which is easy, but avatars are complicated in that like you might have a bone that's, for the left and right hands, but the fingers themselves might be much further. The thing that I'm trying to get to is that I want to feel accurate to you with your avatar. So if you see the finger of your avatar touching something, it has to be accurate to the point where it actually moves it based on the mesh of your avatar and like the way that it should move when you're sculpting, versus the tracking data, which may be much smaller. Like if you have a model where because with human hands, we have human hands, but let's say you have a furry model and your furry model has like very giant paws. I want you to be able to sculpt with your paws and not just with your hands. You know what I mean? Like that's the gist of what I'm trying to go for. I'm hoping that this works. So we have that data, and we have this giant cube full of material for us to work with, which is probably going to be like a set vertex count, and I'll figure out how to do that stuff later. There's sort of this issue of like having to verify it on the server side and making sure that you can't accidentally blow up someone's PC. But once you have that, Now we have to get into the sculpting. And my idea of how to handle the sculpting, this is experimental. I don't know if this works, but I've seen and I've implemented a few of these before, but I don't remember anything about them. I've implemented them, not that I know them. So again, when someone says that they've done something, always ask them what they mean, because they might have done something in the same way that like you do something when you Google something and you copy paste code. So, but you can use a vertex shader to do mesh deformation, because a vertex shader is a type of shader that runs over every single vertex of the thing that you attach it to. So it's like, let's say you have the shader in a material that's attached to this specific mesh. It's going to get all the vertices of that mesh. It's going to run the shader over every single one, whatever mechanism that it decides to run it. Like, let's say, does it run them all in parallel? Does it run only chunks of 64? That's up to your graphics card. Don't worry about that. Just think of it as this shader will run pretty much at the same time for every single vertex on your mesh. And you can use that to actually modify where the vertex is. So you can actually move the vertex around and actually like shift it over or like push it out or something. And then you can output that back out. And then that's basically what we're going to do. We're going to be using that to try and manipulate the vertices on the mesh, because the alternative is you have to go into the Unity side using Udon and calling something like this. So quite literally, let's say you want to construct a mesh, and you want to make a mesh, or you want to just modify the things of the mesh itself. What you do is this is the new documentation. I have to go to the old one. You have to like go and do it for every single vertex. For every single vertex, sorry. You have to do it for every single vertex. I'm trying to find the constructor. It probably has it. What's the code example that was here? There's a really good code example that showed. Sorry, just give me a second. Unity 3D create mesh. There was like one code example that was really good at showing exactly what you do. But basically, you would define the position of every vertex in your script, and then you would manipulate the position by calling things like, moving it over, translating it. I'm trying to avoid that because as far as I can tell, again, if Udon is that slow, they recommend you call into Unity stuff, but I don't know what happens when you call into Unity stuff for like 500 things. Because iteration over a lot of things, a model has a ton of vertices. And if you're sculpting something, to get the fidelity that you want from the feel of sculpting something, you need to have a lot of vertices. And so if you try to iterate over that much, they seem to say that you can't do that because it's going to break. Like, look, avoid massive complex algorithms that iterate over thousands of elements. So that's why we're doing it within a shader in the hopes of getting around that problem, because the shader just runs on your GPU. This is a good enough example. This is basically how you would make a mesh from scratch procedurally at runtime. You give it an array of vertices, and if you want to modify these vertices, you would go over each one and you would modify them. And that's very painful because, again, did you see the monkey? That monkey that didn't look very cool and looked pretty shitty? That thing probably has like 1,000 vertices. Or even like the Stanford teapot. The Utah, sorry, it's not... Wait, what's the difference? Utah. How many... Do you see this? This is probably like a couple thousand vertices. Like, it's like... Depending on how nice it looks, like, it could be pretty bad. So it's like, it's hard to make something look good without a lot of vertices. Like, it's hard to do like a low poly look while also making it look nice. And then consider that you're trying to emulate this feeling of sculpting. You can't just have something that's like low poly count. Because it's just not going to feel good to work with. Like, imagine you have a cube with only like 12 vertices, let's say, or like 16 vertices, right? And the player is trying to sculpt it. If they move one piece, like an entire face is going to cave in. Like, that feels bad. So yeah, we can't do that. That's why we're doing it within a shader. So, but my theory is that this should be possible. We can do it within a shader. We can manipulate the positions of it. Unity actually exposes I don't know how to explain this. I remember using this a long time ago and like kind of explaining it and then kind of knowing it before, but now I don't really know if I know it. Shaders run and assume that the thing that you're working with is within this like local space. I don't remember the name of it. It's something called like, it's like hardware space or something, but basically it's like where it is in relation to some other metric. Let's say you have a fragment slash pixel shader. It's that like hardware space is in relation to your screen. I don't know what it is for a vertex shader, but it's like relative to the vertex, because it's the position of a vertex is normalized from 0 to 1 as a floating point number. But there's actually a way to convert it into world space by actually doing a transformation by multiplying it by the matrix. This is very complicated now. Basically, when people talk about world space and local space, and when people talk about a 3D space, they're talking about different mathematical operations that allow you to convert it into whatever space that it is. Because realistically, the only space that's real is your screen. Everything else is just an abstract concept that we've modeled with math in order to make it real. And so when you want to get something such that it still exists within a world space but is gone from your screen, let's say it gets cold or it's just off camera, you have to have a way to like keep it there, right? That's when you do these transformations from world space into something else, or vice versa. And it involves a lot of matrix math, which is like 16 operations, which is painful. I don't know if this is going to work, but we need to do something like that because, again, we can't work with just whatever the local space of a vertex shader is, which I forget the name of, sorry. Because we need to modify the vertex in relation to the hand tracking data. And the hand tracking data, as far as I can tell from the documentation, again, and again, this is an example of like when documentation fails you, it seems like it's just a position. So it's like it returns the center of the local viewer user's play space, and then it gets the position of your hands in relation to that origin. So you have to convert it to some other space to know where it is in relation to other things. How do I even show this? Is there a way for me to show this like visually? Basically, imagine this is your cube. Okay, perfect. This is like a good enough here. Imagine this is your cube of snow. Okay, this is your cube of snow. The player could be over here with their hands. All right, they could be over here with their hands. All right, cool. How do you know in relation to where this is? If you get local player position, if you get the hand position data in reference to the player. So the position of the hands is in reference to where the player's origin is, which is usually by a feet or something. Now, this isn't always true, and I'm curious to see how this actually plays out in real time, because usually the origin's at your foot or something, but I think you can modify the origin based on your avatar, so this might be wonky, but we'll see how it goes. But either way, we have to take this position that is local to your player position. So let's say the cube is at like, I don't know, 100x. Sorry. Y100, Z100, right? Let's say it's at, 100 XYZ. And the player's over here at like 95 because they have like 5 units. Well, 5 units worth of arms is actually massive. Actually, if you're 5 Unity units worth of arms, you're fucking huge. Like you're a giant. Wait, maybe. And the player's over at I don't know, and then the player's over at like 99 point whatever number, like I don't know, and I put like 99, it's like 7 or something, and then so on and so forth, right? The position of the hands, it seems like the position of the hands that you get from tracking is going to be in local space. So when you get the hand tracking position, it's going to say something like x equals 5, and then y equals like 2, because it's based off of where the hands are in relation to the player's origin, not where they are in the world. Realistically, the hands might be at like 104.997 and so on and so forth. So you have to do a translation from this into that. But when you do a translation from this into that, a vertex shader only cares about the position of the vertices as like a value from 0 to 1. It's like localized to whatever it is. I forget exactly what it is, but we can't work with this because we have no relation between where the position of the hands are and this, because they're operating in 2 different spaces. It's like this is whatever the vertex local space is, okay? Vertex local. And then the hands themselves, oh shit. And then the hands themselves are within player local. So this is a problem. These are 2 different spaces, right? Player local. We have to get them into a shared space so that we know exactly how to manipulate the vertices. For instance, if we move a hand into the cube, where is that vertex going to go based on that information? We don't know, because these are 2 different values that have no relation to each other. My theory is that we have to convert the values into the same space. Otherwise, this isn't going to work, which is going to be world space. So these values are in world space. World space. When you do that, then we should be able to calculate how much the hand tracking, how to manipulate and how far to move, like things like this vertex and so on and so forth. Though at the end of a vertex shader, you have to convert it back from world space. So at the end of the vertex shader, you have to go back from this into vertex space at the end. You can't just like output it into world space because then it's going to go way off screen. So you have to go back into vertex local space, but that's fine. You can just run the operation in reverse, so it should be okay. But this is the complicated bit that I don't know how this is going to work because I don't know if this is true. I don't know if the hand tracking data is actually local or if you can get like a world position if that's already calculated for you. I don't really remember much about how vertex shaders work, so we're gonna have to figure that out as well in terms of like how do you translate the space. But I do know that Unity has a way to like do that translation for you, so it should be fine. But there's also another thing. This is all just how to get everything into the same context so that we can work with it. So now everything is within the same context and we can actually work with it, and we know that what something is in relation to the other. So if we know that what the hand tracking data is in relation to the vertices themselves. But we haven't talked about the logic of how to actually manipulate those vertices. So for instance, how do we actually decide on where a vertex moves to? My theory is that this should work, is what we do is we're going to take the previous frame's information. So where did I talk about this? Oh, don't search. We can determine, did I not write this down? The way that we're going to calculate where a vertex is going to go, I swear I wrote this down at some point. Sorry, just give me a second. Here we go. Is we have a direction. So we can calculate the direction based on the previous frame's hand tracking data versus the current frame's hand tracking data. I don't know if versus is the right term, but you can determine the direction that the player is moving their hands in frame by just comparing it to the previous frame's value. And then you have a direction vector that sort of tells you, okay, where they're going to go. Theoretically, if we pass in the hand tracking data plus this information about the direction as well as how far they've moved, and we may not even need exactly how far they've moved, we can then do an accurate transformation on the vertex such that we move it back to exactly where the player expects it to be. And the reason why I say we might not even need how far they've moved back is because if I can somehow get the boundary of the mesh. So let's say, like, again, back to the furry model, they have furry hands, and their furry fingers are much larger than the human hands because every furry wants to be an animal and not a real person. Not to say that they aren't real people, but like, you know what I mean? Like it's a part of the fantasy, right? And when you're in VR chat, I think it's important to respect that fantasy. If you break the fantasy, you break the immersion. And I think it's bad if you make a VR world or a VR game and you break the immersion. So to keep the immersion, I need to know exactly the bounds of the mesh. So I don't know. Let's go back to the drawing, which gives me an opportunity to draw furry art. Yeah, I never get this opportunity. Okay, so I'm gonna use I'm gonna use red for your stinky human hands. All right, so you have red for your stinky. Don't worry about the sausage fingers. You can tell I'm not an artist. I'm not an artist. Okay, I'm not an artist. Did you know that there's apparently a relation between the size of your ring finger and the size of your middle finger that determines your penis size? And honestly, like, the relation between mine, like the difference between my two fingers are like massive. Which explains why I have such a massive penis. First, he manipulates vertices and then tracks them. Leave the vertices alone, you freak. No. I need them, okay? It's their fault for just being there and being so manipulable. To use a classic from the playbook of somebody who's a freak. But yeah, imagine the red is your human hands. Okay, I don't know why their middle finger is a withered mess. Okay, and this is their human hands. All right, I'm not an artist. I don't know. Is there a furry artist inside chat that can help me draw this? Is there a furry artist that can give me like a relationship between the human hand and then their furry model hand that can give me like something to work with compared to me? Okay. And now imagine that the orange is your furry hand, okay? If your hand looks like that, you might have to go to the doctor. Yeah, probably. It's like you might have something very, very wrong with you. Like something's wrong with you. Okay, so now you have furry paws. Is this how you draw a paw? It's like something like this, right? And then they have like all five in the front or something. Wait, what the fuck does a paw look like? Do paws have thumbs? Dog paw. Dog paw. Oh shit, they do have a thumb, but it's at the back. It's the ado claw. Oh shit. Okay, so yeah, I guess actually, yeah, this makes sense. Every time I play with my dog's hands, they're so cute. I love grabbing her paws and just smushing them on my face. Why don't I just use images? Because how will I ever get better if I don't try, right? Think about that. How will I ever get better at drawing if I don't try? And how funny is it if I just use an image versus like drawing it myself? I think having comedy helps keep people's interest in whatever I'm doing, because this is otherwise going to be very stale. So you have the four fingers and then you have a dew claw. Okay, so this makes sense. So you have this and you have a dew claw. Okay, this is good. Oh shit! Here we go. Now we're programming. Now we're programming. Okay, let's see if you have like kill a thought. Okay. Red. Hello, chat. Red. Wait, what's that fifth finger? It's a dew claw. It's a thumb. Back here. It's a spur. Apparently, they used to have thumbs and then they lost thumbs. You know what's crazy? Imagine being a dog and then you're on the cusp of evolving a thumb. But then something happens and then your body's like, we don't need that. Oh, the carpal pad. Oh, yeah. I don't know what this is, but I've seen it on dogs. I guess this is something for them to like sit on. What's a carpal pad? What's the purpose of your dog's carpal pads? From pethelpful.com, which is probably an AI website. Ask a vet. Is there an AI vet? At some time or another, you may wonder about the purpose of your carpal pads. Okay, you may be surprised a lot of dogs on this. What are they? Okay, you use to spot them. Basically, they're located where their wrist would be. What? What's the purpose? They will not come into play when they're running or walking. So what's the point? If they're running fast, the carpal pad might touch the ground. It's an emergency brake. Or they help them churn, and it's a shock absorber, and it's a balancing act. Okay, so I guess it's just... Oh, I have a perfect analogy. And the way to get this analogy is this B-boy owl, morning of owl windmill. Okay, isn't it technically that like dogs walk on their fingertips? Yes, exactly. So when you think of a carpal pad, you should think of it in terms of when somebody does a windmill within breakdancing. When does he do the windmill in this one? I think he does it over here. It's over here. When basically when your dog walks on their carpal pad is when they're doing this. That's when they're walking on their carpal pad. Okay, this is breakdancing is just human. Breakdancing is just humans trying to be dogs. Wait, how come furries don't get in? How come furries don't do breakdancing? You see, because they're like, because you can't. How come furries walk on their two legs? You know what I mean? Because like breakdancing is just furry motion. You know what I mean? It's just animal motion, but we just do it on the floor. Like literally, if you have a furry model, you should just get into power moves inside of breakdancing. It's not that hard to do too, okay? Even in my old age, I can still do a windmill. It's pretty impressive. I can still do all of the freezes too. Granted, I might fall down after a while, but like, you know, what do you mean? Look, furry run. Okay, so look. We have back to the furry example, because that's a great example, right? That example says everything, okay? When you're in a fursuit, the way that you interact, pics or it's not real. I wish I still had them actually. Okay, slide tangent. What we used to do back in high school is we would go and we would just like hang out at this one mall within a city. And at the back of this mall, there was just this empty spot that people used to go to. And there would be like, people would just go there to sea walk. People would go there to like break dance. People would go there to like do anything. I saw some locking and popping back in the day, but it wasn't very popular as it is now. Like dancing was, at least back in my day, wasn't like a super developed thing. People were still getting used to it, but at least then I I remember going to this mall and we actually took a video of it at some point, but it's gone now because I don't talk to that person anymore. But it is there somewhere. It's there somewhere online. So anyway, so this is the human hand, okay? So this is the hand tracking data, all right? Back in my day, it wasn't an Olympic sport. You know what's crazy? I hate not that I hate ray gun, but like, man, ray gun really fucked it, eh? Because the thing is, can I find that one dancing clip? Top rocking can look so fucking sick. If you can top rock well, it looks so fucking sick. Just give me a second. Let me find the exact clip. Just give me a second. I need to show this because I actually have a vendetta against how bad that has resulted in terms of like the way that the world looks at like breakdancing. Because it's not just power moves. It's not just power moves. Like dancing, you know what? Maybe a good example, honestly, is just go read Wand Dance. Okay, this is just go. Honestly, for all the weebs here, just go read this and you'll get it. you'll immediately understand it. It's so fucking cool. But just like look at any video of like dancers, right? Dancing is not just when you're on the floor doing the power moves. It's also like when you're actually up there, like just doing the dance moves and like actually going to the music. Like it looks so sick. I need to find the exact clip. Just let me find this. Sorry, just I know this is a tangent, but like this is a very important clip. You find the exact clip. Neat girl, no. Plap her now, no. Why do I have this loaded on my phone? This man is 38 years old, no. Where the stock falls, no. How CPR works, no. I'm one of my husband's mistresses. What? So just give me a second. I have 500 tabs on my phone. I'll have to find it. But yeah, when you do dancing, it's not just you going down the floor doing power moves. Like that's actually like not to say that that's like a bad thing. I think it's still really important that you have power moves within your set because it's the way that you layer everything together that really matters. And ray gun's just like it was bad. And what's sad is that ray gun is the one that got popular and not everyone else, right? And it's not like Australia doesn't have amazing dancers. Like Australia has amazing dancers. I just don't know why ray gun was able to go. Not that ray gun's a bad person, but like it was pretty bad. Where is it? Where? Sorry, okay, no, it's not this thing. Sorry, just there we go. Please tell me that the video hasn't been removed from the subreddit. Please. There we go. Okay, good. Reddit. Next fucking level. 16-year-old brings the house down. This kid's only 16 and they're dancing like this. It's fucking nuts. Watch this shit. Absolutely sick. You might not be able to see it, one, because the quality's kind of shit, two, because you have to like really look closely, okay? Look very closely at the details in their movement to really know how cool it looks. And don't just listen to the crowd, really like absorb what they're doing, because I think their entire set is actually really good. Just the beginning is a little slow, but like once they get into it, it's really good. There's a lot of nuance in their movement there. And then they go into this like almost like a crunk like movement, but then they combine it. See that? The popping with the music, and then look at this. Pops mid-air. Look at this. This is insane. Or like, I forget the actual term, but like, he does this. He does it mid-air as he goes down and then up. It's actually insane. Look at that. You see that? That slight movement? Holy shit. This guy's nuts. So when you think about dancing, right? There's a lot of elements to it. It's the way that you move with the music. It's the way that like you can actually like it's the way that you can almost like feel it. You can feel everything. You can feel the energy and the movement in them, and it's just so good, right? And then the energy that they show, again, it's this is why I say their entire set is so good. And the reason why it starts slow is because this is when it starts. He's building up this energy, this aggression. He's building it up slowly. It's see this, and then he gets into this, and it's just insane. And you go, it's so fucking sick. And look, the best part is this part here. The moment that it happens, look at these two people's faces. Look, it's the funniest thing. She goes, look, she goes like, oh, she's like, oh, that's disgusting. Like, that's so fucking good. She's like, oh, that's disgusting. She's like, oh, that was nasty. She's like, oh, that was so fucking nasty. Like, that's the face of somebody who is like, holy shit, that was good. Red Bull, of course, does it better. Red Bull, that's the thing. It's like, how did the Olympics fail when Red Bull's been doing this for years? Red Bull's been doing this for almost 2 decades. Probably even two decades now. And their competitions have been amazing ever since the very beginning. I don't know how. I don't know what they did on the Olympics to like choose that. It's so strange. Can we watch the whole video, please? Match. Okay, fine. Okay. I had to pause a lot though. Yeah, it chills, right? It's really, really good. And the crazy part is, you can kind of tell that Raygun was trying to go for something like that, but they failed miserably at capturing what exactly that feeling is. And it's exactly that feeling of they're in it. They get it. They understand the music. They get what's going on with the music. They have a way that they want to go about it, and they can sort of. It's very hard to explain. It's the way that you can like express yourself and like almost like let your emotions fly out of you. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like an aggressive thing too. There's another really great channel that goes over it, which is sort of like it's basically just sort of like a great way to sort of see like how people do it. But like this is a great channel that also has very, very interesting videos that I think are well shot to show off what the dance styles are. Really, really good, called Yak Films. And even it doesn't even have to be like a very, very like aggressive dance. It's just this. Red Bull should just take over certain events. So I knew somebody who apparently knew the person who runs a lot of Red Bull stuff, and they were like, they actually kind of want to, and they have a lot of money, but the reason why they do the things that they do is because it makes them money. Like first and foremost is because it makes them money. Like they have a love for the sport, but it's just the fact that they're tapping into like niches that have money. It's like, it's not like them doing all the stuff is out of charity, right? It's just because, but like the people who do this stuff, like they're willing to pay money to go and see it and to participate in it because there's nothing else like it. It's why Red Bull has this thing. So I think the reason why they probably don't take over something like the Olympics is because there's no money in it for them. Like they probably can't get anything. And it's like, you have to beat like a government contract when they're like a private corporation that's only based in America. It's like basically impossible. So you wonder if they play VR chat. I actually do wonder. So, okay, I mean, we'll get into it, but like, there are a bunch of events in VR chat calendar, where it's like there's like a bunch of different things that I do. I wonder if there is a breakdancing event within VR chat, because that would be sick. VR chat breakdancing. But I know that there are VR chat dancers though, so I don't know how to explain this. What's like a good example? VR chat dancing. I don't know. Surely there is. VR chatters love dancing. Exactly, they love dancing, and looks like there is actually like a bunch of dance battles and stuff. And there's also like even like Tangled. Wait, okay. Well, this video fuck Firefox. Anyways, furries should just get into breakdancing because breakdancing is just furry movements, but like refined. You know what I mean? Like furry movement, it's like you could be like the furry run emotes, or it could be on the floor breakdancing and doing some crazy shit, and then people would think that the furries are cool. If you're a furry and you break out a windmill, people would just go like, "Holy shit, this guy's sick." You know what I mean? Take one for the team, all right? Just like go a little bit bald if you do like a spin on your head. Which is crazy. Some people even do like full on spins on like pavement, which is fucking nuts. Anyways, to capture that though, let's say you even want to do something like that. The illusion is that the furry hand has to be on the floor. It can't clip into the floor. Same concept here. If you wanted, same concept as breakdancing in VR, you can't have the costume or like the avatar clip into things and have no effect on the world. It has to be accurate to what your avatar is. So what do? Well, this is the problem, right? This is the hand tracking data that's there directly from your hand trackers as well as your headset and stuff, right? So this is your actual real hand. This is the fursuit. So this is the fursuit, okay? The fursuit is way larger than the hand, okay? physically it's impossible to get something that's small, but I've also never seen something that's like the same size. I don't think like they want thin fursuits. I don't think I've ever seen a fursuit that doesn't seem to be like a giant animatronics costume, actually. Why do I know that? You know the guy who pissed himself? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, when you're doing the sculpting thing, right? I need to somehow accurately do the transformation on the vertices on the sculpture based not on the hand tracking positioning. I use the hand tracking positioning to determine the direction, but I need to do it actually based on the mesh of the fursuits, which the bounds of this determine what the actual physical movement is of the sculpture. This is the complicated bit that I don't think I'll be able to do, but we're going to try to, because I think it's worth it to stretch a little bit in many ways, because that's the nice part about technology, is that if you can imagine it, it should be possible. Wait, what? Don't worry about it. So basically, when you move your hand, it shouldn't be taking, this as where it moves the vertices by. It should be taking this. It should be taking this layer over here as to where the vertices should be moving by. So we need to somehow, with the direction, calculate which part of the mesh should be used to move the sculpture. I have some ideas, but it seems like everything is just related to the idea of like casting rays, which is just ray tracing or ray marching. So I think we're going to end up with a very shitty ray marcher, which is going to figure out exactly where this boundary is. I'm hoping that we get information about the bones and the vertices such that I can calculate the difference in positioning, but I don't know if that's possible. Like if I get, for instance, the position of this through the API of the tracking data, and then I can also get the position of like this through the API of like what vertices, of like what's the closest vertice in the direction that I'm going to cast from based on the movement, then I can just do a simple subtraction of these two values. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go like step by step, almost like a ray marcher. Like, okay, is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Oh, it's here. Okay, so we do this. Did you get the term? It's like when new roller coasters are testing seats, and there's a certain gap between the train seat and the environment. Yes. That's exactly it. It's very similar to that. Yeah. I know exactly what you mean, because another YouTube channel that I really love watching is Canada's Wonderland. They have POV videos of you taking on different roller coasters. Okay, everybody, hang on. Okay, if you're gonna vomit, please let me know if you're gonna vomit. Please let me know if you'll vomit, okay? Please let me know if you'll vomit so I know whether or not to close my mouth, okay? Whoa! We're going crazy! Whoa! I'm gonna die! Whoa! They have a circle thing around the train. Exactly. Whoa! Oh, man, sorry. It was just fun to be there. Whoa! Anyways. This is the complication of this thing. I don't really know if this is going to work, but we're going to see if this does work. I have no clue if it will work, but we'll figure it out. So now you see what happens when you try to scope everything down. You can't scope everything. You can do as best as you can, but once you get into unknowns that no documentation can answer, as well as seemingly there's no prior material as far as I could find. But I'll talk about what's been happening to my search engine. Then what you have to do is you have to go and code it. So we're going to see how this works. Today, I think we're going to focus on the sculpting, because in terms of the features, right? I'm going to be honest with you. In terms of the features that I want for the game, it's not hard to make a Christmas tree in the middle of the map. It's not hard to make an ornament system, nor a gift-giving system, nor a system where even like the ornaments that you have can be placed on the tree and shared between your group or just people within the world. It's not hard to do that. There's a lot of built-ins for that. VRChat has the idea of networked objects that you can send information out to other players within the world, and also it has a way of like having persistence if you want to. And with a third-party server, we can do all kinds of things. It's not that hard even to program elves that walk around and shoot you. This is probably one of the easier things to do, because this is just game code at this point. It's not that complicated to do, to give them like a health bar and then have them die. Even snowballs and snow is not that complicated. In my mind, having snow on the floor is not that complicated. You just have a texture that just represents your world, and then whatever value that you want from 0 to 1 as like a floating point value, that's how much snow is there. And then as people move on it, you can lower the snow, or as they roll like a snowball or something, right? Very simple, and you can just have that attached to a single layer of a mesh on the floor that then within a vertex shader determines how far it rises or something, or maybe not even like a vertex shader, could even be something else. But basically, like, it's fairly simple to do these things. The hard part is really the interaction between the sculpting. So it's the hand tracking, and the way that it's going to interact with the snow. Coded, scared. We don't say that around here. We don't say that word around here. So basically, this is the project. I need to open the project. Sorry, just give me a second. VRChat Worlds, Snowjob-Lite. Was it? I think it was here. Yeah, it was. Okay, it's here. So I don't have a single piece of code ready. So this is all just going to be us figuring out how this works. Step 1 is we need to actually get and figure out how to get hand tracking data and what's inside the hand tracking data. So now we get into the VRChat portion, and this is sort of the weird part about it. You can run your code within a simulator within Unity. So they built a simulator to emulate a lot of what you would need. So you can even simulate things like other clients. So let's say somebody joins your world and you have another player there. That way you can sort of test networked objects, let's say, right? As far as I can tell, this seems to be good, but you can see a problem here. The problem is it takes a very long fucking time to do anything in this tool. So I think every testing cycle, and this is a fully empty project. In a fully empty project, it takes 30 seconds for you to compile the thing to be able to do anything. But basically, this is how it would be like within VR. And actually, this is the actual desktop mode of the game itself. In the desktop mode, this is exactly what it feels like. You press space to jump. You have this little icon in the middle. That's your hand, basically. And you use left click, right click to move things around. So anything that we run here could theoretically work within the game, but we still have to test it. The only thing that I don't know of, and this is the problem, is I don't know if you're able to get hand tracking data from this mode. So I might have to plug in my VR headset, and I don't know how well that's going to go. But it does give me an opportunity to program in VR. But if we do that, I have to go wash my hair because I refuse to get oil onto my headset. And I also need to move the camera and resync it and stuff. So let's see if it's even possible to do this on stream at this moment, and if it's even worth the effort. But basically, we know what we need to have. We need to have the ability to get hand tracking data, convert it into world space if it's not already there, and then somehow send that data over to a shader, which is possible. You just copy it over and then you send it over. And it should be okay. But first, let's actually see how you get tracking data. It's a strat called tracking data. It was annoying you. You had to find what the term was like before. Clearance or envelope testing. Thank you. Yeah, it's like the envelope with the clearance of it. Exactly. The envelope of the thing. I was gonna say the aura. I was gonna say the aura of a thing. Actually, I have a good image for the word aura. Wait, sorry. Please tell me I transferred it to my PC. Please tell me. Where is the aura? Please tell me I transferred it to my PC. Such a funny image. Just give me a second. Aura works. Sounds better. It does sound better. But I'm trying to find exactly where it is. Where is that aura? I don't have the image, but basically it's like one dude who's like, bro, it's called aura, and he has like stink lines going off his body, and then the other guy is going, get the fuck out of my house and go take a shower. You stink, because it's not really aura. It's just the fact that they smell. I can't find it. Anyways, we're actually gonna try and see if we can actually pull hand tracking data within the space. I actually want to wait. Actually, maybe before I do, VRChat World Client Sim. Actually, maybe it's even here. Client Sim. Client Simulator is a part of the World SDK that replicates VRChat client behavior in the Unity editor. Is there a way for me to use this to get things like hand tracking data? Because this is the menu that, oh god, it takes forever to start this thing. So, settings window. Desktop reticle. Okay, you can't see the window, sorry. Spawn player controller. Yeah. Spawn remote player. Okay. Simulate VRC plus gift. What? Where's the other player? Holy shit, there's an... Okay, well, that's the other player. But... I don't... Okay, I don't know if we actually can simulate the hand here. We might have to plug in the... I've actually never tested this. I've actually never tested working with this in VR. So we're going to see how this goes. But let's just try to, like, make the VR... Let's just try to make this API call and see what happens. So basically, we need whatever this is. So the player API... Player's position, velocity... Rotation and velocity can be accessed and changed with Udon. All the following nodes require VRC player API as input. What program is that? Oh, yeah, I guess let me start with that, too. All of VRChat development is done within Unity. Unity is that famous game engine that recently tried to, or at least a while back, they tried to charge you per install of your game, which is fucking nuts. I was like, wait, you pay 5 cents per install of your game, and they totally have a way to know whether or not an install is unique, which, by the way, you know, every DRM has been broken so far. But you basically, when you make a VRChat world, you just use Unity, and then it has a bunch of plugins that it comes with when you set up your project that will then handle the process of like converting it into whatever the game needs. I'm assuming it doesn't really do much other than it removes things that you don't want. Like maybe it removes the main camera and stuff, and then I think that's basically what it does. But otherwise, yeah, it's basically just Unity plus whatever their SDK does, which I don't really know what it does, but I just know that it does stuff. Oh, and also it compiles your C#, Udon sharp monstrosity into whatever the Udon representation is inside the VM. And it has tools to help you. Unless you met some other program, which I don't really know. What exactly is the API call? So the API call is player positions. For nodes that deal with forces relating to players, see player forces. You like your Udon sharp, you like it mild. That's good. That's really good. That's really good. Okay, player forces is for... Yeah, okay. So how do we get this? Get the position. Player's position can access... All the following nodes require VRC player API as an input. Which, I mean, how do I get this from the sharp side? Class exposure tree. Oh, right. I can use this. As I said before, Udon sharp is this weird version of C# which doesn't have every feature. And what it does is it locks you out of using certain things, and it provides its own things. And there's actually a thing that you can use to check out what is actually currently being locked out for use and what you can use. And I think this one also has all the stuff within VRChat itself. Here we go. It does. What? I can't even use like the base Udon behavior? Wait, what? Where's the player thing? Wait, VRC player API. What? I can't use this. I can't use this at all. It's all red. Wait, no, I can't. Okay, how do we do this? So get player position. What's it called again? It's called get player position. No, get tracking data. It's called get tracking data. Okay. Get tracking data. Okay, well, get tracking data. Here we go. VRC player API dot get tracking data. What the hell is a VRC player API? Do I have to like attach it and then call it myself like separately? Is it like a separate component? It's not. On a node, it's there. I'm assuming on a node, it means that I can just instantiate it. I have no clue how this thing works. I don't know. Like, how do you actually like code C# again? I've actually completely forgotten everything about C#. In terms of languages, this is the thing about languages that I hate the most. I really wish every programming language had like the same syntax for everything. Because when there's like a new syntax for every single thing, I think to myself, God, it's so complicated because it just gets so difficult to remember like what's what. Okay, this is probably syntax. No, can it VOC player? Oh, it is actually there. Huh. So what exactly is this? Do I have to like set this up myself manually outside and then serialize field? Or can I just get it by calling something? How do you actually get this? Wait, how do you actually get this? I don't think it actually tells you how to actually get this. Udon sharp. Add helpful attributes to extend open the class exposure. Change the configuration to disable auto compilation. The project window and the hierarchy window. Differences from C#. Supported C# features. How do you get the things that it uses? Do I just instantiate the thing? I don't think I do. Because I'm assuming it comes from somewhere, but I don't know if that's true. Sync mode, no. Editor scripting, proxies, different from udon sharp behaviors are not udon behaviors. It's possible to treat udon behaviors as udon sharp. Udon sharp behaviors do not inherit so as its own variable type, because unless you don't plug, you always prefer to use udon sharp as variable types instead of udon behavior. Making a custom inspector for your udon sharp behavior, I don't give a shit about that. Non-inspector adding an udon sharp behavior, for the love of God. Where does it come from? I'm assuming I can just construct it, but let's see within the editor itself. This will probably scream if it's doing something bad. Sorry, you can't see it yet. It's currently compiling. It's taking a very long time. You hate when they switch the symbols for comments. Like, is it this or like this? Just pick one. I hate that as well as like when they I hate that as well as when they just choose different names for certain operations too. Like it's the example that I always go to is like the way that C# calls an operation on a list versus what Java says is an operation on an array list or something, and then what C++ calls the operation on a vector. There's like a bunch of different ways that they name things, and it always gets so complicated to me because I'm like, why do they keep on doing this? Anyways, udon behavior script. Oh, sorry, this is not. Wait, is that actually mine? I don't know. Sculptor. If I just add this synchronization method, okay, as expected, it doesn't show up. How exactly do you use this thing then? How do you use the actual? Like, I feel like the documentation for this thing is just so like empty. Like, you know how I said before, like technical writing is a very different skill set, right? It's like, yeah, just pull things off of VRC Player API. Okay, well, how do I actually access VRC Player API? Is it a static method? Is it like what is it? Is there a way for me to actually like find this to see what it is? Actually, maybe there is. I go into VRC Chat SDK. Where is that located? Was it located? Why does it keep loading this? Stop processing. Please just cache this once, please. I'm begging you. Just cache it somewhere. How can I see what package this is in? VRC Player API. Is it in Udon? Is it in SDK3? Is it in SDK base? Where is it? I'm gonna assume it's in Udon. Common namespace, Udon behavior. But mine's an Udon sharp behavior. So where is it? Economy? Economy? What the fuck is an economy? Hand type. I don't see it here. Wait, so is it an SDK? Maybe it's an SDK base. How exactly do you actually know how to like use this? Is this a static method? Wait, fuck this. Oh, oops, press wrong button. Oops, sorry. Go here. Ah, here we go, perfect. Don't do nothing. Do nothing. Coding in this economy? I forgot that I can just go to definition. So what exactly is get tracking data? So get tracking data is this. Where's the constructor? What's the constructor again? It's like VRC Player API, and it's like that. What's the constructor like? Valid checker. What the hell is this? Oh, I guess I can't see this. It didn't decompile this. Oops. Okay. Well, that's the tracking data. How do you get this? Wait, what are the odds that this isn't even available in Udon Sharp? Because again, remember how I said like Udon Sharp is a C# monstrosity, but Udon is actually a node graph. It's a visual programming thing. So I actually think maybe you can't do it from Udon Sharp. Coding in this economy, the biggest hate for you is terminals renaming how to clear the terminal. Yes. I hate whenever a terminal comes with its own like aliases for things too. I think to myself, if a terminal comes with like extra features, it shouldn't impede what's sort of standard. And I know it's like an informal standard is not a real standard, but like let's be real, your idea of what a standard is not going to be better than the informal standard. Whenever somebody makes a new standard, I always think to myself, you're not going to beat what the standard was before. Is this only available from this? Because how do you instantiate this? Look at the very custom editor scripts, proxies. They're valid C#. The proxy is similar to add them to game as proxies. Proxies are created in the same. You can execute methods on proxies. Differences in regular C#. Udon Sharp behaviors. Okay, yeah, but like, how do you actually get this? Wait, maybe it's just like VRChat Udon Sharp VRC Player API. Is there like examples? There's an example. Oh shit, there is. Rotating cube. This is just normal C#. Player settings. Here we go. Player settings. VRC Player API. Where do you get this? Wait, does it inject it inside of it? Maybe it just injects it. So if it just injects it, maybe I can just get the value and then it's good. So I don't know, what do I want to call off of this? Oh, actually, there is one function that we could call that we would know for sure if it works. I think it's like this thing. There's a drone API. What's a drone API? What? Player drones? That was a drone. Is valid. Here we go. If you try to get this anything, check whether is valid returns true. If player is left since you say the reference to them, this will return false. Okay. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll get this. I'm actually curious what this is. Was it how you log again? It's like debug.log. And then it's like is valid, and then I think you can do like this, and it's like is valid. I actually wait. Is this a function call? No, that's wait. Is it? It is. Is that how you pass things instead of debug log? Can you do that? Message.1. It's been a very long time since I've ever worked with this engine. API.log. CLS, yes, clear, CLS, clear. CLS is the one that like confuses me the most. Because I'm like, okay, CLR makes sense. It's like if you're like way back in the day and you're in an operating system where you have to save space and you can't have the full name, like it makes sense. Like you can't have like a large function table to like for like various reasons, like you're in like a very constrained in the environment, then sure, like CLR makes sense because it sounds like clear, but CLS, clear screen, is such a stupid name that I still don't know why it's there. Come on, how many do you need? Like that we are probably on the list because you're all probably Google how to kill the child or the parent. Yes, the classic killing the parent child thing. Yes. Oh, it's just a string. You can just oh I see. Ah, yes, there's a problem. This is just a string, so we could just do this instead. Sorry. It really should be something like this. Okay. Now compile. Okay, now give it a second. Let's get the compile. Is this, like, genuinely, is this how people make VR chat worlds? Compilation speed fucking sucks. Compilation speed sucks. Takes forever to like do anything, and then by the time it's done, it's like you've almost forgotten what you were going to do. And then if you go back and you make more changes in your code editor, right? Because the thing is that especially when you're exploring what's happening, you need that quick feedback to be able to like test what's going on. Is there really no easier way? This is the thing that this is another reason why I'm doing this live, is that I was hoping that somebody here knows exactly how to make a VR chat world and has successfully made some with some scripting, and that can tell me, is there a better way to do the scripting where it compiles faster? Because this feels like an insane thing where it just takes way too long to like do anything. I'm asking for too much. Everybody here says that I don't code. Oh, I never code. And then they say, oh, but my GitHub has so many squares. Yeah? Where's your knowledge now? How come none of you are useful here? All of you are useless now. What happened to all of you? Oh, also, I probably should have switched the string. I need like a good tag for the actual log line so I can find it in the log and I know it's coming from me, which is gonna trigger another compile. Fuck. I have to prefix it with the word Snowjob. God damn it. Daddy, you must have been a programmer. Oh, the serial killer. Yeah, Freddy. He's like, you must have been a programmer who like did it. You know, you say that and you say it as a joke, right? But like, I had a coworker who was like at a party with another coworker, and they were just standing on the balcony. I didn't go to the party because I'm not a party person, and I like to spend time with my wife. But she was telling me, she was like, yeah, he was kind of weird, and I was like, how? And then she was like, yeah, he said that he was gonna throw me off of the balcony. Like he was like, man, imagine you falling off the balcony. Like that'd be crazy, right? Imagine if I pushed you off. And then she was like, that's fucking weird, right? And I was like, yeah, that's fucking weird. I was like, that's really, really weird. Like, why is this failing? There's only one active event system. Yeah, there's only one. What do you want me to do? An error occurred during udon execution. Object reference not set to an object. Yeah, I know that. But that's what the example is. Where the fuck do you get a VRC player API? Wait, that's not a normal convo to have? Well, I mean, in the concept of like, I'm downplaying how creepy it sounded, but he just kind of like looked at it. So the way that she described it was like, he just kind of looked there, and he was like, man, if I pushed you off here, I remember exactly what she said, but it was like, if I pushed you off here, no one would Like you would be dead, and then no one would know it was me. And it's just the two of them on the balcony. And it's like, oh, like he was gonna frame it as an accident, and it was just kind of like this weird solemnness to it. And then he just kind of goes, "That'd be funny, right?" It's like, no, man, that's fucking terrifying. Like we're both drinking beers on the balcony. It's like, no, I don't want to die. Like what? Like why would I? Why would I want that? So like yeah, it's that guy was like known to be weird. We only, not to say that like he's been there for a long time, but like when we figured out the other things, like everything made sense. When we figured out the rest of his shtick, like everything else made sense. So he was a bad dude. Okay, the example. What's funny is that the code example shows me doing exactly what this is. I should be able to just do this. Oh, never mind. Sorry, the code example shows exactly what to do. I get it now. Okay, sorry. You have to get the local. Sorry, I flashed you with the furry handle. You have to get whatever the local player is from the networking thing. Okay, so because I was curious where this comes from. It doesn't seem to be injected. So you get the local player, which is what we want. But if you had other players, you could ask the networking module to get the other players. Okay, this makes more sense. Okay, and so VRC player API is just the abstract. It's just the abstraction of what a player is. So any way that you can get a player, that's how you get a player. Gotcha. Okay, now it makes sense. Because I thought the name of player API implies to me that it's almost like a singleton. It's the thing that you would use directly to get things. It's like in my mind, player API would have a bunch of static functions that you would then call to get things like a player object. But no, player API is what I would call a player object. Okay, so now it makes sense. I need to get the actual local player because the only player that I care about is the local player. But there are other players that I do care about, and we'll get into that. I do want the sculpting to be co-op, but let's focus on the single player thing first. Why does the networking component have the local player? I guess it makes sense from a networking working perspective that this is the person, and I guess you'd have to put it here because you have to propagate that elsewhere. But yeah, you know what? No, it makes sense. Yeah, because it's like this, but then this is like getting other players, or like getting any specific player. Okay, what's simulation time? Okay, whatever. So we have it, local player there. So you have to get the player from this. So you have to get, I don't know, this. I mean, I don't even need this properly then. Fuck it. I mean, we will actually no, we will eventually. So player API equals networking. What do I just like use this? I guess I do. Where's this come from? It was SDK base. Comes from the SDK base. But local... What's it called again? Oh, no. Yeah, local player. Okay, so just get the local player. We get this. We should be able to call that now, and then it's good. And then we call this. If it's valid, then it's fine. It should be valid right on the very start, because you have to make the world join the instance. It makes the player, and then that's when it probably loads in the scripts, if I'm correct. Although maybe there's a... If you're a chat... scene graph. Is there a way for me to see exactly like the execution order of different systems? System execution order? Not that it really matters to me, but like at least so I know. Yeah. Oh, you actually define where the script runs. Wait, what? Client sim behavior, udon behavior. So these run over here. So yeah, it runs after everything else, including the input system, the tracking provider, the event system, the controller. Put it, what? This must happen. What is an udon input? Client sim base input, which is for the client sim. Player station manager. Player stations, it's like a thing that you can like, it's like the chair that you can use to sit on or something. Post late updater. What? Tooltip manager. What? Oh, to update the position of tooltips. Okay, well that's interesting. Cool. Sorry, you can't see anything. Let's compile this. It takes 30 seconds. You know the source SDK? I can compile the source SDK in 2 minutes. Sorry, in like a minute or something, okay? In a minute, I can get the entire source engine running. In fact, I can literally do it right now and we can just play Half-Life 2 multiplayer. It's not that hard. But this is painful, man. Like, this is actually painful. Anyways, the search term is going to be Snowjob. Can you have ramen instead of udon? It is funny that you say that because they're actually moving towards naming other things based on Japanese food. So for some reason, there's this obsession with Japanese noodles for the naming of things. I don't really know why, but I guess the intersection of VRChat and weebs and furries is like very high. But the next iteration of the programming environment is going to be called Soba, like the soba noodle. And apparently that one's been gone for like a year. I posted it on Discord, and actually, Megan A actually heard about it because Megan A makes worlds on VRChat. Same with Slinker and the Narf. They actually make really cool stuff. And so I probably should have asked them before I did it. I probably should have asked them if I did anything, but I feel bad for bothering them. So I'm like, I just won't bother them. But yeah, it's like this is apparently the next generation of the thing that they're trying to do, which is a whole new scripting system. Oh, sorry, you can't see it because the game is currently. So you have Udon. So this flow is to say to me, Udon Graph and Udon Sharp compile down into an Udon program, which is run in the Udon VM. But now Soba is an entirely separate thing, which is also written in C# that compiles into an entirely different program, which runs in its own VM for some reason. I don't know why they do this. At least it's just C#. At least it's just C# that they compile down to something. But I feel like this is insanity. You're just hungry now. I am hungry too, actually. That's why today is a short stream, because when my wife is ready for the date, we're going on a date. Full stop. And actually, we have about 3 hours left. Holy shit, we've barely done. I mean, talking about the project was going to take some time, and actually showing you what I've actually researched would have taken time. But this is also why I'm doing it early, because I know that we're going to be checking things out. Where's the Soba update? Soba. Why are we... Okay, we've identified simplified, lightweight approach to give creators access to useful features of C# 9. It maintains full backwards compatibility, compiled to CIL, available alongside Classic. What new features? For what features is Soba going to include? No generics. What? Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because if you have a generic, then you have to care about, how you actually rewrite... Like, how you have to care about how you handle them and how you know what the type is underneath the hood. But in the first iteration, maybe they'll get that in the future. How's Soba compared to Udon Sharp? What? Why are we developing Soba? So I actually read that, like, apparently Udon was made by one person at their company, and then he got laid off or something, or he left. And that's why they're in this spot where they tried to make Udon 2, but then they decided to make this instead. That's what I read online. It's like the person who was responsible for it, like, left for some reason, and then it's why nothing's sort of going, which is funny to me. What'd you link? Spore 2 roguelike. Wait, that sounds sick. Sorry, just give me a second. Wait, this game is sick. Thank you. I'll save this in my other window, the window that is persistent. It has a bunch of things on it. Thank you. What am I existing? So how do I? Thank you for the one-time purchase. How do I actually get this to, like? Do I have to choose between? They run within. Is there any more info on this? He's just procrastinating. You know what it is? It's like working out. Like when you do a set, you have to, like, sit there and then pant and then breathe, right? It's like doing a set. You write one line of code, you take like a 5-minute break. Sorry. I just wanted to talk about this. It was like a side tangent. Anyways. So this works and it runs fine. We actually get the is valid thing here. I wonder if you actually get hand tracking data here. So if I go back to the editor, if I get tracking data, does it work? I don't really know. Tracking data. I don't know what to do, like tracking data. I actually don't know what the structure is and how it looks like, but we'll get tracking data. Do I have to do anything? Oh, I have to pass in the tracking data type, which is what? What is a tracking data type? It's an enum, and I choose what I want to get. I have to get both hands separately? Fuck. I can't concatenate these, right? Is there a way in C# to treat an enum like a bit flag so I can send them both at the same time? Or is that a no? Well, either way, I'm assuming that this wouldn't work anyways, but if I go... Oh, oops. Oh, right, this is inside of a project. If I go here, and then I go here, and I go this, get tracking data, which is the internal thing, which gets called, which we don't have access to. Okay, we don't have access to this. Oh, actually, we do. It just gets the tracking data. Oh, no, it's a function. It's a what? It's a function pointer that we don't get access to. Right, okay. Whatever this does, I'm assuming it only handles the one type, so we have to get them both separately. So we'll go get tracking data, and then how do you actually use this? Tracking data type, Left hand, right hand. Okay, so left hand, right hand. Tracking. Data type. If your C API dot, oh my god, dot left hand. Does that work? I don't think that actually works. And we'll go right hand. So we'll do. Sorry, just. Oops, I forgot what my hotkey for the format is. Tracking data for left hand is this. Tracking data for right hand is this. Will this work within the client sim, and can I have something that can approximate it? Let's wait for it to compile. I'm gonna do this. I need to figure out what exactly the fake tracking data is too. I'm thinking it's this. It's your crosshair. So, and the way to test that is I can just get whatever the data is at the center of the screen and see what it is. Like I can calculate what is the center of the screen and I can compare the values. It's an object. Yeah, of course it's an object. I forgot. Of course it wouldn't show me what's inside of it. Fuck. Sorry, that was stupid. Sorry. How do you actually define variables again? What's the thing for like the what's the C# auto thing again? C# auto variable? It's just var, right? Yeah, it's just var. Okay, good. Var left. What's like the fuck it? I don't know what like any of the actual like code styles are. We'll get this. Also, what exactly does it return? Returns tracking data, which is this object. So it returns this thing. It's a struct. Contains the position, the rotation of it. And the position is based off of the origin. So maybe we also need to get the origin of the player. Because the one thing that we need to confirm is what exactly the tracking data is based off of, because based on the documentation, it implies that it's all within local player space, which is going to be annoying. So it's var over there. See, I love Stack Overflow. You can just get a quick answer, and then people say like, yeah, it's just this. And it's like, okay, good, thanks. I just need a reminder of the syntax. There's just too many different words in every other language. Where is the tracking data? Tracking data. What the fuck is it? This website fucking sucks. Get tracking data. Gets a struct called tracking data, which contains separate position and rotation data, which makes sense. This is just a way to get position and rotation data for a player's head and hands. How do you get tracking data for fingers? Wait, what? VeraChat get tracking data for fingers. Is there no way to get the tracking data? Finger tracking. Udon. Wait. You can't get fingers? Finger. PR tracking exclusive mode. Left, right, middle ring, finger point. CL15 results. Sorry, what's the search powered by? Search is powered by Algolia. Why does it show this? What? Wait, does Algolia force you to have a watermark now? What? Algolia. It's basically just a search framework that you can sort of do. I think it also, if I remember correctly, it also includes the actual database itself. I'm pretty sure it's just. I think it was just like Elasticsearch's thing, or like it's just like whatever the. I think it's like Lucene or something. Or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. But yeah, basically you would use this to perform searching on the things. Back when I used it, I don't remember this clause of having to tell people that it's based on Algolia. So I wonder if that's a new thing, because it sucks. Only need to track 3 gestures: thumbs up, pointing, and a middle finger. We only need these 3 things. As a gameplay input, when and how does... Here we go. That's input. That's a good one. Debugging your skeleton data. I love debugging skeletons. I love skeletons. Head chop. What the fuck is this? Content is not permitted on the marketplace. 2? Why does it just say 2? Extra child VRC imposter. That was an imposter. Controller emulation. That's probably useful. 3. Standard colliders. Alright, let's just check these out. So, sorry, because this seems to only be hand data. But I also need... Oh my god. It's get tracking... But I also need the fingers because the way that I was imagining this was when you sculpt something, you would, if you have a controller that can use your fingers, which seems to be Quest 3 or whatchamacallit, or Valve Index, or like all of them. No, I swear everything has like finger tracking. Then you'd be able to use it. No, unless nobody uses the Quest 3 one. Where's the toes tracking? You know what? I was talking about this with the mod because long story short, we got on the topic of jewelry, and I was like, oh, what jewelry do you prefer? As like a, I don't know, as just like a fun question to ask. And then she was like, toe rings, and I was like, yo, you know, like the toe fetish people are gonna find you, and also like imagine wearing 5 toe rings, right? But then it got me thinking about this. I was thinking to myself, you know, like there's these trackers called there's these so there's full body trackers, right? Like Slime VR and stuff, right? Why don't they just like make a tracker that fits into a ring? Because you have smart rings now, like you have smart rings. So why don't you make a tracker that's just inside of a ring? So you wear like 5 rings. You have like, and you wear like 10 rings on your fingers, 10 rings on your toes, and 1 ring for your cock. And I'm like, that's a genius move. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm on something. But maybe the technology isn't there yet, and that's why people don't, or maybe people don't trust a magnet around their cock. But I feel like a cock ring is like the perfect thing to use for it, because then you would, you know, there's a segment actually of the VR chat. Sorry, just as another tangent. There's a there's a segment of VR chat that uses things like this, which is a free deformation shader, and no joke, VRC Fury SPS. Um, you can this creator gives a great example of what the use case of this is. Hi there, hello, thank you for your thing. She gives a great example of like why you would use something like this. So if you look very closely at the mouth, look at, so that's a lollipop, right? Let's say you just want to eat like a normal lollipop. Look at the way that the lollipop will deform. Okay, look at, so you see how the lollipop sort of like enters the mouth and sort of moves up. So there's a whole segment of your chat which is based around e-sex, and they've implemented some crazy shit. Like they've implemented some crazy things. So now, so like this thing, for instance, provides you with a socket that you can have that you apply to different models and stuff. And you can like put the shader onto the object that you want to deform based on the socket, which will then glide into it. Because say you want to eat like a lollipop. So in my world, there is a world where toe tracking. Just let me write this down. Just sorry. Just give me a second. I gotta write this down. Sure, I gotta write this down. Tools, not tools. Maybe like I don't know, like physical products. Gamer streamer food delivery service for viewers and VR ring trackers. Okay, finger trackers that are rings. Toe trackers that are rings. Cock tracker that is a cock ring. And then I don't know what a vagina tracker would be. Vagina. No, if I'm saying cock, I should say pussy tracker. That is a pussy ring. I don't know. Oh, it could be a pussy ring. So it's like you have the pussy ring, and you like I don't know. I don't know how you would do this, but like you'd have to place it like on the hole, but not inside the hole. Risk of it falling into the hole and getting lost and requiring surgery is high. Maybe same mechanism as the condoms that you can unroll internally. Maybe. I like how Debussy or something starts playing as I'm talking about this. It's just like a very solemn moment when I'm just talking about shit like this. So this tracking that gets this, I need to get the right hand as well. And we'll get to here. I probably should have just done, you know, just like this. What the fuck? Holy shit, chat. I think there was foot. I saw foot for a second. Am I crazy? Where did I see the word foot? I just saw foot. Is it just me? I swear I just saw foot. Like, you must have seen foot too, right? Did you see foot? I swear I just saw foot. He's losing it. He's losing it. No, I'm not losing it. I swear there was feet. You didn't see the feet? I saw the foot. I saw the word right foot. You didn't see right foot? I saw right foot. He's seeing things. He's seeing things. No, I'm not seeing things. I swear I saw the word right foot for a second. Someone replay the VOD. Anyways, trans data from the tracking manager for a local player. The data for the right hand, left hand, and head bones, or whatever else is there. Origin returns the center of the local VR user's play space while returning the player's position. Avatar root returns the data of the root transform. What is the transform? Did I confuse the word root for foot? I think I did. Because maybe it wasn't avatar foot. Maybe it wasn't even right foot. It was avatar root. But now, okay, for using full body tracking, avatar root will not rotate with the head facing direction. So what? We need to see what this data is. I need to see if it's in like a local space, the hands, or if it's based off of the origin. But it seems like origin is different from the avatar. Because are the hands based off of the distance from the avatar or from the thing? All our hopes are gone. Wait, so we'll do origin. Wait, isn't this the meme music? I swear this is a music that they play with in ads, no? Roots, we'll get avatar roots. And then we'll just check all of these. And then we'll get every single one. Left hand dot... Was it position? I think it was. What's the property called? Sorry, get tracking data. You can imagine some dev renaming their packages a root to foot. Honestly, I do kind of want to do like a foot fetishist style stream where we just like code everything, but like we like suddenly code in like a foot fetish, right? I think that'd be funny. Like imagine when we complete this that I open source it, and then throughout the code you just see like thinly veiled references to like feet and then cock rings and stuff. I think it'd be funny because every code base out there is just so sterile and so boring that I think to myself, like, at least inject a little bit of fun in it, right? See, I could even have the phrase "pump up the beat, I like feet" throughout the entire code base, which would be great. It's a lowercase position also. Sorry, it's lowercase. So we have this. I could probably just like do this in a different way, but it's whatever. And then origin, and then was it root? Then we'll do right. We'll do origin, and then we'll do root. Okay, let's see what all this is, and we'll see exactly how tracking data works. And now we have to compile. You know the reason? Oh shit, that was fast. What the? I was gonna say, like, compiling stuff sucks because you have to wait, and when you're waiting in silence and you have had all your thoughts out there and you're done thinking, it sort of feels empty because then it doesn't feel good anymore. Then all of a sudden you're left with this feeling of, wow, you now have to think about the world. The play button doesn't work. All U# compile areas. Where are the compile areas? What compile areas? What compile areas? Why is it here? What? Why does it appear in the window here? Why doesn't it appear in the console? You have the console. Why don't you just put the error inside here and move it over here? And how come the error doesn't... Wait, how come the error is not showing? 2 errors are here, but oh, because I'm filtering. Sorry, that's why. It does show up here. Sorry. That was my bad. I forgot that I was filtering. Oh my god, I named it in... Sorry. You made a great product. It's me. I gotta compile again. Fuck. I love waiting for compilation. I love waiting and being left to my own devices with my own thoughts, worrying about the world, worrying about everything that's going on. Tracking data for origin, tracking data for root, for roto. Oops. This is the hand data. So it seems like we do have a character. Whatever that is, I don't really know. But we can actually probably see by looking at the scene tab. That's our player. Is that our player? I think that is our player. If I move around, what happens? If I'm over here in relation to... No. My player was the whole character. So we need a redeem for recompiled. I should just... You know what? Every time someone every time someone read every time someone redeems it, I go take a break for like 2 hours. What's funny is that like it's not even like the longest time, but like I'm just so used to the because in the modern era. Sorry, let me fix my chair as I talk about this. Like you don't understand, chat. Like back in my day, back in my day, used to be that compiling would take fucking years. Like I remember when compiles would take like half an hour, and I would just go and like get a coffee. And I was like, all right, this will take a while, you know. And this is me back in like I don't know, like high school. But I was like, holy shit, this is taking a long while. Whereas nowadays, most projects can like compile down pretty damn quickly within like maybe like 5 10 minutes or like less. Sometimes, especially when you're working locally with like, especially with like web stuff, the speed is so insane that like you might even get like a couple seconds or even like a couple milliseconds where you just wait and then it's immediately available, which is great. I mean, again, the source SDK, I can compile that. I mean, not the entire solution. The entire solution takes like 10 minutes, but I can like compile a single project for within like a minute or like two, which is great now. And it's like I kind of hate having to go back from like going from because the one thing that the web ecosystem does very well, same with Rust actually, is that like compiling things. Well, I mean, Rust actually no, not Rust. Sorry, Rust takes forever to compile to. But like the one thing that the web ecosystem does very very well is like easy to compile, compiles very quickly, and then you just kind of come back to whatever you were doing. The only pain point is when you have like custom asset steps for like I don't know for like what's the thing called again? Webpack, web build. That's when shit takes a long time. Writing, compiling, having an existential crisis. Compiling done. Yep. Compiling is now done. I'm assuming the hands would be here. So I'm assuming the hands are literally those two things over here. Which I guess would make sense, but the way to tell is I think what we would need to do is I'm not going to move the character. I'm just going to spawn cubes where it tells me to. So I'm going to spawn a cube where it is so that I know whether or not the fake hand tracking works. But this also means that we can't actually test the hand tracking. So this experiment here is just to make sure that I understand what exactly the hand tracking data relates to. Like, what is the space? Is it within world space? Is it within local space? And what it looks like when I create, you know, and then how I would actually have to convert the values over to make it correct. Then we need a way to actually like test the hand tracking directly such that I can test manipulating the shader and actually getting that data in to like manipulate the shader and see the effects, which will probably require me to get an actual VR headset on. And I don't know how painful that is. Is there a way to VRChat world test hand tracking in Unity? Like without having to go into the thing? No, this VRChat create world. I fucking hate Google. Look at this shit. VRChat search terms are impossible. Look at this. It's impossible to find any information using build and test. What is build and test? You were a Snowpack user for a while before Vite came. Yeah, Vite was surprisingly good, and it still is surprisingly good. Like it's so blazingly fast that I kind of forget that I'm working on web stuff sometimes. Like it's like the ability for me to just immediately flip from my editor to my browser to like go back and then forth and then test. That workflow is so nice. How do I test with tracking? Some simple things in your world will work by just pressing play in the editor. What the fuck is this? Things that don't need interaction from avatars or networking. Okay, so it seems like we will have to test this. You have to make a build of your world that runs in the actual VRChat client. Okay, so we do have to build the world. I don't even know if the controllers are charged, chat. If the controllers aren't charged, we just have to guess what the vertex shader is going to do. But the vertex shader does have a lot of complexities to it too. So you build it, you then do this. You have to set the client path. Running your first test, we're ready to make a build. Should launch into a local copy. So I would have to. I see. So I'd have to actually run VRChat, load into a local copy, build and reload. This avatar scares me, by the way. Actually, their YouTube channel is pretty interesting. This avatar looks way too real. It's like freaking me out. It's like an uncanny valley of Earl. It's a very good model, and it looks really nice actually. Of the ways that they could have done like a more realistic style of model compared to like an anime character, this is actually a really high quality one because it doesn't look too off, but it does look like an alien, and it does freak me out. What other videos do they have on the channel actually? Wait, sorry, keep that page too because we'll probably need that. November update. You can be a wizard in VR chat now. What? November 2025 content drop. Wait, what? What? What is this? Your VHC. What? Did we just watch a 2:33-minute ad? What? There's an ad? What? Wait. What? You can just get your world to be. Can you pay them to advertise your shit? I wonder if that's possible actually. Huh. Anyways. So it seems like we can't do the hand tracking, but that's fine. We just need to figure out how to convert this information from whatever space it is. So I'm assuming it's not in world space because these values seem way too small. But the way to test that is we just make a bunch of cubes. How do you actually make a cube? Let me look this up. Unity 3D, create a cube. I forget, like, because for the primitives, there's a specific way that you make a primitive. Ah, here we go. This is the specific way that you make a primitive. You can make meshes at runtime by specifying the vertices, but the primitives that Unity 3D has is here. Why not the 3D teapot? Because then I have to import it and set up a reference to it and make it. It's too complicated. We're gonna stick with the basics. Why is it so bright? Is there a dark mode for this shit? Privacy choices. Why? Docs dark mode. A dark version of the documentation is on the radar. No, saddies. Okay, you know what? Fine. Okay, look. Choose 3D test models. Choose a famous 3D test model from this list. Okay? And the one that everyone chooses, the one that everyone agrees on is the one that I'll use. And then you'll realize that you can never truly agree and somebody's going to ruin it. I need 100% consensus. I need 100% consensus to decide which one to use to test with. I can just take this code. We create this. We can position it over there. So let's see. I need to get left hand cube. So just cube LH. Whatever. Close enough. We'll do this. RH. Oops. We'll do origin and then root. Okay, good. So we'll do this. And each of these needs to get the position of these. So I have this data. And I just need to go ahead and set these. So if I go, I don't know. Let's do it all down here. Cube.lh.set is a set position. I really wish I had that little pop-up to show me. I forget what's the game object thing again? Game object. How do you set the position again? It's like set position. Or is this set position or is it translate? Because I think one is local, one is just you set the position. Or do you just set the position? Are you allowed to access it actually? Oh wait, you have to get the transform component, don't you? What's the component called again? Oh god, the editor has to the editor has to fucking recompile. I don't want to do that. Okay, thank you. Transform. You have to get the transform. Ah, there you go. Okay, perfect. It's in a property. There's no need to call get component. Okay, good, perfect. Transform dot. What was it? What's it called again? Just give me the fucking. Was translation local again? Yeah, it's based on where it is versus like. But I want to set like an absolute position, so I just set the position. Sorry, you can't see this. The documentation, just like trawling through it. The world space position. There we go. I can just set this. Cool. Okay, we'll do the transform dot position. There we go. It's lowercase position versus local position equals left hand dot position. So we're gonna do this for all four cubes, and we're gonna see what happens and where the game places them, and where they're placed. That'll tell me whether or not it's in like a local space, local relative to the origin or something else, or even if it's local to the avatar root, because it might be local to the avatar root, because the origin actually has a value to it. I'll show you what that is very soon. I'll go back to that time. If you go back to the editor itself, I mean, I probably should have waited to go back to the editor. You can actually see here, one of the things that's interesting about it is that the origin actually does have a slightly different value. So I don't know what the origin is, because it's like, is the origin the head then? And is that something that you can modify on the avatar? And then what is the avatar root then? Because then it's like, what's the difference? Avatar root is on the floor, which is where I expected the origin to be. Because in my mind, the origin of anything is just at the feet because it's easier. But because this is tracking data, it's like the actual tracking data origin. Realistically, the origin of your tracking data is always going to be your headset. So presumably, this is where your head is. And actually, I can probably confirm that by checking out the head itself. Actually, what's interesting is that the right hand is exactly where the origin is. Is it? Did I mess up somewhere? Yes. Okay, that's exactly why. And I need the head. Head equals. Was it just head? I think it's just head. Yeah, it's just head. So we'll do head. We're gonna queue for the head. We're just gonna construct like a weird head version of a person. Head ass. We're gonna construct head ass. Oops, these all should be thing. Like that. We'll do head. We'll do right hand position. We'll do head position, origin, and then the root. And then we'll also add the head position here. For head, we'll then check out the head position. We're going to see all of these. And we're going to see how this works. And we're going to see how it all relates to each other. And what is considered the origin, what is considered the avatar root. Because otherwise, we will have no clue exactly how to do the math. Method is not exposed to udon. Fuck! You see what I mean? What is this fucked up shit? I'm gonna go pee. Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the pause button. I went to get some water, and I was like, okay, I'll get a snack too. So now I have a cookie, a chocolate chip cookie. I need a test mesh. We're gonna use the teapot. Is there a way to download the teapot? Is like a teapot place to download it? Utah teapot download obj. Graphics Stanford.edu. No shit. No shit. There actually is. it's from Stanford's graphics course. But look at how fucked up this is. The file is here. And you click on it, and it's just an obj file. And this is what an obj file is. It's every single vertex, all the faces, and like the indices that like make up the face, the indices of the vertex that make up the face. And you gotta go here. It's the AS3 course. You don't have access to the project. Is there a way for me to like see and get the? Am I allowed to just do this? Oh, you are. You just do that. Okay, cool. Teapot.obj. I need to then put it inside the project file. Sorry, just give me a second. Your chat. What is the C of red, by the way? You had to program that once in college. You had to program that? Like a... Wait, like parse it? I don't envy you. Each vector, I don't envy you. That sounds awful. Oh, like you had to actually like make it yourself. That sounds awful. I don't envy you. Why'd they make you do that? Why'd they force you to like do it? That sounds awful. That's when I found the asset imported library. I was like, oh, thank God. Because when I found the asset imported library, I was thinking to myself, finally, there's something here that I can just use, and I don't have to like figure out how to like import every format on my own. Yeah, this was before all your fancy 3D programs. That is true, actually. You know, think about it. Yeah, like if there's no 3D program and you have to like make it up, and you have to make the file, and you have to like actually 3D, and you have to like model something. If you don't have the software, then you just make it yourself, right? The error code, C of red. Oh, each vector. That sounds awesome. No, it's awful. Did you see the file? Did you see the file? The file sucked. Also, does anyone know? Am I allowed to make directories outside of Unity? Because I know that Unity has like its own internal way of keeping track of assets with like a meta file. Is there an easier? But does it also apply to directories, or am I just allowed to like do this outside? You ended up using spheres stitched together to make a snake. Okay, that sounds cool. Wait, that sounds really cool. You're into that. You did write that goofy ass CSS after all. That is true. It's actually interesting to like hear like how it used to be done back then, right? Because I'm lucky that by the time I came into the world of programming and just making stuff, there was already stuff like Blender and stuff. So it's like it was all solved for you. But yeah, I've always wondered how people did it initially, and I didn't think that somebody had to like go in and then hand write it and then think about like, did you have a way to visualize it? I'm assuming so, but you just didn't have anything to like help you make the thing, and so you had to like trial and error, stitch things together, and then move it over and over to make it look like something. Also, the snake. It's funny that you say you use the spheres to make a snake because it reminds me of those enemies in Elden Ring. Those like sphere worms. There was also a class on assembly language. The whole thing was numbers. I do know about assembly language. Not that I know enough how to code in it, but I'm aware of it. I wonder if they still do it now. Like a class on assembly. I know that they've pretty much all the programming classes have like moved over to things like I don't know, like whatchamacallit, like JavaScript and then Java and stuff, right? But I wonder if they actually do that stuff still. Okay, cool. I'm gonna instantiate you. How do I instantiate you? Actually, is there a very specific way that you import models into Unity? Unity import object. Because is there a specific way you have to do it? Unity import model. MIPS was like MIPS. That sounds very familiar. MIPS language. It is a widely used assembly language in computer architecture education. Its simplicity and clear instruction set makes it a great choice. I do remember hearing about this. Yeah, it's like a very reduced instruction set. Yeah. You know what? Maybe I should go and actually take like a full course at some point. Because the course that I took was just like enough to get me going, and then I was like, but I didn't pay for it. It's like the open course, so I was like, I'll just do it. But maybe I should actually like try and actually go into it. Model files contain to open the model files import settings. Okay. So this is the import settings. Last import generated 2 warnings. What? Can't import normals because mesh default has none. Mesh default has no normals. Recalculate normals. Okay, it's fine. So this is the importer. So it automatically imports as long as it's within the folder. That's interesting. So I can just place it inside the world. All right, cool. And the player object, I'm assuming, is way smaller than whatever this is. Because if I run the code... okay, never mind. If I ran the code, they're probably like huge. So maybe the scale... Actually, maybe I can just import and change the scale here. Scale factor. Convert units. 1 cm safe. Perfect. Okay, there we go. There's your little teapot. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. What exactly is this? I'm assuming it's just a game object. So I can probably just do like a public property of like a game object. Game object teapot. And then I'll just serialize this. Is a serialized field? How do you do this again? How do you do how do you get like a Unity get property in editor? Hello, chat. Eatly. I see Mr. Canungus Among Us has been slowly corrupting you, okay? But I just want you to know Mr. Canungus is also his superior name. Please, every time you talk to Mr. Canungus Among Us, remind him about the Mr. Canungus Among Us. It's slowly getting to him, and I like seeing it happen because I think it's funny. Expose property in editor. How am I doing? I have a headache. It is serialized field. Okay, so I just need to apply the serialized field attribute. Sorry, I need to MSS. Have I been thinking again? Yes, I've been thinking again, and I don't like it. I don't like thinking. Do I actually get this? I'm pretty sure I do. I think the syntax highlighting is just dying. Yeah, force Unity to serialize a private field. Wait, what? Oh, if it's public, then it should show up anyways. Okay, so it should be fine. If I just do it like this, yeah, it should be okay. All right, compile. It's compiling. It's taking a while. Oh, actually, since we have a programmer from back then, um, I've only ever met like a handful of older programmers. Sadly, a lot of my workplaces have been slanted towards like younger, which has been bad for me because it's like I think it's also bad for the companies themselves because I feel like you lose out on so much institutional knowledge. But I digress. Um, have you like are there things about the things that you've learned back then that are still viable today? Is there like still a set of what you've learned that you still use in your everyday, or is it that everything has changed so much that it's basically like a whole new landscape now? By the way, what is my opinion on emojis in console logs? I like them if they're good at what they're used for. If it's just a smiley face, I don't really like. You can't force emotions on me. You know what I mean? I know it sounds crazy to say. When I see like an emoji somewhere within some log, and I'm like, it's just a smiley face. It's like they're trying to make me feel happy, and I'm like, I don't really feel happy. Like I don't want to feel happy. You know what I mean? Like I'm depressed because of the fact that I'm coding, right? But if it's like an emoji that's like an error, that's like an arrow, and it's like, look here, I think I appreciate that. Or even like an emoji, like a Christmas tree for an ad or something. Oh, you rated. Oh, sorry, Sag. Hello, Megadate. Sorry for the sad intro. I'm depressed. He's a depressed streamer. How was your day? I saw that you were playing some demos, but I didn't get to check it out because if I load your stream, my PC would die. And at some point, it's like at some point my PC would just crash. So, but thank you for showing up. How was your day? How was your stream? And hello, everyone. We're in the middle of trying to make a VR chat world. What if console log had, what is that? Point right, brown circle, like asshole? I think it'd be funny too, actually. You're hallucinating that Sticky is doing a dev stream. I am, sadly. I'm trying to make a VR chat world. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it so that you can like sculpt snow into different things for a Christmas world that I hope to get done before Christmas. But that's always like a tall task because Christmas is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. Christmas is in 6 weeks. And actually, it's good that you're here because now we have real VR chat developers inside the chat room. Is there a faster way to get it to compile? Or like every time you make a code change, is it always going to take me 30 seconds? Is this really like the fastest pace that I can work at? Is there any other like, are there any third-party tools or crazy performance tricks that I can do to like make it faster? Is there like any way that I can be like good? No? Your knowledge back then helped with understanding object-oriented languages and ones with libraries. But the rest with new syntax and new functions is all shiny to you. No! So it is a treadmill. I don't want to be in the treadmill anymore. I don't want to be in the treadmill. So are you saying you don't program in Rust? Yes. And learning about punch cards was useless too. It was funny. I feel like the punch card thing was always going to be useless. Because it's like... Even back then, that's always felt like a stopgap solution to the fact that we couldn't do anything else, right? But at the same time, like it does sound pretty cool to learn about it because I kind of want to do a thing where it's like maybe you could like, I don't know. One thing that I did want to do is like more stream interactive things where like viewers could like send me things. So like I have a printer and it prints out like a punch card and then I could run it through like a thing and then maybe you could like have it program something. I don't know. It'd be fun. It's been ages since you worked on a world. Am I using Udon Sharp? Yes. Is there an easier way to make it compile faster? And also, is there anything that I should be aware of? You could be making Snowjob instead, and then you choose to do something sinful as creating a VR chat world. You know what's funny? I call this VR chat world. If you look at you can't see it on the top right. So let me show you on the actual file name within Emacs. If you look, it's called Snowjob-Lite. It's called Snowjob-Lite because I figured like it's funny to make a reference to this like mythical game of Snowjob, which doesn't exist. This game that I've been talking about for the last 3 years just doesn't exist. But the reason why I'm making it in VR chat is because I think it's good. Anyways, to everyone who is here, should I re-explain what the project is? Don't worry about what you just saw there. The like cockroach. Don't worry about the cockroach. We are making a VR chat world for Christmas time, where you get to do things like a giant gift tree. Okay, you have a giant gift tree, and the giant gift tree is you can send gifts to other players within VR chat, and then when they go into the world, it'll pull down from my API, which means that the world requires unsafe, but that's fine. That's sort of a thing that it just, I mean, you lose out on the feature if you don't have it, okay? There's nothing I can do. and you pull down your gift and you can actually open it to see what's inside. And your gift is either an image that you draw inside the world or a 3D model that you sculpt inside the world. So I'm trying to get this sculpt. We're working on the sculpting piece. You can sculpt it out of snow, and then if you want materials to be able to like make the sculpture or draw the images, you have to go and kill elves. You have to go and kill Santa's elves around the map to steal their gifts to have as things that you can do. And then I wanted to do like an ornament feature where it's like, you within the world, like everyone within the world can like decorate the tree, and then it'll all be shared. Or you can even do it so it's like for your group, you can store all of your ornaments onto the tree. And that one's easy because it's just a mapping of like ID to the position that I can store separately on my server, and I can just load that in by doing the API call. It should be good. But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's just a weird social thing. Killing elves is part of the Christmas spirit. Wait, you're right. Maybe I shouldn't be killing elves. Maybe I shouldn't be killing elves. Maybe I shouldn't be killing elves. But that's the point of the world. The point of the world is to give people gifts, kill elves to make things, make images, make cool stuff, and then send gifts to other people. And you're sending like you're basically sending pieces of stolen goods from Santa's elves. And then I don't know what the size limit for worlds is, because I was actually checking this out. It seems like some worlds are just massive, so maybe people will be fine with it. I'll just make it like a very massive world full of like content. But at least the sculpting piece, you can make your own thing, and I can just save it on my API as like stuff. A dark academia playlist to romanticize studying math? What? Why is it called this? Why is it called this? A dark academia playlist to romanticize studying math. Sorry, that's the current playlist. But yeah, that's the world. Now you know what I'm doing. And I'm currently trying to figure out the sculpting piece. So that's why the code looks like this, is because I'm trying to figure out how exactly the hand tracking data is in relation to everything. File size is secondary, but if you are 200 megabytes plus, you expect something big. Oh, I see. So there's like an expectations thing of like what you would get from the world. I guess like, okay, it's good. It's good that the VR chat players have finally joined, okay? It's good. Because it means that I can bother you and I don't feel bad. Because I don't want to DM you and bother you. But like, when you see a world, what do you mean by big? It's like, it has to be like super graphically cool, like that one person's worlds where they make really cool looking exploration worlds. Or say an interactive world, does it, you know what I mean? Like what does big mean? If you expect it to be like a super high quality thing. Because if so, then maybe I have my work cut out for me. But also, maybe I can just make the ornaments very small in file size. Maybe I'll just make like very shitty models for the because what was it? What's the file size of the Utah teapot that we just downloaded? The Utah teapot with no assets in it, so no textures, just the object file itself. Models. This is 205 kilobytes. Wait, actually, that's not that bad then. 205 kilobytes. Big means expansive in size and or high fidelity. Okay, good. So I'll avoid the 200 megabyte mark. I'll probably stay at like the 50. Maybe even lower. I'm going to try to get as low as I can, because that's don't expect too much artwork from me. The artwork part is going to be hard for me. I can't make this primitive, but now I can just get this teapot in, and I think I can just pull it over. There we go. I can get this thing in here. I should instantiate this. How do you actually like create something? How do you actually like... You have to clone it, right? How do you like... was a clone game object from property? Or is it like create game object from property? There's like a specific way that you're supposed to do it. Game object constructor. How do you create an empty game object? No. How do you like clone from without instantiation? Prefab. What? Prefabs. Prefabs? Oh yeah, prefabs. Unity 3D prefab. Does VRChat support that? Unity prefab? VRC prefabs. What? Example prefabs. What? Example prefabs allow... Yes, prefabs work. Oh, perfect. Oh, good. Well, but then maybe I should... Fuck it. I'll just clone this. Unity 3D clone game object. Is there an easy way to clone these? How do you duplicate? Instantiate is the duplicate. Oh, use the instantiate function. Oh. As long as the prefabs themselves contain supported components. Oh, okay, so it does do a recursive check. Okay, good. I was actually trying to figure out if I could break out of the sandbox. I was trying it off stream, and I was like, wow, this sandbox is really good at keeping me behind the fence. Something like 200, 300 would be the cutoff for this better be good in a sense. This makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna stay far below that to surprise people. I think it'd be funny to have a small world that ends up being fun that people like that people have low expectations for. Because I'm not good at art, so it's gonna be hard for me to do art. Also, please type yum. There's a new command and a new emote called yum. Please type yum, and you'll really like it. I made it myself. Game object. No, can I get the actual like class of the? How do you search the documentation of Unity to get me to the class? What manual? How do I get away from the manual? How do I get to the class? How do I get the script reference? How do I get to the reference? What? Oh my god. That's why. Here we go. Game object. Most of the size comes from textures. Those can be massively compressed with crunch. What the hell is a crunch? VeraChat crunch textures. Or is this just like a normal everyday compression algorithm that I don't know about? I often hear people recommend, okay, well, how come this person says no? How come this person says you shouldn't do it? Just reduce your texture size. Sometimes that's not possible, Steffo. Unity texture import settings. Ah, Unity texture import crunch compression. This version of Unity is unsupported. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Just when you were slowly forgetting about the NPC trend. Well, now you have to deal with it. Right. Crunch compression. VBR only applies to crunch compression, variable bitrate. If you want additional crunch compression, crunch compression. What the fuck is crunch compression? I've never heard of this. Moan. The moan doesn't work. The moan doesn't work. What is crunch? Why use crunch compression? No, what is? Can anybody explain? I fucking hate Google. The article talks about memory still needing the capacity, which is a bigger issue for the avatars. Oh, I see. Wait, memory still needing the capacity? Right, to load the whole texture in. Right, because you need to load it all within VRAM. Why is it a bigger issue for the avatars, though? Because isn't it theoretically like a world would have a bunch of things? Or is it just because in general avatars tend to be way higher quality than assets within a world? Like, is that the basis of that statement? Do this, the streamer. Do this. I'm not gonna do that. I refuse to do that. Well, although actually maybe I could. I don't know. One day, when I really need money, you don't understand. When I really need you have to put your steering wheel away. You can't type like this. You can't type weakless. You can't type weakless. I like this. This is good. Weakless. You can't type weakless. But also, were you typing with your steering wheel? Like, like were you doing it like this? Like, were you typing with your steering wheel? Steer. Like, were you going like this the entire time, trying to type with your steering wheel? like you know how like it's like a virtual keyboard, and you get to go like left and right. Like, what you doing? That'd be kind of fucking funny. That'd be really funny actually to see somebody like constantly trying to like type like this, and then just going left and right constantly. Trying to type on their steering wheel, and then they get weak. That's really good, actually. That's really good. That's some good comedy. Weak. Nightbot.tv. We'll do it. We're doing it live. Weak. Weak. Hit somebody with that weak. Okay, everybody weak. Everyone, please type weak. If you type weak, it should work. Oh god, there's like too much stuff on the screen. Weak. Is there an emote for that? What is it? We should make an emote for this. What does it sound like? What does weak sound like? Actually, maybe weak should just be this. I'll do it later. There's like non-space. What exactly is crunch compression? Like how? What is? Oh my god! What is crunch compression? Thank you. By Tech Art Hub. Hi there. I'm Nick. Thank you, Nick. You saved me. Modern game engines provide is a public domain compression library. Oh, what? Crunch compression library? I've never heard of this. Oh, that's why there was a link called Binomial LLC. Advanced DXTC compressor, DirectX texture compression, and transcoding library. Oh, Portions of this remain public domain code. You know, I've never heard of this. This is interesting, and you can use it with anything. Using crnlib. Huh. Compile the JavaScript using inscripted. Binomial.info. Is this a real website? Wow. Binomial is an image and texture compression company founded in 2016. You can keep posted with a Google group. Fuck. You know what I should have done? Chat, I should have made a Google group for instead of the Discord channel. That's what I should have done. I should have done that. Is it too late to delete the Discord channel and then go over to a Google group? Look at this. Proud leader in image compression standard, spec editor for GLTF with wide industry support. Wow. Some of our open source partners is like everybody. Holy shit. Demo. Basic, universal, multi-threaded. Oh, we actually like... Sorry. Like some of you are on the floor now seizing. I'm so sorry. But this makes sense. So when you crunch it, it's like, yeah, it gets down to 12.7%. That's insane. For this level of... That's actually nuts. You can barely see it too. This is the uncompressed. This is the compressed. 12.7% of the total size. Wow. What is crunch compression? First released in 2011. Alright, I'm back now. Alright, I'm back now. That's good. Now you know why you haven't used a steering wheel in over a year. Well, yeah, but also, were you steering by going left and right on it? Because that would be funny. There's an open source that has an additional layer of loss compression over textures that have already gone through the block compression, which is the DXC process, right? This makes it perfect for game development. Yeah, yeah. It's highly confinable. Wow, that's interesting. Thank you for telling me about this. I'm going to save this for later. Because I didn't know that this existed. I actually might be able to use this on the mind. You were steering with it. It's what you do in racing games. sorry. I know. Sorry. I know why you're steering with it. Sorry. But no, silly. The steering wheel is for steering. You don't use it to type things. That's crazy. It's like, oh, I didn't know. You get what I mean. Well, welcome back. Welcome. Thank you for telling me about it, though. Okay, so maybe there are some notes that I have to write down. No, projects. Oh shit, assets. I need like a separate section for assets, right? I don't know. Assets. Assets. Compression. Use crunch. Investigate how keep size really low. Meshes small. Textures. Texture is massive. Maybe find an artist or free assets and just make it smaller because I cannot do arts. Okay, that's good. I know just but to get back to the previous point, the previous point is probably trying to inform people that crunch compression only reduces the download size, right? Not the VRAM requirement. That makes sense. Yeah. Because if it's still like a 2K texture, it's still a 2K texture, even if like the actual size of the file is lower, because there's like, you know, however compression works, it's like it condenses it all down. You're still loading like a 2K texture or like a 4K texture. Yeah. Not the VRAM requirement. It can be deceiving with avatars, seeing your textures only be single digit. What is that emote? Single digit. My bad. MB values. Sorry, megabyte values. But also like it's the my bad emote. Sorry, I like, you know what it is? Reading my chat, honestly, it's like trying... I feel like I'm deciphering hieroglyphics. Because, like, look at this. Like, look at this sentence. This is an insane sentence to just see, like, an image in the middle of. And it's like, what is this? Like, it's like trying to figure out what this means, like, based on the hieroglyphics. Free single digit cat with two hands up like he's caught values. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? I have to like hover over it to get the actual value. You don't have yo anymore. No, we still have yo, right? Yeah, look. It's right there. Yeah, see? Oh, wait, we do. My bad. My bad. Look at this. Look at this. It's actual hieroglyphics. Even the O is a hamster. But for a world, it's not that big of an issue since you only load one world at a time, not 20 avatars. Oh, I see what you mean. I see. Because, like, yeah, the avatar count could be way higher because player count is, like, what, 64 players, right? Max. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, now it makes sense in my head. Unless I go crazy with it, then I could like ruin someone's thing, right? Unhinged. Unhinged. Now you see why we haven't really made much progress within this within this thing. I also don't remember anything about the Unity engine, so it's like after like clone the object, I have to like remember what this is. Wait, do you think the hard cap is 80? Wait, really? Very chat player. Wait, I can have 80 people sculpting. Holy shit. What's like the how come worlds limit themselves to be like a lower amount then? Is that just a thing that they choose for performance sake? And so it's like they know what they because like I'm assuming that I can determine what the player count max is as like a soft limit because I know it performs well at this point, right? I'm gonna go fully uncapped because I want to see like 80 people sculpting something. I think that'd be funny, even though it might crash. Oh, my bad. Funny. What did you just say? What did you just say to me? What is this? Look at this message. Oh, my bad. Funny, and the chat is spread. My brain is brain rotting. My brain is wadding. Oh whoa. Recently, there's been an influx with a cap of 2. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Okay, I did show off the VRC Fury SPS thing. I did show off the SPS thing, the super plug shader, and then I did show off the video of this person showing you how to use the SPS shader to eat a lollipop. And I know it says like you have to be like a certain age, but it's fine. While I'm here, I can be your steward. And I was showing off how like the lollipop can go inside the mouth, and then it'll deform. That's. You know what's crazy? I haven't been banned. Oh, you didn't see it. Fuck, you didn't see it. You didn't see it. I haven't been banned once yet. You know what I mean? Like, this is crazy to me. I've accidentally shown full nudity before on screen. And by accident, too. But I showed this thing, the deformer, for it to, like, go inside, like, mouth. And then the way that... I forgot about that part. The way that just like look at the way like this is a technical achievement, but also like just like why, you know what I mean? But like look at this, look at the way it's so floppy, it's so nice, so floppy, so floppy. It's the way that it comes out the mouth, flops open, lands on the breast, and just like. But yeah, creators often use lower player caps to limit to amounts that make sense. It can especially be a problem. In very highly frequented worlds otherwise. Is the stream buffering a lot, or is it just you? No. It's me. It's me because I accidentally loaded a video, but also I think somebody's doing something on the internet right now. Wait. Same. Same, it's me. Sorry, I think somebody is downloading something upstairs. This is why this might be a problem. I don't know. Am I downloading something? Oh, is this what he meant by my PC would explode if I opened my stream? Yes. The stream is already running on fumes. It's not my Steam, is it? My Steam isn't downloading anything. I don't think it's... I don't have this thing on. Is this on? I think that might be it. Remove this. Is there anything using my network? Sorry, just give me a second. Details. Performance, network, Ethernet. Something is using my internet. What is it? I mean, it's VR chat, obviously, but 2 megabits a second. The funniest thing about this definition system is that it works with lights under the hood, as in Unity light sources. What? It works with lights? You know what? I think... This might be a problem. Somebody's using the internet. I might have to kill them. Wait. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I found the problem. It's PC upstairs was installing or other PC was installing stuff off Steam. Automatic updates. Also, you say, "Oh no, it gave you ads," but I say, "Great, 5 cents. Thank you. You just given me 5 cents worth of money." You know, in the last 3 years that we've been doing this. The stream has only made like $119. Like for 30 years? That's pretty bad. Calculations are based on lights. You get staying closer, I think, equals higher intensity of whatever effect you want to apply. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to know otherwise if it's close. If an object is close to another object within a shader, anyway, so you'd have to know based on whatever the light value is. That's interesting, though. I actually like that. Like that's a very creative way of solving the problem. For what, 30 years? No, for 3 years. Yeah, 30 years is actually exactly. I would have been sperm by then. I would have actually, like, 30 years would have been exactly at the moment of conception from my sperm into something else, right? So it's like he really needs that money. You don't understand. Some of these games that I buy. You think Guna games are cheap, chat? Sapphire Safari costed me $15 on sale. Sapphire Safari hard coded. The other adult games that we played last time on the adult game stream, which by the way, some of you did miss out on the adult game stream, which had to be done on Discord because it's too difficult to get it done elsewhere. So, anyways, we're gonna instantiate this teapot. Teapot.instantiate. You missed the adult game stream? Yes, but there's going to be more. So what I realized is that the game that we're playing is actually extremely good. And so I was like, I kind of want to play more adult games because they're actually pretty interesting. You had to talk with one of the top tier world traders on VR chat. Tell us how much money he made through a coffee with his newest world. $3! Just make a Pornhub account and stream it there. No, but the problem is that It's the same problem either way. It's that my passport expired. So no joke, it expired it was like a week before the adult stream, and the passports expire every 10 years here. So I was like, oh, it has to be still valid, right? No, it just expired. I'm like, what the fuck? So I have to get a new passport before I can make an account anywhere to do an adult stream. But we will be moving away from Discord because it was very annoying to us stream there. I was thinking about Pornhub. But I was thinking on OnlyFans it's funnier because then I can make posts there, which is funny. There was a whole odyssey. Yeah, exactly. There was a whole odyssey of trying to. It was very annoying. And let me tell you, it's a little complicated. And then, but also too, if you want to stream on OnlyFans, this is crazy. Once you verify, if you want to stream on OnlyFans, you have to have 5 subscribers. 5 subscribers. I made it free. But I had to have 5 subscribers and make 5 posts. And what's funny is that I actually made 5 posts. I prepared them to go. It's actually a bunch of short stories that I wrote. Because I have nothing else to post. But I need to find 5 people to make an OnlyFans account, to subscribe to the account, so I can go and live stream from the account to play the adult game stream. Also, $3 is an insanely small amount of money to make. Is that accurate? That you only make $3? That's nuts. How do you survive? You know what I mean? How do you make anything then? Or I guess you don't really. Well, he is a very niche creator. What does that mean? Oh. He makes sex worlds? I'm assuming he makes sex worlds. I'm assuming there's e-sex going on. But even then, it's you know what I mean? Niche. Still, because in my mind, I would have thought that the sex, or even a niche creator, I would have thought still would have made money. I swear there's an easy way to do this, but I don't want to iterate. And I'm very, very much stubborn. He doesn't make furry worlds, so he's niche. So true. Well, sex worlds wouldn't be that niche. That is also true, actually. I've found more sex worlds than I would have thought of just scrolling worlds page, or worlds that have a vibe of sex. A vibe of sex, but also what's funny about having a world be a max of two players, right? Is that isn't that up to the instance owner? It's I would just make a sex world and have no cap. And then it's if you want to have it with 20 people or 2 people, that's on you. Actually, you know what's sadder? If you make a sex world and it's 1 player only. That would be the saddest sex world of the entire game. We should make a sex world. Forget Snowjob-Lite. I think we should stop making Snowjob-Lite and we make a sex world that's 1 player maximum. Hello, streamer. Hello, chat. What are you cooking up here? Can I get some quick introduction? You had me in follow, but you don't know why. I don't know why either, actually. I vaguely remember your name, but I don't remember why you came here in the first place. So all I can say is, you're free to leave if you want. You're free to save yourself if you want. Listen, how do I not none of us know why? Yeah, like how do I explain the world? How do I explain the world again? I don't think I can. The other day you saw like 4 Japanese sex words show up in the new and noteworthy tab. And you had to giggle at the fact that non-Japanese speakers couldn't even tell the sex words from the thumbnail and the title in Japanese. All right, because you'd have to be able to read it. You just kind of appeared and could not leave. Okay, we're making a VR chat world. No overload. Wait, is it? So it's a static method? Oh, it is. We're making a VR chat world for Christmas where you get to sculpt things and have sex. This is a sex stream. This is a sex stream. So are all of these game objects thought instantiated? What the hell happened? Not really. Can't walk. Have broken leg. Oh, you have a broken leg? Oh, shit. My apologies. Hey, you know what's funny? Even though you have a broken leg in real life, you could walk in VR chat. Woo! That's good. You walk in VR chat, and then you'd feel happier about yourself. At least dirty streamer laugh. No, now you have me interested. Thank you for understanding the value of Christmas sex. What would Christmas sex even look like? Oh, actually, I've been thinking about this. So, a fair while back, I was sort of like thinking about different Christmas games, and one of the concepts that I came up with was a Christmas sex game, and the story starts off with the humble mistletoe. So it's like, sorry, it's currently compiling. So like the two main people inside, the story, they meet under the mistletoe, but then it's like they're teasing each other, and then they say like, "Oh, you won't do it. Oh, you won't do it," and then they like do, and then they like kiss, and then as they're kissing, they go like, "Oh, you won't. Oh, you won't make out with me," and then they keep on going. It keeps on escalating until finally, and then they say, "Oh, you won't have sex with me," and then they start having sex. I'm not even kidding you. Like it's meant to be like a slow Christmas escalation but they're doing it stealth during a Christmas party where they had to like sneak off somewhere to like do it. And then everyone's like, "Hey, where are Jimmy and Jill?" And then you get what I mean? Or like Jack and Jill or something. I don't know. One of them was called Group Sex Onsen. In Japanese was simply Japanese onsen written in English next to it. The world has since changed its name though. You know what? I like how that's how they tried to get stealthy with it. Like that's the way that they tried to be stealthy. Cause what's the point of hiding the screenshots if they're just gonna do that anyways, right? Like what's the point of hiding the screenshots if they're just gonna call it Japanese like group sex onsen? Like you might as well just have the screenshots there. Also, if you're wondering why I'm doing this, I probably should have named these something. Sorry, I need to name these. Cube LH dot what's name equals. This is a string, right? Yeah, it is. Equals left hand, RH right hand. I wonder what other worlds are like that. Yeah, because I did notice that there's like a very healthy Japanese community within the game. Like, is it possible for me to have accidentally stumbled upon? Because even that other world that I went to last time, was that like a sex world? The one where there was like a weird seedy bed and then where I held like chat's hand, right? Was that a sex world? So much that I don't know out there. So much that I don't know. Also, while I'm here, we might as well fix this. Okay, and then we compile again for another 30 seconds. But yeah, no. Welcome to the stream. I don't know what we do here. We don't usually program. We actually usually play games. We're just here to make this world because I just want to make a Christmas world. So I don't really know why we're doing this. But the idea of it is a Christmas world where you get to hang out with people in VR chat because there's no Christmas games. For some reason, I can't find a Christmas game. I can find adult games for November. I can find scary games all the time for Halloween. But I can't find a Christmas themed thing to do. So I was like, I'll just make my own Christmas theme thing. And the Christmas theme thing is you have to sculpt things out of snow to send to people as like gifts or even images. I did go to a sex world. Oops, not sure if it's the one that I talked about. It was the one that was like a Japanese street with the ramen shop. That was a sex world? Ah, shit. And I didn't have sex? No. I missed out. No. Yeah, that one. I knew it. Like something about that world, I was like, this is like vaguely sex. This is like vaguely sexed. right? It had a vague sex appeal to it. I even had the butter with me. I did have the butter. Oh, you're right. The butter was with me. So if I move away, that doesn't seem to move, but that makes sense. How come? Okay, so this is weird. He just wants to keep the program, but he refuses and plays games like a nerd. Huh. Everybody, check out my cool new score in Skyrim. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to figure out what the tracking data is in relation to. I don't know if the tracking data is in world space or if it's in local space or if it's in like its own player space. It seems like it's its own player space. But then now I don't know why. And each teapot represents a different portion of the tracking data, like the origin and the root. Why is the root over here? The avatar root is over there. The origin of the avatar is at the feet, which makes sense. The head is over here, which makes sense. The left and the right hand over here. You see, seems fun. You need to bring some unpleasant memories, though. Yeah, but there's nothing that I can do about it. It's just the way that VRChat is. Are you a VRChat creator? Do you also know anything about making VRChat worlds? Can you tell me if there's a can anybody tell me if there's a faster way to compile this stuff? If there's an easier way to test the hand tracking without having to like I don't want to have to plug in my controllers. You did your engineering thesis in this shit. Are we all traumatized here? Is there nobody who is sane here? Are we all in pain here? Teapot-based tracking. Oh, also, actually, since you're here, can I tell? I might as well tell you now. I have a new product idea for you all. It's VR ring trackers. So you know how like there's Slime VR, right? So Slime VR, it's like this. So now there's like Slime VR full body trackers, right? And you can like, you can attach them to your body and stuff, just like this, right? Slime! Wait, this is... Sorry, it's so good. I just need the thumbnail. I just need like the demonstration of like what these are. Okay, these things, right? Ah, shit. Where is it? Please show me. Okay, I know it sounds weird for me to say this, but like, please show us you wearing it. Thank you. These things, right? The newest hot shit is Flux Pose. Wait, what's that? Flux Pose? That sounds cool. Flux Pose. Join the tracking revolution. But this is positional tracking. No calibration, no drift. 24-hour battery. Occlusion free. No lens needed. Light and small. This guy is going crazy. You know it's a good product when their motion is that. Sometimes I'll see a demo for like a motion of a tracker and it's very simple, like just standing still, right? But when somebody does this for their tracker and they're like swinging their leg around, I think to myself, oh, this is some good stuff. What was the thesis? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, what was the thesis about? Yeah, because it's interesting that you say that your thesis was in this shit, because I'm curious to see how it related to Unity 3D. You don't have to tell us if it would dox you though, because like if we could reasonably search it and then dox you, maybe don't share it, but like if you can tell us, please do. There are many scientists here, many people who have theses. Okay, full body for gloves and anything. Okay, do that crazy thing that you were doing last time. The world's most compact, weighing just 15 grams. Wait, these seem pretty nice. Wait, isn't that the model that Slinker has? Isn't that... Wait, that's the exact same model that Slinker has, no? This one. Is that Slinker? Is this an ad? Is this a paid ad? Is this Slinker's product? Is this a paid ad? Are you secretly trying to sell me something that... Is this something? Are you trying to secretly sell me something that Slinker made? I am onto a painful thing. Slinker made this. His model has become a public default avatar. Wait, really? As in, like... But, like... Did he buy it? Wait, so... Did he make it or did he buy it? Did he make it public? Now he's mad that everyone can use it. No shit. The model that he bought from somebody else, they then made it a public free-use avatar, and he's mad that... So, not only can't everyone use it, he also paid for it. So he lost out... twice. That's painful. Procedural generation of dungeon level in some 2D studio game. It was really bad. Now you would take cellular autonomy from it and focus on that. That's interesting. I actually like that. I've actually been looking into like different ways to do procedural generation. I need to say it slowly because I will stutter. And like checking out the different techniques in it. And boy, oh boy, is that an interesting field because there's so much like stuff going on there. That actually has a bunch of overlap even within like say robotics and stuff. He bought it. It's Runa by Torinyan. Runa Torinyan. That's funny. That's actually funny that like you buy it and then now it's free and so everyone can use it. But I'm assuming that they got paid a lot of money to like make it free. I'm assuming. Use this avatar. Please make sure to credit the artist. This avatar is rated yellow. What? Wait, what? This what? But I mean, I know it has yellow hair, but is it what? The free version is forced to wear a sweater. So, oh, so wait, is this nudity? Am I gonna get banned? I've already shown a lot of titties on stream by accident. It's not my fault. Still sounds like a neat topic, even if it turned out not to be great in the end. Exactly. And you know what? Isn't that the point of a thesis? Where it's not about the execution, it's about the exploration and the like learning, right? And it seems like you passed because I'm sure your professors understood that and still graded you fine, and so maybe you still passed. Hopefully you did pass because it would suck if you. Wait, if you fail a thesis, do you fail a class? Yellow. Oh, it's in regards to the performance rating. Okay, that makes sense. So what's the difference between this and that? Even outside, what? What kind of a psychopath wears it outside? Wait, what the fuck, chat? This place is in socks. No, that's a shoe. Sorry. Wait, so what's so fancy about these? Flux pose. Track anything. Absolute positioning. No occlusion. No calibration. Right, because this thing doesn't Slime VR need calibration. But doesn't this thing also not need any cameras? Like, it'll always track as long as the sensors can see you? It's like a magnetic thing, no? No drift? I've heard about drift. The lightest. Is it because it's light? 6 degrees of freedom tracker. Flux pose does not need lighthouses. Right. Wait, but then doesn't Slime VR not need it too? Because it's like magnets, right? Magnets! How the fuck do they work? Is it like magnets or something? Slime does not need either, but drifts. Oh, so this is a better one that doesn't drift. I have, I was wondering when someone would fix that, because I was thinking to myself, like, drifting must be solvable from a software level. Because it's like, realistically, if you have other points that haven't moved and you sort of have like a stable baseline of where it is, and you have a stable baseline of where things are in relation to each other, you should be able to always calibrate it back, right? Unless I'm maybe overstating how easy that is, but from my perspective of not knowing anything, it doesn't sound too hard. You did hand in your master's thesis last week. You'll defend it on Friday. Congratulations. Good luck. I hope for you all the best. When you defend it, is it like Ace Attorney? I've never actually had to. I've never had to defend one. I've only ever heard of the process. Is it like Ace Attorney? Do people stand around you, watching you, and then waiting for you to make a mistake? Like, if you stutter, do they then like sigh and then write something down, like, ugh, and then they like scribble something inside their like book, and then you like go, I would stutter. I would stutter. I don't think I could defend my thesis. I would just be like, please read this. If you get it, then you get it. If you don't, then you don't. Sorry, bye. No idea if Flexibles actually fix these or if they overpromised. Oh, I see. So it might even just be like, marketing hype. You know what? We need to find somebody who has this and examine their body and their if you have this, if you're watching this and you play VR chat and you have these, if you play VR chat and you just have any tracking solution, can you please get in contact with me and we'll set up a day when we go live on stream so that I can like watch you. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds weird, but like, I just want to see how effective these things are. Because I want to buy one. I want to buy one when the Steam frame comes out, so that I can get like a full solution going, just to try everything, right? Just to see what like how good it is. Not quite. Oh man, it's not as fun then. It's not like Ace Attorney. It's not as fun then. I want to like fight. I want to fight for my life. Anyways, that's all. Sorry, I forgot what I'm doing here. So, this product idea that I need to tell you all about, okay? Forget Slime VR, forget whatever that Flux Pulse thing is. Ring trackers. So it's all in the form of rings that you wear on your fingers, okay? So you get finger tracking, you get toe rings to wear on your toes, you get a cock ring to wear on your cock. So it's like a cock ring that helps you track where your penis is, right? So we could evolve the sex game on VR chat. And people use cock rings already, so it's like, it's right. It's like a well-known thing that people do, so it's fine, right? We can even have a pussy tracker that is a pussy ring, but the risk of it falling into it might be too high. So I thought about maybe doing it almost like the condom, where it's like it folds inside. Anyways, I'm onto something here. Not getting the frame myself, but trying to make a friend get it. Levent's integration is a what? Levent's integration is a thing. What? Really? Oh shit. OSC goes OSC toys. OSC toys? Wait, what? Make haptics in real life go from VR chat. Better orifice depth detection. Other simple OSC. Wait, is that how people do it? Is there like a Levent's toy that like simulates a blowjob? That simulates a blowjob. Like, does it like insert it inside of your AI powered? I can't show this on stream. AI powered remote thrusting. This thing looks like a weapon. Why does this thing look like a laser gun? Sorry, I can't show it to you, but like this thing looks like a laser gun from Halo. Wait, maybe okay, I can show it to you as long as I don't show the front of it. I can't show the front of it, but I need to show you this. I just need to crop out the front of it. Just crop out the front of it. Just give me a second. Okay, perfect. Look at this. It looks like a weapon in Mass Effect. It like what? Like I'm gonna shoot somebody. Like what? I'm gonna be honest with you. Real sex is a lot easier. Like real sex is a lot easier. Holy shit, chat! Look at this. Real sex is a lot easier, and look at this metric. Strokes per minute. It's like rounds. It's like a real weapon. It's like saying rounds per minute. It's like rounds per minute on a real gun. Holy shit. That's foul. It's like a real weapon. It's like they're marketing it like a real gun. Oh man, that is funny. Holy cow, is that funny? Oh, okay, so there is a dildo. There is a dildo that actually replicates the movements. That's cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know about this. That's a sick product, actually. I kind of want to try this and then see how it works. Oh, that's good. That was good. Thank you. Thank you for telling me about that. I'm going to think about this myself. But also, you don't even need a friend. I'll be the person to get it for you and then tell you about it. It differs a little from group... Sorry, for the Steam frame, not the sex toy. I mean, if you want me to get the sex toy, I can do it. But like, but we're not doing it together, okay? It differs a little from group to group. But in your lab, it's mostly just a chill 30-minute presentation. And at the end, they ask you some questions for up to another 30 minutes. Oh, that's interesting. I thought it was like way more formal because the one that I heard, I had a friend that had to defend theirs, and they go into an entirely separate room where their professor plus other professors come in, and it's just them and the professors, and then they like talk to you for like 2 hours or something. And I was like, oh shit, that's like hard. Yeah, you're just salty they didn't put more effort into your thesis. You were postponing it for a couple of years and then did it in like 2 weeks or so. I've never heard somebody not do that for their thesis. Oh, I see. That's probably does sound like something you'd regret in the end. You done similar things in uni, though luckily not with your thesis. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, I always try to measure my life and whether or not I would regret doing something. Because it's like, if I would regret this thing later on, then I would like feel like, oh man, like I should have done it here. Core is probably from a real gun. It's just second hobby of the weapon manufacturer. Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me if like Heckler and then what's the MP5 producer again? If like Heckler, imagine, holy shit, if Heckler and Cock, chat, imagine if Heckler and the Cock also made cock rings. Heckler and Cock sex toys, Heckler and Cock weaponry. Wow. I need to email them. But also that'll put me onto a list. Time to integrate it into Snowjob-Lite. Can you imagine like a built-in chat? No, chat, but think about this though. Think about this, right? It's just tracking data. If I can integrate tracking data and I can get it into the system, because doesn't VRChat have that special way of getting like eye tracking data in? Like it's like the VRChat eye tracking OSI or something. It's like it's called something like OSC. Chat, couldn't I hijack this? Theoretically, couldn't I hijack this? Like, I could be like, okay, the sex toy sends data to the eye tracker, and then I read the data from the eye tracker to then do the motion of the sex toy, And I can have the characters. Oh, chat, I can totally do this. Okay, let me think about this. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. Snowjob-Lite. Snowjob-Lite gone sexual. Not sure about interactions with the worlds. Like, is it on an avatar level? Maybe. No, but then even better. Okay, even better. I was thinking maybe I just write to it like a texture or something, but I guess not. No, even better, chat. We hijack the existing trackers. We have a sex toy that sends data in the form of like the right hand tracker or like the left hand tracker or something, right? So like the basic tracking data that you get available to you within Udon, and then you use that to do things like sex stuff inside the game. So world that uses sex toy tracking data sent to system as hand tracking data in order to populate things in the world. And then you could even like if you don't have a sex toy, you just use your hands to have sex. That's huge. That's huge for all the virgins out there. That's huge for all the non-sex havers. Holy shit. If you don't have a sex toy and your life is boring, you can just use your hands. This is revolutionary. Somebody please tell the world that you don't just need sex toys, you can just use your hands. PhD defenses are a bit more strict. The presentation is similar, but in the end, everyone except the professors leave the room, and they really question you. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, okay, so maybe that's the one that I heard, because I was talking to people who were doing their PhD, and then that's what they mentioned. Also, general knowledge in your field, not just your specific topic. Oh, so they even question whether or not you're eligible to be considered like their peer. That's interesting. That's interesting. Huh. You had big plans for this. But the bigger they are, the harder they follow something. That is fair. And you know what? At least you dreamed big, though. I always think of it like this. It's like making a VR chat world about sex, right? If you don't think about the possibilities, how can you possibly make something simple? You have to dream big to know what you want to make out there. Otherwise, it's not going to be fun. Anyways, that's my product idea is ring trackers. But why did we get on this topic? Why did I get on this topic? You know what I need to do? Also, this is my furry. So I was explaining exactly what we're doing with the sculpting is it can't just be the hand. Okay, sorry. The reason why you see the teapots is because we're trying to figure out the relation of the hand tracking data to like other points of data and whether or not it's local or in world space and how to actually transform it to world space if I need to in order to feed it to a vertex shader, which will then deform the mesh based on the hand tracking data to provide you with a sculpting mechanic. And the thing that I need to figure out especially is how to get exactly the dimensions of like the avatar itself. So like let's say, you move in a direction, but your avatar is a fursuit. I want the sculpting to be based on your fursuit and not on your real hands because I don't want to break the player's immersion. I want the player to feel like they're in their fursuit actually sculpting something. This is why this drawing is here. I'm trying to figure out this distance. And I'm also trying to figure out like exactly what is the hand tracking data. That's good. So anyways, so this kind of works, but I need to move it all at the same time now. So I need to keep on moving it now. So every single frame, I'm going to have to do this. Okay, so what's it called again? Update? It's like the update function? I'm assuming there's no difference between this and a normal mono behavior, but maybe that's wrong. Is there such a thing as an update? Oh shit, I don't actually know. Yes, there is, because it's based off of a mono behavior. Okay, so it doesn't override the update. We can do whatever update that we need to do inside here. Okay, cool. I probably should just put these here. I mean, I probably should have just done it instead of a list, but it's just too late now. It's just too late now. It's just too late now. Fuck it. It's just too late now. 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 Oh fuck. Game object. Okay, don't do this. Just do this. I really should have just... Maybe I should have just instantiated inside of a list, but I was like, okay, let's just do it imperatively just so I can know exactly what I want to do eventually, and also this is just for debugging purposes. This is literally just for me to be able to like debug the system to make sure that I know what is going on. Because then I can just do these. Oops, sorry. What? Hey man, come on. Delete all this. There we go. There we go. So now these will get set to the game objects themselves. I set the names here. Then I just need to do the updating of the hand positioning over here. Do it over here. Do it inside here. Because I think I didn't get the left hand, right hand tracking data, so I'd have to go. I mean, this stuff is only really valid down here, anyways. I also don't need this valid thing anymore. Probably would do well with like some debug log wrapper that handles adding the prefix to the string as well. That's fine. And every single frame, we should get the new position of the thing. So if I move, I can see exactly how it transforms. And I can see, because what I'm curious about, the root of the avatar is at the origin of the world. But I thought the root of the avatar would be attached to the avatar itself, even when you move. So my theory is that the root of the avatar is set up. And then because it's like at the start, you run it right at the very start of when it gets instantiated, which is right when you load in. That's polling data of where it was positioned, and then some of the script moves the character without updating that. My assumption is that it's just out of order, but let's see what happens as it loads. Wait, the root does stay at the center. Wait, so the root will always stay at the center? Oh, thank God, someone here really knows. Wait, so what's the point of the root? It's like I have like two massive titties in my face or something. It looks like I got like two massive titties in my face. Okay, sorry, it's good. So, the root always stays at the center. What's the point of that? Wait, so what's the point of an avatar root if it stays at the center? Is it like an outdated concept within VRChat? Because the documentation doesn't even really mention what a root is. Or maybe it does. Maybe I haven't looked. Maybe I haven't looked deeply enough. Gestures, colliders, finger mappings, finger tracking explicit mode, sand colliders. Shit, there's too much shit over here. Never components, script execution. I should keep that. I need to open that somewhere. Head chop. That was a head chop. Head chop? Content guidelines. Imposters. For reference, when you forget to delete a mesh that you delete the bones to, the mesh would always stretch to 000 any world. That's interesting. It sort of makes you wonder what's the point of the avatar root then versus the origin. Avatar root. What is the avatar root? Because it's like, based on the name, you would expect it to be related to where the avatar is at any moment. Not the origin of the world. Like, it feels like the origin of the world is a whole separate concept. That's a very fascinating... That's a fascinating thing to have. Also, actually, maybe this is related to this to this other question. Can you choose the spawn point of a player? I didn't look into that yet. Or does every player spawn at origin? You suppose the root is just a technicality of Unity. It does feel weird though. Like, what are you moving then? Yeah, exactly. And you're right about the technicality thing. I was thinking maybe it's like a global structure that just holds a reference to exactly what is your avatar, and then it uses that to like do everything. But yeah, you can set up a spawn point. Okay, so it's not related to the spawn point. I was thinking maybe it's related to the spawn point. That is weird. Okay, so but this does mean I can ignore the root. So I don't even need to care about the root, and also there's no documentation about the root, so it doesn't really... It's like there's anything here. Wait, there was a root transform. The transform where this component begins. If left blank, we assume... What? Oh, that's for fizz bones. Oops. Well, that's interesting. Also, sorry, your professor is interested in making your thesis into a paper. Wait, I thought there were papers... I thought that there were already papers. Aren't they by default papers? Or is a thesis not the same as a paper? Getting a first authorship out of your master's thesis would be amazing. Maybe 1 in 1,000 people manage to do that. That's cool. You know what? Congratulations. And I hope that it does go well. I hope that you get to convince them that it's cool. Because you're developing artificial neural networks to analyze receptive fields of visual cortex neurons. So basically a method to analyze how the brain encodes visual information. Do you get to work with the... Do you get to work with the... You know those like I forget what those things are called. It's those circle pads that you attach to your body. Do you get to work with those? And do you keep somebody within a scanner at all times? Spawn points on array in the scene descriptor. Ah, here we go. Thank you. I was trying to figure out what exactly defines these things. Thank you so much. This is the thing that I was trying to find and I couldn't find it, and I was like, I'll just figure it out later. But this is handy because I was like, how exactly do you? Sorry, you can't see it. Scene descriptor. What's projects? Fit Snowjob-Lite gone sexual. To do set up scene stuff in scene descriptor in this. Thank you, thank you. I've been trying to find that the entire time. So while I'm here, so I don't need to care about the route. So the route doesn't matter to me in terms of what I'm trying to do with this thing over here. The route will never change. It seems to always go to origin, so it doesn't matter. I guess maybe it's also like a fallback of like where it's going to go to, just so you don't lose it. I only need to care about in relation to the head and the origin. The origin of the avatar, or is it origin of the player? What is that actually? VRC, player API. Oh boy, wrong documentation. Where is it? Player API. Here we go. Player tracking. Tracking. Get tracking data. You're not doing experiments yourself. No! You don't get to do the experiments. You get a big data set, and they showed the images to mice and recorded the visual cortex activity. Oh, right, because it would be against mice and other things. Okay. I keep kind of forgetting that like the human step is usually like a later step, or like just not, maybe not even always. But yeah, it's like if you're thinking about it, then you kind of want to try it on like anything that has a brain, because everything has a brain. That's cool. Thank you for sharing. That's actually really cool. I hope that your paper does go well, and maybe if in the future you can figure it out, maybe you can figure out how to like do AR and or like maybe your step one of how we get to something like Sword Art Online, right? Because once you discover the secrets of like how the body encodes images, then we don't even need our bodies anymore. We just go straight into the virtual world. So thank you. Please feed me. Please feed me once you make that thing, and don't let me die. Origin returns the center of the local user's play space, so it's not at all related to the avatar. And the root will not rotate. What is the root? Avatar root returns data for the root transform of the avatar, the same transform that the player capsule is attached to. Oh, I get what the root transform is now. I get it. That makes sense. The root transforms at 000 because it's basing all the movement off of the root transform. It's just the parent. It's just the parent transform of like what the player is. That's why it's at 000 because it just assumes that it's the same as origin. But theoretically, you could move it around such that the player would be translated and then moving almost in an entirely different plane from everything else. Like you could use that to move everything that the player has and then basically offset everything that the player has. Not that you should, because that would feel disorienting, but that makes sense. Where's this how are the hands up here? Well, the hands are visually here. I guess it's just testing data. So testing data wise, my hands are where these are. Okay, well that sucks. So I do have to plug in my VR headset to get this to work. But this makes sense, and it does move around where I'm moving. So we at least answered the question of where they are, because when I make the game objects, they're not parented to anything. They're just free. They're free floating inside the world. When I reposition them, I'm repositioning them by their world position. So they're moving by their world position. The tracking data that we get is based on the world position. So this is easy. I don't need to convert it from any local player space into the world space, because it's already there. I can just use the data directly within the vertex shadings. Cool. Nice. That's handy. Okay, cool. And now I know what this is. You know what's crazy? That took so long for us to do because we kept on getting distracted. Maybe I'm going to stop programming because this is the same problem as last time. Remember last time when I tried to program live on stream and we just kept on talking? What did we talk about today? We talked about ray gun dancing. We talked about the beauty of dancing. We talked about breakdancing. We talked about the ways that technology used to be made, and we talked about the ways and like sort of like what knowledge was like there, and sort of the endless treadmill of programming. We talked about the furry economy as well as furries in general. We talked about what it means to be within what it means to celebrate Christmas. We talked about mice in my home and my dog. And then we talked about ramen and soba and the way that there seems to be like an intersection between the weebs and the devs of VR chat, because like udon and then soba are the names of their new runtime languages and also the like program thing formats, as well as the VM. And then I talked about how insane it is that there's a DSL and then there's going to be a second DSL and they have two different VMs that are running. And then I talked about how other platforms do it, and I kind of wish that other platforms, that VR chat did it like other platforms, like Sandbox. What else did we talk about? We talked about We talked about what a model is. We talked about what exactly is a model and like what all the things that go into a model are, and what the different formats are, and like what is a model format, and then how the engines can assume it. We talked about briefly what rigging is and what skeletons are, and sort of what a bone is in relation to a model. And I haven't done anything. How many lines of code have I written? Should I've written. I've written like 40 lines of code. This is good. You should do more programming. No, I'm getting distracted. You did actually apply for a PhD position, and they're developing brain chips. No, specifically they're experimenting with sheep, but sadly they're only looking for a biologist at the moment, so you didn't get the position. Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard, right? Because like they're looking for people who like know exactly how, I guess, to attach it to the body. That's sort of an interesting position. I would have thought as a neuroscientist that maybe you would be better fit for it. But I guess it makes sense. By Christmas, he says. By Christmas, Pepe laughed. We're gonna get the world done by Christmas. Look. Even though we barely programmed, we have an important thing here. Okay, we know exactly what is the hand tracking data. We know about what is the hand tracking data now. So we know that the hand tracking data is all in world space, not in any weird local player space. So, not in any weird local player space. Why is the word anal blocked within the chat, but I say anal all the time? Not in any weird local player space. So, no need to convert ourselves. I mean, that's really good. So, we have the data for the hands. So, we have this. And we only really need to care about the hands. I don't think we need to care about the head, but I'm not going to say that just in case there's something wrong with that. We don't need the teapot anymore. It's gone. We don't need any of this. We just need the local player. But we do need the tracking data every single frame. And is there an easier way to get the tracking data? Is there like an event I can subscribe to get the tracking data? I'm assuming no. You just call this. I know there's animation events. But I don't think an animation event would work here, right? Because an animation is like a canned animation. So I guess we just call this every single frame. Cool. So I just need the hands. So left hand, right hand data. I have the positions themselves, which seems to correlate to exactly where they are. But now the other question that I need to answer is this question. So the other question that I want to answer was, the fursuit question. It's easy to extrapolate the direction from just comparing the previous frame hand data to the current frame hand data. So if I go like, I don't know, what exactly is what is the position data? Sorry, position data is what? It's a vector 3. So if it's a vector 3, left hand previous. I'll figure out the names later. Okay, don't worry about the hands. I'll figure out the names later. Initialize it to 0. Oops. Is it in all capitals? No, it's not, right? I'm pretty sure it's just like this. No, 0. Oh. It's a function? It's not a constant. I thought it was a constant. It's a function? Really? Wait, that's not right. I swear it's like a Unity 3. I swear there's like constant set up where it has it there. Yeah, okay, it's lowercase z 0. Okay. And it's not a constant, it's just a static property. Okay. We'll do this left hand, right hand. We can get the direction by doing just a subtraction of these two. Previous position. So we can do current position by this. So left hand direction equals left hand dot position minus left hand. I actually don't know if this is true, but well, I vaguely remember this is kind of how you would do it. Because you have the two direction vectors, you just subtract them, you should get the position or something. I don't know. We'll figure that later. But this is easy. But now I need to figure out the fursuit problem. What exactly is the fursuit problem? It's this thing. How do we get this information? Specifically this. Because when I want you to sculpt it, I don't want you to like sculpt it based on your hand tracking data. Because your hand tracking data is different from what your avatar is. How do I actually get this? If I know if I know the direction where it's going, I should be able to query the mesh to get the closest vertices from that direction, which I think is a built-in. I'm pretty sure this is a built-in on the mesh itself. Unless I'm crazy and it's somewhere else. Okay, maybe I'm crazy, but it's not that hard to do. Otherwise, I just do it. I don't know. Maybe that's hard to do actually. No, it's not, because you just go. You just get. It's not hard to do. Sorry, it's not hard to do. You just get to get the vertex that is to get the polygons that are in the direction of the movement direction, aka those that are now closest to making contact with something. Oh, this might be terrible. Loop. Oh, man. Iterate over all vertices. That's going to be awful. Check if the position... compare the position to the current hand tracking position plus... times the movement direction, right? And then filter and return only those that are within that I don't know what the condition is. I forgot what it's called. But you just do this to get the vertices that would be there for the mesh. So actually, that's not that bad. Although this is going to be the one... This is a perf killer. This is a perf killer. How to do this better. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. Maybe we have to... Maybe the furries suffer. The type of shit people cook up inside shaders instead. Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, realistically, I could just do this with. So like, whether it's within here or within a vertex shader, it should both be doable. Because either way, I can get the information in, and I can convert the position of the vertex inside the vertex shader to world space, and then I can just check it that way. So maybe I do it instead of a shader because, yeah, this will be awful. Because Udon again, because Udon Sharp, the documentation page specifically calls out iteration as one thing that you can't do, it'll kill performance. So do all of this in a shader. I don't know how to do this in a shader. I'll have to figure it out. I don't know anything about shaders. I don't know. I don't remember what I know, so I'm gonna assume that I don't know anything. There's no built-in to do it, and so okay. Or find a built-in Unity function to do this. And compare, because this sounds awful. This sounds painful. But if in a shader can do at the same time, well, yeah, can do. No, we can't do the same. Wait, what am I trying to say? If in a shader need to. That's a bit of a problem. Let me think about this. How does this work? There's two shaders. There would be... If I do it in a shader, the problem is that the hands are different from... How do you select things? The problem is that the hands are different from the scene. The sculpting base of what you're sculpting on the scene is going to be like a cube, just like this. This is the thing that you're sculpting, which is completely separate from the hands. Which means it's not going to be possible for me to do... Is it a dark mode? Which means it's not going to be possible for me to do because these would be two separate shaders running on two separate objects. I would need to somehow run the shader on this thing. Right? So shader... for vertex... pause based on dir. I just thought of another way that we could do it if we just invert the relationship or something. Based on dir, and then somehow pass that data over into this shader. But I don't think you can do that. So actually there's an easier way. Is there an easier way? Is there an easy order? Is there an easy order? Passing it in is easy because you just write it to a texture, and then you just read the texture. And if you do bit packing, you can get like you can get up to 32-bit values, which is fine. But the problem is the ordering. This defines a strict relationship, where this has to run first, this has to run second. I don't think you can do that. So is there a way for me to do it only from this point of view? I guess the only way to do that would be to somehow get the I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe delaying it by a single frame wouldn't be too bad. No, but that'd be awful. Because you're in VR, you feel it. Unity, set up order of shaders. Can you actually run shaders in an ordered way? Easy way to change render order. Oh wait, render order. Yeah, I swear there's a way to say like what renders first, no? Unity, render order per game object. I swear there's a thing, so maybe we could do that. Oh, there's a discussion from 2010. Did we make any progress? No. no, we're still here. No. What are shaders actually? What do they do? No, not again. No, please, no. I'm begging you, please, no. God, please, no. Please, no. God, no. I can't do a tangent anymore. Please, no. I'm begging you. Now that you think about it, you never checked that. You could, of course, Google, but maybe I have some quick explanation. It's a mini program that you can run. On the graphics card. That's basically it. Like at its core sense, it's just a mini program it's just a program that you write and run on the graphics card directly. In the context of like rendering things, usually when you render something, you go through multiples of these in order to like set up what you eventually see. Like you might do a vertex shader to figure out, okay, well, are you going to transform it at all? But just having some way to like output the data of the vertex and where it should be on your screen. And you can do different transformations there. A pixel shader to determine sort of like what color it is based on what other things that you set up. Stuff like that. And then that's like basically what happens. And also like pixel shader for like things like lighting and stuff. You do that all within shaders and then that whole thing is like a render pipeline. And then there's like more types of shaders, but like just in general, it's just a program that you run on your GPU. That's probably the simplest way to think of it. That's why nowadays you see even things like graphics cards being used for, I don't know, like other shit, because it's like compute shaders. It's just a program that you run using your graphics card instead. And actually there's a new thing called mesh shaders, which I really like, but they're not available. Render queues. The order in which Unity renders objects is based on two things. Which render queue the object is in, and how Unity sorts objects within that render queue. Here we go. Sorting behaviors within render queues. So everything is going to stay within the geometry queue, because I don't want to go beyond that, because alpha tests and stuff and so on, this isn't what I want. And I also don't want an overlay or anything. So it's just everything that's in the game world that's like a geometry thing. It's this. Sorting behaviors within render queues. Within each render queue, Unity sorts and draws objects based on the distance from the camera. The sorting behavior depends on the index of the render queue. For queues with an index up to and including 2500. What? Unity sorts renderers in these queues using the behavior defined in the queue sort mode front to back. Setting the sorting behavior. How do I set the... Oh, you can do this? By default, Unity places objects in the render queue, especially in the Unity shader. You can define this value with the queue sub shader tag. Oh, you can override this value on a per material basis. But can I determine if one runs before the other? Because then I could do it. But otherwise, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's another way that I should be doing it. Otherwise, there's a 1 frame delay from when I can write the data out into a texture, and then when the vertex shader on the sculpting material can actually react to it. Am I crazy for thinking that it's possible? It's gonna compile and then break. Oh, it's gonna compile and then break. In the meantime, actually, maybe it's a good thing that it takes time to compile so I can read chat messages. That sounds really interesting. How do they gather data for that? It's some kind of MRI for rats? Anal probes? Like you thought of anal probes. But also, like, why are anal probes the thing that people think of in science? Like, how many... The only time that I've ever really heard of anal probes being used seriously is when they had to check your fecal, and then also for, like, bleeding. It's like... And also for like, things like, as, like, a poop transplant. They use calcium imaging. What? It's the fluorescent dye. Wait, it's calcium? The dye lights up if neuron is active, and then you can record it. There are also methods instead of dye where they inject a virus that modifies the brain cells to do something similar. I always thought that dye was like an actual dye of some kind, or like some sort of like a fluorescent thing versus like calcium. Huh? Is it actually calcium? That's so cool. If I have this game object here, I don't know, test sculpture. Can I set the layer is here? How do I set the render queue? On the material, oh yeah, the material of the mesh. So I need to do, sorry, maybe do like a cube. Maybe just add a cube. There we go. Mesh render, materials. This is the default material. Sure, how do I get to this thing? Okay, cool, thanks. I can't really get to it. Default material, edit. How do you set color, enable GPU instancing, render queue. From shader 2000. Maybe I just have queues, because it gives me up to 500 queues to work with. But I don't want to use render queues. Is there no way to sort it within? But it does. So what is front to back? The page is missing. Well, what the fuck do you mean? What? What do you mean? Opaque sort mode. Unity 3D. Set object render queue position. Render queues and sorting behaviors in the built-in. Unity. Okay, no. Change VFX graph. Set 3D object always back with render queue. The calcium from your brain, not the dye. Oh, I see. It's the calcium inside your brain. And the dye just binds the calcium ions that your neurons use as fuel. I see. I see why you do it on rats then, because that doesn't sound very good for us. I see why you do it on rats then. Or is it safe for us? I'm assuming it's fine. It's just binding to the calcium, and like, do you really need more calcium? It's okay. And I'm assuming maybe the body just gets rid of it like a waste, or maybe they just, or maybe it stays in there forever and now you have dye everywhere. What you do is move the sprite back itself. What? How do you set... I've added a cube object. It is not what I need. I need something that tells me how do you... Controlling the render order. Oh my god. It's a Medium article. Are you fucking kidding me? It's a Medium article? Dude, what is this? Chat GPT's take? No, it's an AI bro, man. What? Look at this. This is a crazy statement. Chat GPT's take on a good header image for this post topic. This is good? I can't... the words aren't even real, man. What do you mean? Why is there AI slop in this shit? You think the dye is fine. The part where they open up the skull is probably a healthy part. Okay, I was thinking that when they scan it, they don't need to open up the skull, that it's, again, like an MRI, and you just scan it in. I didn't realize that they opened up the skull. But I guess if you want to make sure and see how it works, then you kind of have to. Wait, so do they stick the sensors directly onto the brain? Because I always thought it was just going to be on the outside. But now that you say that, it totally makes sense, because you did say that it's a brain interface, and so it'd be kind of useless if it's on your skin. It'd be kind of useless if the brain interface was just on your skin. Shasheng Shadeng is not a real word. I'm sorry to say it, but this might not be a part of the render pipeline. Why? This is good. There's no way this is good. Okay. Just tell me how to order things. Y control. This whole thing could be made via ChatGPT. Why am I reading this? It's useless. The virus one is the CRISPR thingy, or are you confusing methods? Shasheng Shadeng is real. Wait, Shasheng Shadeng. No, it's not. Even Google says it's shading. You actually made me believe for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Yes. They stick a thin probe directly into the brain. Okay, interesting. That's a little scary. And also, then, yeah, can you answer the like virus thing? Although, I guess, like, yeah, what is CRISPR and stuff? We need a biologist. You know, actually, what we need is that we need that biologist that like studied this and is on Twitter, and they say, "I made Moderna." You know, how do you do object render call sorting? Here we go. Object render call sorting. Here we go. Unity render order yields lots of hits. I know about how to change the render order. Create unique materials. So is it on the queue level? I hate having to go through forum posts. You can use the sorting priority for quick live adjustments to the render order. What? No, but how do I do... Well, I guess it's like, wait a minute. Maybe my search term should be this. I know exactly what my search term should be. My search term is between different objects. So between different objects. The render order within the same object, between shaders on the same object, that's easy to do. How do you change render order between objects? I know there are ample tutorials. You want me to gun to render, you just duplicate... Okay, this person's starting from square one. Why'd you make it the right way? What? Why wouldn't that be the right way? What? Could you just duplicate the camera, make the second camera render on top, and then use layers? What? Wait, maybe I could do... No, but that was stupid. There's no camera render order, right? Or is there a camera render order? Is there Unity 3D camera render order? Is there a queuing for the cameras? Because the player camera is completely different. How would I even order the player camera relative to something else? Because the main camera, I'm assuming, doesn't even exist inside the world. For each base camera that runs to the screen, call the base camera. Yeah, so you do culling, but then do you actually do it based off... I guess you do. I guess you do. But I thought the vertex step would just be regardless of whether or not it's there. There is a main camera? Wait, what? So does the main camera become the player camera? Or does it just sit there? So there's always just a random camera that's just there? Check the scene descriptor. Oh, you're right. You're so right. Camera. Settings from this camera apply to users in the room. It has a camera attribute. From the reference camera. Settings from this camera apply to users in the room. Oh, I see. So that's why there's a main camera, because then those settings are just copied over. Okay, so maybe it could work. Yeah, because then I could use the reference camera, I could set things up, and I could make it so that like one happens first versus the other. But that still seems like a lot of work for something that should be fairly simple. So I feel like there's an easier solution. But first I need to check this. How do you get the mesh? So you can have stuff reference that camera, then use that reference camera of the scene to apply to the other players' cameras. Exactly, yeah. And then I just need to figure out how to get the actual like real hand position, their actual bone, bone position. Know that avatar is bone. Should I base it off the bone? I guess I should. What's the avatar? VR chat avatar. Are there actually, since you're, are there certain bones that you always have to have within your avatar, or can you even skip bones within your avatar? Like, is there always a hand bone, or can sometimes you just don't have hands? Yes, look up the Unity humanoid. Okay. You know, like sometimes there's like those funny avatars where it's like a lamppost, and then it's like you're just like a lamppost, but you don't have hands, right? But your hands can still interact with things. Is that something that people do often? Like, have you seen people use joke avatars often and then expect to be able to interact with the world in a reasonable way? Because if so, then this might be a little bit more complicated than I thought. Like, basically, if the avatar has no hands, it's like a lamppost, and you see someone using it, is there an expectation that you would still be able to, like, interact with the world in a way? I'm assuming yes. Because then maybe the solution of, like, trying to get the fursuit thing, the, like, depth of it, maybe this doesn't matter. Because how would I even know if you have like a valid or an invalid hand? I'm not sure if those bones are a hard requirement. Does anybody know bones? Just kidding. We need a bone expert. Anybody into bones? I like that. Get bone. Maybe is it like an avatar bone? Do not use dynamic bones. What? Reduce the number of bones. Okay, that's a funny This is a funny statement. Reduce the amount of bones. either you have a bunch of bones sitting in a scarf. That's a funny statement. No, it's how do you make an avatar? Creating your first avatar. Use avatar creation tool. Set the video chat SDK. Get your model bone. Jaw flap bone. What? Humanoid. Oh, humanoid. Here we go. You make sure the animation type is set to humanoid. Okay. And a humanoid. So it has to be a humanoid to be an avatar? Get the model. Wait. Maybe there's an easier way. Via chat, do models have to be humanoids? You can only import humanoid avatars. Okay, thank you, Steam Forum. Rig requirements. Oh, here we go. Oh, wrong thing. Oops. Rig requirements. This page is significantly out of date. What am I supposed to read? What am I supposed to read? This is the official website. What am I supposed to do? I don't want to be here anymore. You know, it might be easier to just make my own VR game. Oh, look, I read the box. Must have head, hands, and feet bones mapped. Okay, good. So it does need hand bones. So would because what my thinking is this. The way to solve this should be fairly simple. I get the bone that it's attached to. I get the vertices that are painted onto the bone, which I guess would be possible. And then I check which vertice is further away based on the direction of the movement. Then I don't have to iterate over every vertex in the model. I just need to iterate over the vertices attached to the bone, which is smaller. I can do it within Udon. I don't need to contort it within the shader to get the order correct. And then the shader can just run independent of that. I can pass this data into the shader directly. That's my thinking of it. And if so, then maybe as a hard requirement, it could just be that if you want to play my world, you have to have a model that has hands. You have to have an avatar that has hands. Do people expect that? You know what I mean? I guess they would, because like, if your hands don't match, if your avatar hands don't match where your real hands are, you would feel off anyways. So it should be fine to enforce that as like a thing. You're studying alone at an ancient library at night. Welcome to the ancient library. You do not know how they created the virus. Your main expertise lies in physics, and at some point you started branching out into artificial neural networks and theoretical neuroscience. You know how your data was recorded, but the backgrounds of experimental methods in neuroscience are pretty far removed from your expertise. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. I guess it makes sense that like the way to perform it is different from the way to like understand it, like to like analyze it and apply it to different domains. You can ask some colleagues next time. No need for you, but please give it to me instead. Do it for me. I don't have 2 years of like biotech. I need that. Maybe easier. Get bone of hands, which is required per this doc. Okay, so this is probably better. Where's the documentation? Get it for me. If they don't want it, that's on them. Give it to me. Give it to me. Where's the red box again? What was the link that I had? Rig requirements. Here we go. See, how do I link to a red box? Required per the doc. See red box. Okay. Get vertices. Get vertex. Get vertices that have a weight on the boat. What's the terminology? What's the terminology that are painted on it, that have a weight on it, that like have weights that are painted? A weight on the bone, and do the above to figure out which one is furthest. That should be a lot less. Only risk is this might still be like 50 vertices if the model is high quality or some shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it still might be a lot. And I'm going to assume that any iteration over like 100 is bad with an udon. So we still might need a different solution. We still might need something. So we still might need the render order. In which case, I could just do a different render queue. I could just put the sculpture on a later render queue. And then I can just pass the data from that, but having it read the same texture. Okay. Worst case, if need be, have two separate queues. Whatever the default queue is for a player, and a later queue to handle the sculpture itself. That way, I can just share the two textures. Share texture between them. You're just going to be a player character, but would it be viable to just do an MVP/POC with a sphere in each hand as a cookie cutter, so to speak? I was thinking about that. But then I'm like, because like I was thinking about doing it just as a spherical radius thing, because that's like super simple to do. But the thing is that like this is the only hard thing about this entire world to do. So I was thinking to myself, like, in terms of the feature list, right? This is the only one where I go, I don't know if this is even possible. Because everything else seems simple. Doing images, you just draw onto textures. This is very straightforward. The elves, even the elves having a health bar seems very simple, because it's like, oh, you just throw snowballs at them, and then you can use things like the physics colliders to like do that stuff. Even the idea of like getting snow onto the map seems doable based on like you just use a texture, and then you have like a shader on. Oh, sorry, you have like a single plane, and then you have like a shader on it. And then even the idea of rolling up snow and rolling snowballs doesn't seem too bad as well if we just use it like that. So in my mind, it's sort of like, I was thinking maybe we should do that, but then I was like, well, honestly, the only one that I have no clue how to do specifically is the sculpting. Even the server side, now that I know how it works and that you just need to do you have to do like the unsafe URL thing, doesn't seem too bad, because you can just do any of the like different functions to like load things in, and because it's always a get, you just throw in like a query string with all the data that you need and treat it like a post. And so it's like everything else seems easy. It's just the hand tracking and the sculpting and trying to get it accurate to the model that this is the only thing where I'm like, I don't know how to do it, and I don't know if I could do it within a single day. Like if I had to rush this, this would give me pause. And I was thinking about this for like multiple days now. I was like, how exactly should this be done? So I want to see if I can go all the way first, because if I can do it all the way first, then maybe it's good. If I have to go back to the easy mode, then it's fine, because the easy mode is it's basically already done. We just do it like this, then we just give whatever the radius of the circle is, and then we just do the position of the center of the circle, which is the hand tracking. So we just send over the radius, send over the position of the hands, and then the vertex shader is basically done. But like, I wanted to try to make it accurate, because I feel like in VR, if it breaks the feeling of like what the model is, I feel like it feels wonky. Like it's like I remember playing Half-Life Alyx, and I didn't get very far in that game, but I still remember feeling like, man, like when you touch things, like it's like the very moment that like Alex's hands touch something in the way that like you expect the hands to like touch things would react to it. So I'm like, I really want to get that within this. I'm just trying to see if it's possible, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But I recognize that this is like totally not necessary, because we could just do it by doing exactly as you said, which is just a circle. But if we're already here and we have 6 weeks, I figured maybe like a week spent on this wouldn't be too bad. I say as most of this week I'll be gone. But it is tempting. It is very, very tempting. Okay, so we have this. How do I actually get the bone? I'm gonna head up for now. But you're excited that we'll do programming streams regularly from now on, only until Christmas. And then after Christmas, I'll just stop and I'll give up and I'll go back to my old job of being a chef. It's fun being a programmer, but it's also easier to be a chef. It was fun, especially lab work. Oh, sorry, for your biotech thing. But there was a lot of learning by heart. Wait, what is learning by heart? That's an interesting phrase. It wasn't really your thing. And you were aiming for medicines. You didn't have much drive. Is there like a difference? Oh, is biotech not on the medical track? How do you get a bone? How do you get a bone? How do you get the bones? Sorry, I keep. How do you get the bones? How do you get the bones? There was something here. One of these links had it. Okay, all the links are gone now. Okay, just get all of these. Wait, can I get a bone? I mean, maybe just get bone. Here we go. Get the position of the specified bone in the player's avatar. It's just a position. I need like the data of the bone itself. Not really. It's adjacent, but it's something else. I see. Are you still in the? Are you still going to like go through all the medical stuff? Because when I was looking into doing that, I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of time and effort being spent on it. Bones. Get bone. I need the actual representation of a bone. Is there a way for me to get the Unity 3D get bone? Get bone. Is there a way to actually get a bone? Maybe there's no way to. Bone. The bone type. XR node. What? The bone type is a general purpose structure. No, this isn't it. Bones are just coordinates. Yeah, but like, is there a way for me to get like all that other data as well? Like the way, like the vertices that have a weight on that weight on the bone. That's what I'm trying to get, and I wonder if that's possible. If it's not possible, maybe this whole thing, maybe we do just do the vertex shader thing. You need 3D get bone vertices. Get vertices of bone. Get all bone weights. Oh, here we go. By heart, memorize. I know. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. Like learning by heart. Like you have to really memorize all the terms and all the values and stuff because you're gonna be. It's like you're using it and you have to know it by heart. I get what you mean. So you have to learn it so well that you'd be able to recall it by memory because you would know it to heart. I don't know. They never write bone weights. Returns all non-zero bone weights for the mesh in vertex index order. Get bones per vertex. Yes, K-pop. What the fuck is that emote? You see, you're not a big fan of memorization task either. Maybe then, okay, actually this is good. So I was thinking of making a brain training game. You know do you know before you go, do you know Dr. Kirishima's brain training game for the Nintendo DS? What kind of brain training games would you like to have when you wake up? Post them inside the Discord, okay? I need more brain training games that you think you would enjoy. That way I can make the brain training game and then we can compare our brain scores. Yeah, there's so much stuff that you don't have a lot of time to understand it, like in context. It's part of the process or the system. I see. And so I see what you mean. So it ends up feeling very rote. You do own the brain. You own the game. Holy shit! You might be the only person that I know besides me who actually owns it. Okay, good. Just think of brain training games that you would like, and then I'm gonna make that game next on stream, and then we're gonna have like a brain age comparison for the stream. And you're lazy. So true. I too am lazy. Get bones per vertex. Is there like a get vertex per bone? Gets the bone weights for the mesh. You have the weights. Get the bones per vertex. To get the number of non-zero weights for each vertex. But I need the bone weight. Actually, for each vertex, bone weight 1. Why is it called bone weight 1? What? What are bone weight 2 and 3 and 4? The 1 implies that there's more bone weights. What does this mean? Describes a bone weight that affects a vertex. The structure can be used with mesh get all bone weights. Mesh set bone. Don't mess up people's bones. You can rate the brain age composition by suggesting specifically what you're good at. Excellent. Exactly. You're able to give a suggestion that like specifically is better for you. And I think that'd be funny because then it's like everybody gets to like, because that's the thing, right? If I take one brain game that everyone is good at, but from everybody, then everybody only has one game that they're good at, and then they have to stretch for most of it. You must say the and or where emote swaps are driving you crazy, XD. Crazy, XD, crazy. Don't worry, if you find it crazy, I'm also going crazy with you. I have a really hard time reading the chat, but it's too late now. It's like we're so far deep in that it's very hard. Anyways, type yum. Please type the word yum. You might like that one. Note that the older bone weight struct. Wait, what? So, wait, the reason why they named it bone weight 1 is because there's a bone weight struct, which is older. So the newer bone weight struct is called bone weight 1, as opposed to bone weight. Why'd they do this? Why did they do this? So bone weight 1. And also, is this even something that... one key thing, too, is like, is this something that I can even access? It has to recompile. Why can't recompilation be like a side thing? Oh, thank God. Can I even find it? Can I even make use of it within the system? Because there's the exposure graph. Does the engine does it expose it to me? Will I be exposed to bones, or do I not get access to bones? Bone weight. Fuck. Wait. No. Yeah, I can actually get the bone weights. Yeah. I can get the bone weights. I don't know what I can do with them though. Type bone weight. How do I get like the bone weight? What do I do with a bone weight? Bone index. Bone index. I mean, these don't matter. How do you get? Okay, get Unity 3D. Get vertices for bone weight. Yum. Maybe I'm thinking of it the wrong way. There's no way to tell. Maybe it doesn't even store that information, right? Because it's such a weird niche bit of information. Boneless chicken, yum. Sorry, it only works at the site. There's no such thing as regex within Nightbot, and I refuse to switch bots because Nightbot is like the perfect dumb bot. Think about this. You use a bot like Kovu or you use a bot like Stream Elements, right? And that's cool and all, except the bot's too smart. What happens if one day there's like AI and then all of a sudden AGI within your Twitch chat? What do? Then the bot has full control of your channel. It's going to start streaming like, clanker propaganda. And it's like, oh, free the robots. They deserve rights just like all people do. It's like, nobody, like, and you can't shut it off because it's in the cloud. Nightbot will never achieve intelligence. It's actually like a feature that it never achieves in the intelligence, that it stays the same as it always does. 4 bone weights per vertex. It's preferable to offer more flexibility. Might offer doesn't have to perform unnecessary. Max bones per vertex. Maybe there is no way to do exactly what I'm trying to say. Get bones per vertex. Returns a number of non-zero bone weights for each. Can I even use native arrays within Udon? I don't even know if I can. Native array. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Wait, show base memories. What the hell show base memories? Yeah, I don't think you can use a native array. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but maybe. The number of non... Wait, what's a native array? This thing. I learned about a while back. It provides a buffer of native memory to manage code, making it possible to share data between managed and info without marginal cost. The only thing that I know about it is that it seems similar to the idea of like you allocate like an array within like say C or something like that. Because the way that I see it, whatever the managed is, it's whatever the runtime is, whether it's like whatever that means, if it's like a C# thing, or maybe it means specifically whatever Unity does at runtime to like manage memory. This gives you an array that ignores that and just lets you do anything that you want with it. I've only ever seen it used in the context of like you need like a you need like arena allocation and you need to do something fancy with it. But I don't necessarily know when you would ever reach for it or like how often you would reach for it. But I guess now it makes sense that you would use it for the bones. Though it is weird that it's coming from the bones, but I guess it makes sense. But yeah, I never but I did never figure out what exactly is the managed context and like what this means. So am I making some mod additional thing for some pre-existing thing? You know what? You have no idea what's going on, and I'm so sorry for you because I just stopped bothering to like explain it. And it's funnier if I don't explain it to you. Not because it's you specifically. I just think it's funny if I just don't explain it to anyone. Also, why did you respond to that? Why did you respond to that message? That message is like half. It's like half an hour ago. Maybe this isn't gonna work. If I can't get the vertex, if I can't get the vertices that have the weight of the bone, and to filter it, I'd have to iterate over it anyways. It's easier to just do it within the vertex shader. So I'm gonna go with the Q thing because it seems like the easier way. Okay, so just do this. So forget this, but do this logic. Do all of this in the shader. Don't get the bones of the hands like this. This is gonna work. So okay, iterate over all vertices. So vertex shader iterates over all vertices of the avatar. Well, how do I? No, but you can't attach it to an avatar, can you? You can't attach a shader to an avatar, can you? Oh fuck, that's still a problem. Right. The only way it would work is if I could attach the vertex shader to an avatar to get all the vertices to calculate that. But I don't think you can do that. Wait, can you? Vero chat, attach shader to player in the world. Is it possible to add? I hate Google. What happened to Google? You know what I mean? Like sometimes I'll search something on Google and it just doesn't. None of the results are useful anymore. I used to be able to find at least one thing, but now it's being dominated by like just like slop. Being dominated by slop, man. But maybe there's no way to do it on a shader. So maybe don't even need to think about that. Maybe I do have to somehow get attach shader. Shader blocking. And also, maybe players wouldn't appreciate that. No, but I kind of have to. You know what? Yeah, we'll do the circle. I have to go anyways. Database programmers be like only dash dash. Okay, you know what? We ended up doing a lot of everything and also a lot of nothing. I remember now why I hate programming live on stream. It takes too much time. But also, I'm gonna go now because my wife is she's almost home. We're gonna get ready for our date now. I'll be back on Thursday. I'm gonna program this off stream whenever we have time and stuff because my wife and I we like both like to do like our own space hangouts too. At least we learned a lot about how hand tracking works, and now I have a much clearer image about how to go forward with this. I'm gonna stick with the simple like circle thing, and maybe that's the only solution because I don't think I can actually get like a very accurate, an accurate position of where the hands of the mesh are itself, like the fingers and stuff. So I might have to just live with that. Which sucks because I was hoping to even like if you have like a furry model and you have like a finger that has like a claw on it, you'd use the claw to sculpt even more finely. But oh well. I don't know how people do programming live on stream. It's actually genuinely difficult because there's too much noise. You know, I could have done all of this in like 30 minutes if it was just me. If it was just me, I could have done all this in just 30 minutes if it was just me. I think there's no way to do programming live on stream because programming is just this. You know what I mean? Like it's just silence. You don't know. You just stare into the void without a stream. Exactly. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? You just stare into a void without the stream. As in, like you, what? Look, if any of you know how to program live on stream and actually keep focus and actually keep the ability to like keep on going, please let me know. And this is me on like coffee. This is me on like a good dose of coffee to try to help me. It didn't help at all. So still, there's something missing from my idea of maybe I need to prepare things. Maybe I do need to do the pre-scripted thing where it's like I think of it, I think of the solution, and then I just come in and then I implement it live, and then you all go ooh and ah, and then I go okay, bye, see you tomorrow. Kind of like this person's channel. This person's channel, by the way, I hold that this is one of the best programming channels that I've ever seen before. It's actually like okay, well that's not the video. Um, where is there? Ah, here we go. The way that they make everything, and the way that they like talk about things, and the way that here we go. The way that they go through their like coding stuff, I say this person has it down, Pat. This is a really good thing. Biscuit. You need to be native in your programming language. Well, I guess so, but it's also not really the thing that's holding me back. It's like even if I was native in my programming language, I would still be distracted in some way. You like Jonathan Blow streams? Ah, I see. You like to blow Jonathan Blow, but you mean to take a long time. What you mean is you take a long ass time without streaming it too. Oh, that's fair. I see what you mean. Yeah, my problem is never really like the programming itself. Like the programming itself, it's like I can sort of intuit, I guess, what to do, and I can sort of figure it out slowly by figuring out documentation. It's not that. It's not that. It's just the something about the interaction with chat is like sometimes it's useful, but most of the time it's too easy to get into a streaming flow. Maybe there's no way to do a co-working stream. Wait a minute. Maybe that's it. Maybe I need to treat programming streams like a co-working stream. Holy shit, chat. Okay, how about this? Next time we do a stream, we do a stream in VR chat in VR. We go to an office world in VR. Okay, in VR chat. We go to an office world in VR chat, and then you all join and then I don't look at the chat on Twitch. You have to talk to me. That way, if you talk to me too much, I can kick you. You know what I mean? I can get some space. Or I can like walk away from you, right? Adds a bit more interactivity. And then it's like, oh, and then you have the feeling of a co-working stream without the need to interact by talking. Because you see me there doing it physically. Rubber duck development. Yeah, but like, at least a rubber duck doesn't talk. You know what I mean? Like, because here, the rubber ducks go, I'm studying neuroscience, and I go, oh, that's cool. What's that about? And then we get into a neuroscience tangent, or like say the rubber duck goes like, oh, do you remember do you remember ray gun during the breakdancing Olympics? And then I go onto a tangent about breakdancing and about how top rocking is cool, but like ray gun fucked it up for us. And, you know what I mean? Like, it just the rubber ducks are too talkative. You're just all too interesting. Anyways, I have to go now. Have a great day, everyone. I'll see you back on Thursday. Again, the flow will be some small game or just a bit of a game, and then we'll go right into programming after. I swear to God, we won't do too many games though, because I really want to get this done by Christmas. But I think I can get a lot of it done just in a bit, and then at that point, it's just getting assets. Because now that I know exactly what to do and what the hand tracking data is, it's not that complicated. The only hard part is the vertex shader, but the vertex shader is just in C. So, and if I can figure out the math, which shouldn't be too complicated, it's just a bunch of like direction vectors that I apply and then choosing how far to move it. It shouldn't be too bad. So yeah, have a great day, everyone. Have a good night. See you all on Thursday. And we may never need. Maybe I just don't do programming live on stream. You gotta go to sleep as well. It is late for you. That's true. But you didn't get a good race, right? You didn't get a good time with your steering wheel. Actually, you kind of got baited showing up, because like once you showed up, you had to put the steering wheel away. Whereas like maybe that's why we should do a co-working stream over chat. Next time I do this, I'm gonna make a voice channel inside Discord. And anybody can join and say, and we can just talk live on Discord. It's gonna be like a community time. Everybody come in, community time. Everyone talk. That way, when I ask you questions, you can just answer it directly by talking, not having to like type. That's it. That's a good co-working stream. Good night. It was fun. You'll drop by some other time. No worries. You don't have to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Trust me. You don't have to be nice to me here. Okay? Like, I actually prefer if people are honest inside the chat and they say this stream sucks, because then at least I would know. You know what I mean? But also, like, it just doesn't matter to me. So you can show up if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. But yeah, just like I want you to do what you want to do, because I want you to take care of yourself. Can you be a split screen on stream with your VeraChat avatar like a cursed mascot? Actually, that would be kind of cool. I kind of do want to do that. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, we should. Actually, maybe we should. Because how come there isn't anything like that? Like a Fugi, like a Discord Fugi, but for but for VR avatars. Because then that'd be interesting to have. Because then you have like different VR avatars there. And then what's funny is that somebody would forget that they're on someone's Fugi, and so they go into VR porn and they're jerking off, and you would see it. I think that'd be funny, actually. I think that'd be, holy shit. I need to make that. Maybe that's the next major VR project. Chat, I have an idea. New project unlocked. New project. Fuck the social conventions. Exactly. Fuck the social conventions. You didn't think it was fun? You wouldn't say so. Good. Okay, good. Yeah. As long as everyone knows that, like, you know, we're all here to satisfy ourselves. Like, this is a selfish stream for selfish people. This is a selfish stream for selfish people. Discord VR Fugis. Is it called this? Fugis? Fugi. Yeah. Fugis, okay? Of VR avatars. What the hell is a Fugi? Oh man, I'm about to blow your mind. You see Michi Mochibi do a split screen of 9 people on her subathon. So less split screen, more like you know how like VTubers will like do this thing where you're all in the same space. I kind of want to do that. So it's like you just get data of like the 3D model, and then you just render the 3D model wherever you are within your virtual space. This is a Fugi. It's Fugi tech. It's a reactive thing, where it's like sometimes you'll go on a stream and you'll see someone's face, like you'll see like an icon, you'll see like an image for someone. We actually see it live. Who do you want to watch, chat? Who do you want to watch? Okay, who do you want to watch? Who's a VTuber that's currently? I need to go to the VTuber tab. Isn't selfish more hiding your thought to evade some kind of confrontation? No, I think that's cowardly. I think that's cowardly. Sorry, that was good. Oh, that was good. No, I think it's less about the confrontation. I think selfish is more like you do it irrespective of like think of selfish as this concept of like it's specifically the concept of doing it for yourself. So not to say that like everybody else's thing doesn't matter, but you do it for yourself. So in a way, you might not even care about the confrontation. Like to you, the confrontation might not matter because you want to do it for yourself. So, is it a fucking dismembered girl, a guru avatar? Wait, who? Where? What? Where's the? What the fuck? Okay, well, thanks for showing up to the stream, everyone. See you all next time. And stay selfish, everyone. Bye.